So we are live now. We are
Yep,
here
yep, yep, yep.
again.
Again with another show,
Yep, yep.
another episode, another chapter, and yeah, there's a lot to talk about.
Before we get into anything, let me try something. I'm gonna mute your mic, and you try talking. Keep try to talk, and I'll see if it actually goes through. I'll let you
Yo,
know.
yo, yo,
Hold
yo,
on.
yo, 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 yo. I'm just gonna yo, yo. See, the problem is that you have to
Yeah.
remove
See.
people. No,
Um.
because I can unmute myself. You have to
I
if you're
know.
gonna if
I
you're
actually
gonna
I wanted to test that out because I knew because what happened last time with that other guy that was on there.
yeah, yeah, the
Acting
autistic
like
guy.
yeah, the autistic guy who was on the stream before. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, so I can mute people,
but they
but
can
it
unmute
doesn't matter
themselves.
because yeah,
So
once they
all
keep
you have
talking,
to
they can
do
unmute.
but listen, all you have to do is just put them backstage. If they act like
Yeah,
if they get out of line, just put them backstage, and then when they decide to be an adult again, then you bring them back on. That's what you have to do.
yeah. So as far as like if anyone was to come on, then yeah, I can't, I could mute them, but it's not really gonna work like that anyway. So
Well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
That's what I said. I actually said it during that podcast too. You just got to put them
yeah, I know.
backstage, and then you know, then you say what it is, then let them back on.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yep. So let me see what the chat's saying so I can show them some love.
Hey yo,
You know what I mean?
hey yo. Now you got to show the chat love, man. I see
Yep.
chat.
What's up, Silas Archer? Burv, what's
Silas
up?
Archer. Burv is the word this year.
Apollo Patriot, what's up? Let me keep scrolling down a bit. There's a few other people. The Prime, what's up? Neozoic, how's it going?
Neozoic, the
Yeah.
prime.
Spirit of Paradox, what's up? What's up? How you guys doing? Hope you had a good week. Hope you had a good Saturday, and hopefully today is treating you well. So
Hopefully
yeah,
so.
let's see. Neozoic, you got a question? He's starting off right. What are your thoughts on John Cena turn heel last night, and people compare Cena's heel turn to Hulk Hogan heel turn in Bash at the Beach 1996?
Um,
I kind of
I'll
had an
let you go
idea was
first.
gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I kind of had a feeling it was gonna happen because the way they was showing like the video packages, they kept showing like John Cena saying like, "Oh, me winning or me what was it? Me going to WrestleMania is best for business and all that." I kind of like they keep showing that, and I kind of feel like that because I'm thinking like Cody's not gonna give his soul to Shang Tsung, The Rock. He's gonna obviously reject it, and someone else is gonna take his place. And I kind of figured that they would have put CM Punk against Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins. That just seems like they were still like going in that direction. Um, and what was it? And I couldn't think of anyone else because like Drew McIntyre, I doubt it because again, it's like whoever wins, will go there. We'll go to like whoever wins the Elimination Chamber will go to WrestleMania against Cody Rhodes. So I kind of figured like there was a lot of people who I didn't see like it wasn't gonna happen. Like
It
Damian
was
Priest wasn't gonna
obvious.
happen. Yeah,
It was odd. Like, you're like kind of going like roundabout with this, but really it was obvious. Like the way it was set up, and then when you think about like Cody being the main, like there's no chance Cody was gonna go heel. Then John Cena was in there. Jey Uso went after Gunther, so it's pretty obvious that it was kind of obvious that if and someone had to be a heel in the match, and given the setup and the build up and whatever to it is, it was clear he was going to turn heel. So even though it didn't shock me, um it was still I still liked it. I think it's cool that he did
yeah,
that.
like yeah,
Like I think
yeah. It was
I think legitimately it's like good for business. Legitimately,
yeah,
like
yeah. It was. It is. I
he
mean,
like take kayfabe out of it. Like realistically, like it's great because let's be honest, Cody Rhodes hasn't had great opponents anyway, and this is
yeah.
something new for John Cena. He's gonna retire soon. Um, and
Hmm.
there's no Vince McMahon to like veto that decision anymore. So
Hmm.
it makes sense that
Yep.
would happen. Like it was the logical outcome, and I think it's for the better.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think it's as big as Hogan turning heel. I think people kind of jumping the gun with that.
I mean, it
And
kind
people
of
saying
is.
and people
It,
saying like, oh, he finally turned heel, like he was heel before.
yeah,
So I
yeah, but
don't get it.
he wasn't. Yeah, he was heel as in like the 2002, 2003. He was doing like the rapper thing. He was heel, but I think
Yeah.
it is kind of. I think it's really big though because he hasn't. You
No,
know,
it is
he's
big.
been
I'm not denying that it's big. I'm just saying I don't think it's as big as Hogan.
well. I mean, because
Because
Hogan when
Hogan, I feel like was more unexpected.
well, yeah, because nobody thought he was gonna like. There was no, and they didn't hint at it at all. He just kind of
Yeah.
like he just randomly turned heel. He just
Mhm.
said, "All right, I'm with the outsiders." All right,
Yeah.
and
Pretty
that was
much.
the
Yeah,
beginning
he
of the
was like
NWO.
the additional member of the team and
Yeah,
all that.
he was,
So
and Hogan was like a career babyface. But I think it's like it's right up there. It's not. I want to say it's more as just as shocking, but it's definitely up there because
yeah, it
not
is.
that it
It is.
because like you would never think that he would. You would never think he would have ever turned heel. Like he would retire
Yeah,
without
'cause it only has like less than a year left.
Yeah. So
So
you would I would have thought he would have retired like that, but I kind of wish they didn't make it so obvious with the build up. But either way, like it's pretty cool. And Cena still
yeah,
sold it well. He
he
was
did.
acting like Yabba Dabba Doo, fucking Super Cena, smiling. We're gonna show down at WrestleMania, like acting like a cartoon character, and then instantly switched. I
hmm
was like, wow. I'm pretty sure they're gonna
I
reveal his motivation as being breaking Ric Flair's record or something like that for his legacy or
yeah.
something like that. That was
hmm
why that's how he got that was
He did
like the
what he did.
motivation. Yeah.
hmm
Like
Real
he's
quick,
willing to do
what's
whatever it
up?
takes to get there.
Yeah, real quick, what's up, Latina Parfait? How's it
Latina
going? Hold on, there
Parfait.
was more people. Where we at?
Latina
Hold on, let me get there.
Parfait.
Uh, Daybach TV. What's up?
I feel like that's Jay, actually.
It
Isn't it?
is.
Isn't it? Right? I'm not gonna
Yes.
say names. I feel like that
Yeah.
that
Let's not say names. Yes. So
right,
what's
right.
up?
Well, I mean Jay is pretty vague, so
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna say everyone's government right now. You ready?
Yeah. Let's not give out government names.
No, no, we'll do it right now.
Yeah. Let's not do that. Yeah. So what's up, Jay? What's up, Jay? I'll leave it at that. Uh, yeah. I figured that profile picture was pretty familiar. Anyway, Royce, what's up? How's it going? McLovin, what's up? Anyone else? Let me keep scrolling. Hold on. Fucking chat thing. Someone else was there. I think Melina was there. What the
Melina.
hell is it? Yeah, she was there. What the hell? Hold on. Oh, there she goes. I had to scroll up. What's up, Melina Chan? How's it going?
Yo, Melina.
Anyone else? Loken, Garvell. What's up? Charles, Barky Bark. What's up?
It's Charles Oliveira of UFC fame.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's definitely watching us.
Yeah. He's into it. He's a long time fan.
So anyway, yeah. So hope you guys are doing good. Had a good weekend. I don't know if you play anything new, anything old. Looking forward to anything. Oh, hold on, Latina Parfait. I'm working on that Nori video, and I think I went kind of hard on her. I also didn't refer to her as a woman, but only body type two.
Body type 2, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, bro, you can't go hard enough on her, and not in the good way either. Not in
no,
the good way.
definitely not.
Only in the bad way.
Well, definitely, people definitely look forward to Latina Parfait's video. In fact, go check out his channel. He puts out good content.
Yeah, it's pretty funny
So
actually.
really, yeah, he really is. So he's he's another fellow based YouTuber, actual based YouTuber, not the fake ones that defend Kingdom Come Deliverance when it's convenient. So but speaking of which, I did dressed. I addressed yeah, I had it right. Nori in her video. As a follow up, she did block me today that I noticed.
That's how you know.
Only
That's how you know it was. That's how you know it was bleeding when they block you.
Oh yeah. I'll
Did
read
bleed
the
damage, bro.
I'll read the post. The only reason why I noticed because what the EGAD that's another channel, good channel. Check him out too. He also made a video about The whole Nori situation. Um, Unfortunately, it wasn't when I had uploaded my second response to her. But either way, it's still like
I mean,
it's
it
still
doesn't
good
matter because
regardless.
you said you
Yeah,
said the, you said the truth, and if you tag
yeah,
her, people are
exactly.
gonna see it regardless. Because like in the end of the
Yeah,
day, she could say whatever she wants, but it kind of shows you that again, you did bleed damage, bro. You did
yeah, I
bleed
did,
damage.
definitely did.
It was
So
leaking.
I only know that she blocked me because he tagged me in a post in her one of her in her post. I forgot exactly what he said. Basically, uh, saying that I
The
spoke the truth
grifter,
about her. She
the
couldn't debunk
coward,
anything.
the coward
Yeah.
grifter decided to be a cowardly grifter.
So this is what
Shocker.
she wrote. This is actually the post that she wrote. After being sick as a dog, should I read it in her accent?
No, don't do that to us, bro.
Yeah, I
Because
think we had enough of that. Yeah,
I
you're
like
right.
I like having ears that work.
Yeah, you're right. My ears are still recovering, so because I had to listen through like her fucking 2 hour and 26 minute stream about me
You're a brave
a
man.
few times
That
because
voice is crazy, bro. That shit
yeah,
is like the fucking parrot from Aladdin getting choked by Jafar, bro. That's literally what it
uh,
is.
after being sick as a dog for 2 days, I've had some time to reflect on what I actually want to do with my content. And I've decided I don't want to deal with the drama in this community anymore. It's it's just not worth it. No matter how clearly you explain something, if someone doesn't want to understand, they won't. And honestly, arguing with brain dead people is getting old. That that doesn't mean I won't give my opinion when I want to, but moving forward, I'm focusing on fun. I want to play
Basically,
games, not argue about them. Hmm.
he's right,
I
and
wonder what changed. Oh.
basically he's right, and I can't debunk him. So that's basically her conceding defeat, and not like, but without directly like saying that she gives up.
Yes.
Because in the end
Yeah.
of the day, bro, like that's gonna only hurt her because I
Mhm.
mean, like again, she lost 100 subscribers from that, from all that shit.
I think
So
she lost, followers too.
I'm sure because
So,
people followed her because they thought she was gonna call the shit out. People aren't following her because of her like, her nuanced and like well structured opinions, right? They're watching her
definitely not.
because they were taught because she was talking about the shit they were interested in. And when she stops doing that, of course
And
she's gonna lose
she was
followers.
dressing, she was dressing fairly provocatively
Bro,
at
she
times.
bro, bro. Let's not even go there. Let's not even like,
Yeah.
bro. I don't even wanna. I don't even like. I kind of want to trash her, but I also like, bro. Like no. If you're simping for her, bro, I feel bad for you. That
Yeah.
is not that
Yeah.
that is, I mean, like, bro, she got nothing. Like literally nothing, and then she looks regular in the face. Like, what does she have to be simping for?
Yeah.
I saw comments that people were saying that her accent is sexy. I'm like, all right, next time when you're done with your crack pipe, let me examine it. So make sure there
Yeah,
ain't other
right.
shit in
Yeah.
there too, because like,
Yeah. There might be.
I'm
What's up,
sorry.
Silver
Like,
Fang? He said,
there's a reason
yeah,
why being the Twitch stream thought failed for her,
pretty
and
much, yeah.
she ain't got it like that, bro. Again,
Nope.
I'm not gonna be more nasty than that as of right now, but she ain't it, bro.
Uh, what the hell was it? Oh yeah, Silver Fang. What's up? Hold on, let me go back up. Let's just drink the chat. Give me a second. Here we go. She has the audacity to talk shit about way you talk, but she fumbles her words even in Spanish. Yeah, she does.
Her Spanish is bad. It's not well, it's mid Spanish as well. Like she's all over the place. When you sound like that, you
Mo-
should not be talking about anyone else's voice.
yeah, talk about he had a dick in his mouth, so it may be hard for you to understand him. I'm like, do you not hear how you talk? Yes, I have a lisp. I acknowledge that, but at least any people saying, "Dude, I don't understand what you're saying." They didn't talk about my accent. They may talk about the
Yeah.
lisp, but that's about it.
But you know
But
what though? But her English, like she can't even like properly like grammatically. She can't even structure sentences in a grammatically correct way, bro. Like you should like if you're a foreigner with a thick horrible accent like that, you should never talk about anyone else's voice. Like you imagine Consuelo from Family Guy like criticizing Peter, like
yeah,
criticizing Peter's voice. Like no, no.
You a talker, silly.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. She hasn't even got rid of. She hasn't even got rid of like the thing in Spanish where you put an e in front of every word that begins with the letter S because like he's a special. He's a stupid. Like she got a lot of shit to work on if you talking about other people.
Yeah.
Like
Um.
that's one of the most like common like Spanish to English accent problems, and she
Mhm.
hasn't even got past that. Like you should never talk about anyone else's voice again.
And someone in the comments said she even said it, I think in a stream or something, that she like watched like a bunch of YouTube videos in English to work on her English, and I wrote she should watch more of those videos. Oh no,
She's
I said she didn't watch enough of them.
yeah, that shit is
Um,
crazy, bro.
Melina Chan, great comment. Translation: I fucked around and found out. Yes,
Yeah, pretty
pretty
much.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's like I give up, but I can't just straight up say I give up. And again, you in the end of the day, she's gonna switch her. She might switch her content, but it's gonna end up making her lose subscribers because she's gonna lose more subscribers actually because they're gonna realize not only is she not based, but she's not even covering the topics that they followed her for.
yep.
So
So, yep. Anyway, so fuck Nore. She got what
the
she
the,
deserved,
the
and
queen of mids was defeated. She was soundly
yes.
defeated.
And to be clear, the videos, in case any of her simps or she watches, because she might be watching for all I know, or maybe she'll watch later. But response videos are not to cancel anyone or to signal people out just because of their gender. So if you say something that's stupid and someone feels like they want to respond, they're more than free to do so. There was something years ago on YouTube, in case people don't remember, where they encourage response videos on
Yeah,
YouTube.
because they do well. A lot of them because a lot of
Yes.
them are drama based, right?
Yeah.
Like,
And there's
but
even response videos where people agree, like, yeah, I
bro,
agree
it
on
has
this
it
particular
has it
stuff.
has nothing to do with her being a woman, bro. That's such a
Yeah.
fucking lazy cop out like pussy ass tactic to use because again, like it's funny that these same people that scream about like sexism and misogyny have the most misandrous, brain dead, like fucktarded opinions.
They usually
Like
do.
think about the content that she was making, calling like basically like begging like I could go on and on, bro. Like that guy, what's his name? Egad. He basically like
Yeah, what they get.
he said everything that needs to be said, basically, along with what you said,
Yes.
like logical fallacies, straw man arguments,
Mm-hmm.
making herself a victim, trying to paint you as like a racist or like a sexist or whatever, like any tactic they can use. And then again, people in her own comment section were still like tearing her ass up. Like, come on, man.
Yep.
Like, bro. Yeah.
Her own chat couldn't even handle that. So, yep. I'll ask you about this before we move on from the whole Norade thing. I already addressed cult classic Cage, aka Cassie Cage, in the video. I don't know if you want to address it.
Well, the grifting.
Well, because she had said that you're my butt buddy, so she wasn't surprised that you were in the chat and in her live stream.
Bro, listen,
And also that me and you, she clarified to Nure that me and you are two different people, but we repeat the same things. Like I forgot what she said, something some type of androids.
bro, like she fucking listen. I'm gonna just be real with you. Like everything aside, she's barely a fucking gamer, bro. Like look at the games that she plays. It's mostly like live stream, like or fuck shit, like whatever service multiplayer game. She told me she had never beaten the old Resident Evil games. The only one I think she might have beaten was 4. She never beat the old ones because they were too scary for her. She told me she'd never beat Doom Eternal, never played Doom 2016 because the platform. Like she's a fake ass gamer, bro. For her, it's literally a grift. So I don't take what she says seriously at all. Like these people can't say shit to me, bro. Because in the end of the day, her ass got hurt because me and you would call out her fucking blatant grifting, blatant
Yeah,
fucking inconsistencies, and she couldn't handle it. So it makes sense that
w-
she would do that.
yeah. We
Like
weren't
again,
simping for her like other people, like
yeah,
Words of Paradise or for Tenga. So
yeah. Like I don't give a fuck, bro. Like what do I
God
care?
forbid we hold people accountable, because it's funny because they're like, oh, we're butt buddies or whatever. We've disagreed on plenty of things
Yeah,
off camera
even on the
and
podcast, we've
even
disagreed
on the
about things,
podcast.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, like that's
even in the
because
videos we do where we don't necessarily like agree or we don't like feel that strongly about something. And mind you, we know each other in real life. We know each other for like 19 years now. While most
probably
of these
yeah.
people don't like they just know these people on the internet for less than 10 years. They're
and they're
lucky if they
simping
know
for
them for
them.
5 years, and they're simping hard, and they don't
Listen.
ever want to question anything they do because they don't want to rock the boat and be kicked out of the
Yeah,
little
get kicked
little
out of the
group that they're
clique,
in.
kicked out of the
Yeah,
NWO, kicked out of the clique,
basically, yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Like,
They don't want to
cause in
get
the
their back spray painted.
if we're butt buddies, they're scissor sisters. How about that?
All right, yeah,
Scissor
yeah.
sisters.
Since we're going there, yeah.
I mean, with Cassie Cage, that wouldn't surprise me, but I'm gonna be real with you, but that's what it is,
Well,
bro.
she
Like,
looks like it, so
I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, she can't say shit to me. Like, she doesn't she's not a bro. Look at anyone who's watching this. Look at the games that she streams. Look at the ones she actually completes. She bought fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 despite Revenant. And then like I doubt she'll ever finish it. Definitely won't play it on stream. I remember I watched the stream and I always gave her the benefit of the doubt because I didn't have like a problem with her. But like if you're gonna talk shit,
same.
like come on, like even if you disagree, if you're gonna talk shit, like you gotta like hold yourself accountable. Like she did a stream playing Stellar Blade and I jumped into the chat to see how like that was going. She was struggling like in the first parking lot area of the game, like running in circles, getting lost, and using excuses like, "Yo, I'm drunk right now, yo, I'm drunk right now, yo." Like, come on, man, get the fuck out of here. Like, you just fucking suck. Play any of these. Like, bro, I'm being real with you. She's just not a like. She sucks at video games, bro. She's not a real gamer. Like, I don't take that opinion seriously. Like, there's so many grifters that want to play centrist, and
Hmm.
she to me is the definition of that. I let it slide because we never had like a personal problem, agree to disagree on certain things, but she can't even handle civil discourse.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, well, here's another clear sign of something to question when it comes down to it. You see a female gamer, quote unquote, who wants to talk about anti woke shit and whatnot. They got a whole row of video games behind them, and they never talk about them. They never stream
yeah,
them, and they're always wearing these big ass fucking headphones on to show everyone, hey, I'm a
bro.
gamer. Look, I got the headset. I got the
She
games
told
in
me
the back of me. I got
she's
my room is all lit up like a nightclub and shit. It's like
she told
they
me in a
look
stream
at what they play.
she told me in a stream that she never beat GTA 4. I think she might have recently beat it, maybe like not, I don't know, but she said she never played it. Like, bro, she's not a real gamer. It's whatever is gonna get the most attention and money,
Hmm.
and you know what I mean. Like, it is what it is. Like, I don't take it seriously. Like, like the funny thing is when I was talking shit during that stream, I left, so I didn't even see what the shit that was talked until I saw like afterward, right?
Hmm.
Like I think you told me about it or something like
Yeah,
that
I
when you
told you because
because you watched the whole thing. Like, I don't care what any of these people think, bro, because they're so inconsistent that their opinion is literally worthless to me. Like, if you call out Veilguard, if you like, bro, all the woke shit in Spider-Man, she was in a fucking podcast, like, and somebody was like defending the game, didn't say a word, not a peep about the stuff in the game. Like, again, if you're gonna say something and build your channel off a certain thing, then be consistent. If you're not, then understand people are gonna not respect your opinion, not respect what you're doing, and they're gonna call you out for what it is. What else you want me to say? So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna talk about view counts and stuff like that because again, like, I'm not gonna go there, but like, yeah, it's like who cares? Like, anyone who's
Mhm.
doubting what I'm saying, just look at her content. All her fucking streams are locked behind paywalls and shit like that. Like, I would be shocked if she plays like any game worth its salt without on any reasonable difficulty, like, and actually stream the game. Like, like,
Yeah,
example, a good
without
game for
help from the
example,
chat.
without Doom, like a game like Doom Eternal, right? Like, she ain't playing that game from beginning to end unless it's on easy mode or something. Like, it's fake, bro. It's all fake. It's all
Yeah,
to do the gamer girl grift or whatever. Like,
yeah, and keep in mind, her gaming streams are locked behind a paywall, but the streams where she's just talking for almost 10 hours are not. She hops from podcast to podcast, kind of similar to Nure, at least based on what Nure was saying, where she said people invites her to podcast or whatever, which we already know that is the case.
yeah,
Um, so I can say for myself, I don't hop from podcast to podcast. I don't need other bigger channels to prop me up and boost me or anything like that. And on top of that, I don't have to go back on things that I say. I don't have
You know
to.
why, right? You know
I don't
why
have to
though,
simp for Starfield and then when I'm getting backlash, I have to make a video talk about I've been consistent, which is what Cassie Cates is
yeah.
doing.
Well, a
So
consistent person doesn't have to tell you they've been consistent.
exactly,
And
yeah,
also
that's
the
one of the
funny
things I
thing
told her
is,
too when she was we were going back
you're
and forth about Kingdom Come Deliverance, and
bro.
reason
Well,
why I had mentioned that she was being disingenuous and passive aggressive because
yeah,
she quote posted everything, the whole conversation back and forth with me because she wanted people to see it and then back her up and like her comments and whatever
agree with her,
and
kiss
try
her
to
ass and
clown me.
stuff.
And if you're yeah, and if we're allegedly cool, if we're friends or associates, whatever you want to
Why you
call it,
can't just
then
have
you
civil
wouldn't be doing that.
discourse? Why not just have civil
Yeah, why
discourse?
couldn't you just yeah, why couldn't she just simply reply back? But I knew what she was trying to
Yeah.
do. That's why I was like, all right, so I'm gonna match
Bro,
that same
she
energy.
tried to deflect.
And
She tried to
yeah,
deflect Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 talking about John De La Rose because I'm criticizing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That means somehow I'm defending this dude, bro. Like what the fuck? Like that shit is like so childish. I can't like
yeah.
again.
John Delrose
It's
makes a ass of himself as usual, and then people just run with it, and then they want to lump
yeah,
everyone else like, oh, they're just like him, or whatever. When we're not the same at all.
bro. Like yeah, like and the other thing is you're not monetized. You're not desperate for money. You do this shit for the love of the game. You're just calling it out because you're tired of it. So all these people can say
Yeah.
whatever they want. Like people, and you know what's the funny thing? A lot of the channels that are monetized, they're disingenuous and they'll say like, "Oh, you're oh well, you're not monetized. You can't even make money, whatever." It's like anyone who uses YouTube and gets monetized, right, knows that after you get like 1,000 subscribers, a certain amount of
Hmm.
watch time, you can do whatever. And granted, you ain't gonna
Yeah.
be
They
rich
even
on
inform
there.
you about it too.
Yeah. And granted, so it's disingenuous. It's kind of like a lie to the audience in a way because they're giving you giving you a false premise of how YouTube monetization works. And then on top of
Yeah,
that,
because
some of your
they
videos have
train their audience like they're dumb.
yeah, and then you have like 30K views on some videos, 40K, like whatever. That adds up. My channel's monetized, and believe it or not, like it does add up. Are you gonna pay your rent with it? Probably not. But like you're gonna have like an extra $30, an extra $40. Like my channel, I haven't uploaded shit in forever, and I've been getting like paid off YouTube because of my other videos that have like like a lot of views. Like one of the ones I have that has over 1 million, it still generates money for me. So $50, $60 to do nothing, and like that adds up. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
the fact that you're not monetized doesn't mean that you can't make money because your videos would generate something, but it's because you want to have integrity and you want to just talk about the subjects and be uncompromised. When you make money whenever you do something that makes money, you start to become compromised because you're going to do whatever it takes to maintain that, which is why
Yep.
people again grift, change their opinions, make sure that they stay right dead center so that they don't alienate either side of the fan base. But all that does is make
Yep.
you inconsistent. That's why somebody like
Yeah.
Nure and channels like Nure and the culture war channels, I consider them somewhat level capped in the sense that they're only going to get but so far with it because that content is very very limiting, right? And back,
Hmm.
not to make it about myself, but back to me, I don't make culture war videos. My channel is entirely built on these people call themselves gamers, but my channel's actually built off mostly gameplay. People talk about lore videos. My Arkham lore videos, like my Easter eggs and like theories or whatever, they get like a pretty good amount of views. None of that has anything to do with culture war. The closest thing I ever did to culture war myself was talking about Suicide Squad because that game pissed me off. Really, that was it pissed me
Hmm.
off enough that I wanted to talk about it, and I made an animation which about that game, which is not necessarily culture war either. So people can say
Yeah.
whatever the fuck they want, but in the end of the day, like I'm not a culture war channel, and you're not monetized, so you have nothing to gain. And I come on this podcast and say what I feel, and I say what the truth is or whatever, what I think it is, because this is the space that I'm gonna do that in. But like, they really can't say shit about us, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They
What could they
can't.
really say? What could they really say, bro? I'm not on
Yeah.
Twitch begging for. I don't need to beg for. I don't need to beg for donations. I don't need to beg people to join and become a member. If your content is good, people are gonna support it. That's it.
Yep.
And that
Yeah.
culture war shit, even again, I do like culture. I'm not trying to drag them all. I'm just saying that you kind of get like level capped with that because then you're stuck doing that content.
Hmm.
So of course that's why they're fucking playing the game. That's why they're doing the YouTube game of, I got to make sure that I don't alienate anyone because you're basically in a minefield. So people
Pretty
like
much.
you, Synthetic Man, whoever else. I'm just gonna say you actually, just because like most of these people I don't even trust. people like you make your videos. I know you're gonna at least be consistent. You're not gonna
Yeah.
be like, oh, if I'm not making enough money, let me tone it down on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because I'm getting
Yeah.
backlash, right?
Let me see. Let me
Fucking
see what people are saying online. All right, so this isn't really safe for me to go against, so let me not do that.
yeah. Let me not talk about Avowed until a couple of weeks pass to make sure that I'm on the right side of the argument. Like, come
Mm-hmm.
on, man. And all that time and energy spent doing that, like you're basically like you're basically burying yourself into a deeper hole of being inauthentic, which of course then leads
Mm-hmm.
to videos where you have to cry about how you're consistent.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. Like I don't
Pretty
take
much.
any of these fucking people seriously, bro. The only person that I trust with this shit, and again, I there's channels that I watch, and for now they're good, but the only people I trust with this stuff to be consistent is myself and you. That's it.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. Just me and you.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else, I don't fucking trust it. I don't trust them to be consistent. Because if you can
Yeah.
see a problem with Spider-Man 2, if you can't see how adding a fucking Muslim black character to 1400 Bohemia and altering history to do it is not forced, then you're fucking brain dead or you're disingenuous. How is that
And
not forced?
retconning two characters to be bisexual.
Pretty much. If you have history, your first game, you're like, oh, we're basing it off real history. We're trying to keep it as accurate to real history as possible. You know what's not accurate to Bohemia? A fucking black Muslim in that region. And then on top of that, it's not only that he just exists, he also talks down to the main character. He actually talks down to Henry
Yeah.
too, about how his people are better than
Constantly.
yours, how your
He
people are
literally told him
barbarian.
educate yourself.
He said that your people are barbarians. There's a joke in there about how white people don't use spices, and you're gonna tell me that's not DEI? You
Yeah.
turn your brain off for that? That you can you're so cognitively dissonant that you're gonna tell me that's not fucking forced? Come on,
Yeah,
man.
like
Like
out
get
of all the
fucking real.
games, like no offense to that game or people that like Kingdom Come Deliverance, but the first one is janky and has a lot of issues. The second one looks more the same for the most part, a little more polished, I guess, but still,
It
like
doesn't look bad.
you're going hard for some overpriced Euro jank game by a
Yeah.
company
And
that
like
clearly sold out.
to be fair, the game doesn't look bad. Like I don't think it looks necessarily bad gameplay wise, but in the end it doesn't matter. Like a game doing well or a person have just because a person has a large amount of followers doesn't make them the arbiter of the truth. It doesn't
Exactly.
make you the arbiter of what's true or not, of what's woke or
Hmm.
not. There are plenty of people with massive followings that are dead wrong. They're just completely dead wrong in their opinions. And then
Hmm.
with the woke shit, just because a game is good doesn't mean there's not woke shit. Being good does not determine whether a game is woke or not. The real test of a person is whether they're willing to put aside their personal feelings in order to enjoy a game. If a game is fun enough where you're gonna turn off your ability to recognize patterns, or you're gonna gaslight yourself into thinking that nothing's there, right? Because it's easier to
Hmm.
just say, oh well, it's not that bad, I'll enjoy it, and then they wonder why it keeps happening because you're funding it. You're literally
Yeah.
funding it with USAID as well, but you're literally funding it, and then you wonder why things don't change. So every time somebody says, well, it's not that bad, it's just one thing, all right, you're paying for it. So next time they're gonna say, hey, this made money anyway, so we'll do it again. And if you don't
I don't
care,
think they.
and then again, and alternatively, if you don't care, then don't fucking care. You don't have to care.
Yeah.
It's fine if you don't give a fuck, but don't try to lie and say that there's no woke shit just because you like the game. Like, let's not be fucking retarded. Let's have a fucking brain. Let's be consistent. You know,
Hmm.
like, fine. You don't care. You like Spider-Man 2. You want to do the web swing Spider-Man Go Burr game? Then fine. Fine, there's nothing wrong with that. You want to enjoy the game? I mean, there's something wrong with it. But if you want to enjoy the game and you don't want to hear people's shit, then it's fine. Totally understandable. But you can't tell me the game's not woke just because you fucking like it. And I'm
Yeah.
always gonna challenge someone on that.
No,
Anyway, I've ranted a
what
bit, but
no, it's all good. What I think is that they really deep down they don't want things to change because they know if things change, things actually get better. If you go back to how things were before, then you know they have the fear that people won't want to watch them anymore because all they have
yes,
is those type of videos, those type of opinions. So
yeah, culture war
because
trap.
when you watch them play games or talk about things that are not related to culture war, no one's the viewership does not show, and
Yes,
they notice that because they always go back to the same thing over and over again, and
Yeah,
You know, they
that's what
they
I'm
need the
saying, bro.
money. They also need the attention.
That's the culture war trap. That's
Where
why
I even
again,
outright said that, when this shit stops, then yeah, maybe I'll go back to a double E videos, and then whatever happens happens. But
and
what
you're
I
and
really
that, and that
want, I want this shit to change.
and
And
that's your
one of the reasons
stake in
why
it.
is because I'm not getting paid for me saying things. I spend hours
Exactly.
editing, a lot of time making those videos. I don't just pull up OBS or whatever the fuck and just record myself talking over while I'm just looking at a fucking website or some shit for 10 to 20 minutes.
Pretty much.
I actually do put effort into what I talk about, and I speak passionately about what I'm saying.
If the culture war dies and your channel kind of just like dwindles, I'm pretty sure that like you'll be fine with it because at least the mission was accomplished. Wokeness is
Yes.
gone, so you're okay with it. Because again, you don't have a financial motivation to keep it going. Like people don't understand how powerful that is. Why you think all those artists that work for Marvel and DC that were like working, I'm gonna use that as an example. That they were there in the 80s and the 90s doing more based kind of comics and games or whatever. Why do you think they switched over? Because their livelihood depends on their need on their the industry hiring them. So why do you think they
Yep.
changed their opinions? Why do you think you have amazing artists that once drew like amazing looking women now like drawing them looking like fucking dems? Why would they do that? Of course, it's because of financial incentive having to feed their family. So if you take that out of it, you will always be more
Yep.
uncompromised than somebody who desperately wants to do the financial grift, no matter what they say. And Nure's response back to her
Yep.
it illustrates that, where she's like, "Oh well, it's about the I make more money, I get more views. Why your channel so small? Blah blah blah." Talking her bootleg ass English. She says all this,
Yeah.
and
That
what
was that
what
was
she's
the
really
that was
telling
like
you.
the bulk of her whole response.
Her argument is you're wrong because I have more
Cares
subscribers
about
than
the
you,
money. She cares
and
about the
because I get
views,
I
the
get
attention,
money.
and all that. Yeah.
Mind you, this was a woman who was fucking showing her ass, her lack of ass and lack of tits, her fucking concave tits and ass online to try to get clout. That failed on Twitch. And then she got lucky with Grums and other people boosting her, and now she thinks she's an arbiter of this stuff. And then as soon as somebody challenges her
Mhm.
opinion point by point, not only can she not counter what you said, but then she immediately backs down and says, "Well, I'm thinking of shifting my content because I don't want to do it anymore." Good, good, because you never cared about this shit to begin with. Maybe then over time you'll build a real audience of the people that are actually interested in what you have to say, and it's not an audience that you built by grifting and taking a fucking side and then having to double back and try to cover your ass on things that you said were completely contradictory.
Yep. Exactly. So moving on from that, let me so kind of a while back, 'cause I'm kind of like behind on the chat, but let me try to catch up. Daybach TV. Her voice makes me want to hear Jillian Hall sing. Yes.
Oh damn.
Yes. I'd
Damn.
rather hear her sing. Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where we at? Kind of far off.
Her voice makes me wish I had full cauliflower on both my ears. Then the sound want to get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, Egad made a perfect
So
response.
he really did. There's a few new people in the chat. So what's up to you guys? Thanks
I can't
for
even see
checking things
Daybach
out.
TV's comments on here.
Why not?
I don't know. Oh, now I see it.
Yeah, yeah. Just gotta scroll up a bit. Um,
Yeah, I see it now.
so should we get into the topics, or do you have anything further you want to get into
No,
before
that's
we do
that's
that?
basically it. I covered the cult classic grifting. I covered New Gay, so I think we're
New
good.
gay.
New Gay and the cult classic grift. Um, yeah, so we can get into the subjects now.
Okay, so I'll send out a few links to people on X, and then I'll put the link in the chat for other people because not everyone has X.
Malini, Teeny
Hopefully, none of you
Malini,
have Blue Sky.
Miss Melina. I wish Melina would jump in here.
In the meantime, if you want to read any of the chats out loud, you can.
I think that you really covered them all. I think I have a Blue Sky account. That's what Alan Moon says. So yeah, so Chudster says she basically is telling you that she's a better grifter than you. Pretty much, she's basically saying, "Hey, I grift better than you do." But again, only one of these people is a grifter. The other one is actually consistent. So she's definitely the better grifter for sure. Hold on, let me put these on. Quick. Hold up. Neozoic, catch you later, my friend. See ya.
What was that?
People
Who's
with
leaving?
Neozoic says a good day, good luck, peace out, and stay safe, my friends. Catch you later, bro. He says, sadly, guys, I gotta go. Take care, Revenant, Jerpachi, Burv, Apollo,
Okay.
Melina, Pink,
Thanks for stopping
Chudster.
by, Neozoic.
Yeah, bro. Always good to have you in here, man. I don't go on the apps,
Yeah, take it
says
easy,
Apollo Patriot.
Neozoic.
Burv says BB Neo. He said it in a British accent. You could read it through the text. You can see it was in a British accent. Gemini says, see you, brother. Uh, let me see. Egad's response to her was well done. Imago Mortis says people with Blue Sky should have their hard drives checked. That's true. Only reason New Ray blew up was because Chaotic posted like 50 billion videos a day about her in the
They
Bill
really
Garden
should.
beef. She is basically, oh yeah, we got to that. The funny thing is, For Honor plays better than Kingdom Soy Deliverance. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Kingdom Soy Deliverance. Uh, Men Boy Come Deliverance. Uh, Asking them not to be retarded is an insurmountable task. Yes. Whenever someone uses sales numbers to claim a game movie was good or popular, I refer back to Tupac's crack success line. Actually, that's a very good point, Silverfang. That is a very, very good point. Crack sells, I guess it's good. A lot of crack addicts. The aristocratic utensil and Vex Electronica are right gamers themselves ruin gaming by the whining and bitching about graphics and story over gameplay and art style. Gameplay and art style is always way more important than graphics and fidelity. I mean, like story is important. Don't get me wrong, but like, again, since I decided to do another Nightmare playthrough of. I want to play through the game again on Nightmare of Doom Eternal. The story is pretty straightforward, but the gameplay and the art style are like really fun, and I think that's really what sells a game. Like even Arkham games, right? Arkham games definitely have stories that are like, they have good stories, but like the gameplay, the fun, the art style, the world, the atmosphere, that's what's really good. And they're not exactly, if you played Arkham Asylum and even Arkham Knight has good graphics, but if you really look at it, it still has an art style. It's not exactly like photorealistic. It definitely has like its own like look to it. So gameplay is always king. Gameplay and design. I agree with that. I'd rather play other night games, says Apollo. I'm Burb. Love me some Eurojank though. Well, usually I kind of do like some like Eurojank depending on the game, but like you can have Eurojank but you can't have Eurojank and wokeness. You put those two things together, I can't do it, bro. Rolls Royce says
That's why I
Japachi
had
has
to
a
stop
point.
playing
Thanks, bro.
Elix 2 because it had a bunch of girl bosses in there, and it was
Imago
getting
Mortis,
annoying. And it was unfortunate because
yes.
it's actually pretty good.
Yes, that game. Yeah, I remember you telling me about like the constant, like they constantly talk down to you. He actually did an impression, of, like basically calling you like a fucking loser all the time and stuff, something like that.
Yeah,
Like
and he's
talking
like all
about
passive. It's like, oh, slow down, hold on a second. I'm like, what? You should be telling this bitch to shut the fuck up and make you some food or something. They're going crazy
Imago.
out there. They act like I don't
Yeah,
know.
getting a little too big for their britches. You know what I'm saying? Imago Mortis says if they hate on the new Assassin's Creed game for having Yasuke, but excuse Musa and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, then you know they're a grifter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She couldn't even play Parasite Eve 1 on the PS1 and save her ass. Bro, she's a meat, bro. She's not a hard, like when this is a grift, bro. She's not a hardcore gamer like that. She's not, bro. 100%. I let it go because it was innocuous, whatever. But like, if you're gonna talk shit, like, don't talk shit if you live in a glass house. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't even have to say anything. Anybody who's a gamer goes on her account and watches what she plays. And then again, in streams, I've asked her, like, oh, have you played this game, that game? Never played any of them. Doom 2016 didn't finish it, from what she said, or from what I remember. Doom Eternal, told me she couldn't beat it. She couldn't.
Wait,
She
what
never
about
finished it.
Parasite Eve?
She couldn't finish Parasite Eve to save her life. He said that's what he said, to save her ass. Um,
Damn.
yeah, like she doesn't. Bro, like again, I don't have to say anything. Just look at her account. Look at the games she plays. And on top of that, like she would never like. See, right now I'm playing Doom Eternal. Like lately, I'll stream the game on Nightmare. Yes, I'll die a bunch of times, but I'll stream the gameplay and finish the game. Like I strongly doubt she'll do that. Not if she does, it'll be like on easy or something, and then it'll be locked behind a paywall after. Like, come on, man. She couldn't beat the raid on Division 2. Very Dark, a super grifter. They asked her what game she plays, and it's all the modern controversial slob, not a real game. That's what Silver Fang says. If this was pre-mid 2000s, such as from the glamorous 80s to the Y2K era, late 90s to early 2000s, she wouldn't have been immediately destroyed within seconds. Yeah. Drunk gaming, one of the 4 pillars of grift gamers. Yep. Space Marine 2 is kind of easy. I'm sure. I haven't played Space Marine 2 yet, so I don't know. I want to get it at some point. I might end up getting that. Her voice makes me want to hear Jillian Hall saying, yeah. She should have beaten Space Marine 2 40K on hard mode. She's not doing that, bro. Neil Zoic says sup moon. Melina Chan, that was really funny. What does a used up whore know about manhood? And make no mistake, she is a whore. If she wanted people to listen to her opinions, she wouldn't be dressing like that. That's what
You're just jealous that you don't have
Meeks-
as many subscribers as I do.
Yeah, right? Right?
Oh, look at
Jesus
me! Look
Christ.
at me! I'm from
You
Spain.
know-
Insufferable diva.
You know what her voice sounds like to me? It
Beaver.
sounds exact. Her voice sounds exactly like this.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's why I
no.
said she's like a fucking chihuahua.
Bro,
That's
she
what it
sound
is.
her
A chihuahua
voice.
yelping.
Look, it's not because of being from Spain. One of my best friends is from Spain, and he fucking sounds like, well, you know, I haven't seen him. He left, but we were really cool friends. He fucking his accent sounded like Giga Chad. I had friends. I have a ton of Latina people I know. Their accents are not fucking annoying like that, even though they're they have
I
an
know.
accent. Like her voice is just annoying because her voice is annoying. Like it has nothing to do with it being her second language. If she spoke English fluently, she would still sound like ass, bro.
Like the main thing is like the reason why I brought that up is because she sounds. I don't know where the hell she's from, but like she sounds like she wanted to be a damn VTuber, but she done fucked that shit up. So she has to be on the fucking face cam at all times, doing
Yeah.
weird shit. So
Yeah.
Bro, look, again, I'm not gonna make it solely about looks, but there's a reason why the sexy quote unquote cosplay grift didn't go well for her. There's a reason why that didn't happen, bro. I'm just putting it that way. She's
Now we know
average.
why she came to YouTube.
Look, I'm not saying
Talked
she's
about her
not,
honkers that she doesn't have any, but she does have one, so it's better than nothing.
she has one.
Oh
honker.
yeah.
She has a lopsided
The
thing.
one
She has
that the one that kind of gives things away.
she has a Biggie Smalls thing going on. Anyway,
can I bring up something real quick?
go ahead. Sure, go for it.
Sure.
So you think her going like that is bad? You should see what fucking Smash JT said. Me and Revenant were talking about that shit, and it was like he went, "No, I'm not an anti-woke gaming channel," and I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck are you even talking about, bro?"
Oh,
Put down the crack pipe.
He said
Put
he's
down the
like,
crack pipe.
What is it? Anti-slop? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Anti-slop.
I know
anti-slop.
Jinpachi, he told me that Word to Paradise basically said the same thing, right?
Yeah, something similar. Like he doesn't want to be called like he acknowledges that the people are gonna call him a culture war channel and blah blah blah. Like, bro, of course
All of
it's
a
the
sudden.
you gotta say shit with your chest, bro. You gotta say it like you mean it. You're tired of fucking woke shit in games. You're tired of it being shoved down your fucking throat. You don't want to play Spider-Man and get preached to about deaf black girls, bro. I don't play Spider-Man for that. I want to fucking punch Green Goblin. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, bro. This is
You don't want to help a gay
2025
couple
America.
at the high school prom?
Bro, this is 2025 America. I use this example all the time. Will Smith has 2 kids that fucking suck and they're rich, famous celebrities. That's nepotism. You have black nepotism in America. It's not fucking 1950.
Yeah, like, the shit has changed. Shit has changed. And I'm only 21, bruh. Like, I grew up
With a brain,
Like,
at least. At least with a brain.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
least
you
yeah,
have brain-
you're
at least you don't have
one of
brain
the good
rot.
ones from that generation.
Yeah, it's fucking sucks. I'm very disappointed in a lot of people inside my generation. and shit. But like, look, I grew up with like Splinter Cell. I grew up with SOCOM and shit like that. Man, that
Good
shit
man.
was
Good
fun,
man.
bro.
Hell
Like,
yeah. Good man.
I remember sitting with Dad and playing some Splinter Cell. We had like this one obscure game, Operation Desert Storm. You know, Conflict Desert Storm, whatever it was called. It was for like the veterans and stuff. Dad got himself a copy, and
Yeah. I
he
think
was
I think that the U.S. military was using that. I vaguely remember like playing that like in like you know how like they would go to like a Six Flags or whatever, and then they would like
oh
have
fuck yeah,
like a little
bro.
military section. I swear I played that there. I swear, like I feel like
Bro,
that's where I
that game
played it.
was so damn fun.
It was,
but,
yeah.
but like, and I didn't have a lot of money to get a lot of shit that I wanted to get back then. So like today, like I'm playing some Dragon's Dogma, the original, Dark Arisen. That shit is
Great game.
fun.
Great game.
Yeah, it is, bro. Look, the thing is, man, you want to play fun games and not get preached to. Of course, a game like Splinter Cell is political. SOCOM is political, but it's not about. Here's the political that you don't want. You want the good politics are fictional, like military, like global politics, right? Like kind of like something like Splinter Cell, something like SOCOM, something like Rainbow Six, something like whatever Call of Duty, where it's fictional, like geopolitical things going on, and then you have the what's it called, the social activist politics. That's the part you don't want,
Yeah,
because
that
you could
shit
make
is so
because
stupid.
Metal Gear Rising is political as shit, but none of it is preaching to you about social activism. People don't want that.
Yep,
That's really what it comes down
difference.
to. And to say the two are the
people use
same
that
is
argument. Oh,
disingenuous.
games has always been. Oh, yeah, exactly. People use the argument. Oh, games always been political. No, because the politics are different. That's
They've
the
been
difference. They're
political.
not the same.
They've been
Exactly.
political, but it's not
Yeah.
social politics. It's not
They've always
social
been
politics.
based on like broad politics, like you said, geopolitical, like
Yeah.
save the rainforest and
Yep.
save the rainforest again.
Yeah. And
What
all
you
that
talking
stuff.
about? The Lale Lule Lo exists.
Yes, exactly. Like Metal Gear. Because listen, there's universal truths. You don't have to talk. I could make an entire story about aliens or something, and not ever touch on like a social activist like messaging, but still have like a aspect that people can relate to. For example, you could say, well, these people are like, they're special and they have these powers. Like, all right, let's use X-Men. The mutants. The mutants are an allegory for anything. They could represent gay people. They could represent black people. They could represent being a nerd, being autistic. It could represent being smart. But it's not on the nose politics of like how white people are bad, white man bad, or fucking whatever thing. It's done in a way that is a universal truth. People don't like being oppressed. So you can make a story like Star Wars, the Galactic Empire, everyone's a slave, basically, like more or less, everything's like corporate and controlled. And that's a universal truth of something people universally dislike, but it's not talking about any real world thing. It's like not, you can use that story as an allegory for like communist Russia. You can use it as an allegory for the Nazis. You can use it as an allegory for any totalitarian regime. You don't have
Everything
to put out in those
is
politics.
written off people, things that people have lived through. Everything we've ever known
Of
is
course,
based
of course.
off real lived experiences or lived through the time. Like take for example the Wall. The Pink Floyd album. It's completely based on everything that the bass player went through.
Yeah, and again, like when you go through things, you can tell a story because they're, like I said, they're universal. They're universal truths. They translate to a multitude of stories, and that's part of the human condition. So you never need to resort to like very direct messaging because, again, no matter how you spin it, people don't like being. They don't like being bullied. They don't like being controlled. They don't like being, obviously slaves. They don't like being whatever. You don't have to write a story. You don't have to make a game about Harriet Tubman in the night, whatever year. Like fighting off a bunch of white dudes with like God of War blades. You don't have to actually make that. Like that. You don't need that, bro. Like, come on. That's what I'm saying.
Give many ideas.
Oh my God.
Harriet Tubman, a slave hunter. I mean, what's it called? Harriet Tubman, slave master.
No,
killer.
she's
Something
in
like
Civilization 7, I heard, or something.
Oh my God. They had
She's
Gandhi
the
in one
leader
of them.
America.
Oh my God. What the hell? There was one that had Gandhi, and then like for some reason, Gandhi would end up like being the most oppressive and brutal regime, which is like so fucking
No,
funny.
no, like the Duke Gandhi.
They all have Gandhi. I think, as far as I know, they all have Gandhi in it, and they all have that same bug. It was supposed to be an
Yeah.
oversight originally, and then they were like, "No, this is really funny. We'll
This,
leave
this
this
is
in."
it's such a funny feature. It's like, bro, Gandhi is like, yeah, I'm dictator of the world. Congratulations. Like,
He won
Yeah,
the nuclear arm race.
he
Yeah.
he will always go for nukes. While you're
Yeah.
there trying to build world wonders, and you're trying to win the space race, he's firing nukes at you.
He pulls a Metal Gear. He's like, there's only one way to guarantee peace. By any means necessary.
I mean, basically, what they're trying to tell us is Gandhi is Skynet. I mean, that's what they're trying to tell us.
Yeah, actually.
But like, you know, like in the end of the day, man, like Burv, like to your point of what you're saying, like you never have to be direct because again, like stories are relatable because they're based on human condition. And as long as you make a story based on human condition, you never have to be on the nose. And that's what people don't want in gaming. That's why games like Splinter Cell are so great, Metal Gear Rising, you know, various RPG games that explore these themes, right? Like,
Yeah, like if
you play Elder Scrolls. I was playing Elder Scrolls recently. I mean, they're like,
Yeah.
I'm fighting Gar. I was playing Oblivion. They're like, they're like screaming at me, you're going down, dirty Nord, or whatever shit. I'm like, damn, that's like like replace Nord with another N word, and this gets kind of crazy, right? Like that's what I'm
Don't
saying.
you
So,
feel anything, Wood Elf?
I thought they did
Yeah.
have another word, Enwa.
listen. All I'm saying is that we're fighting because I stole shit. I don't know what that has to do with me being a Nord, but okay then. You know what I'm saying? Like you can make a game about any real theme and not have to be on the nose and make it relatable for everyone. And these companies don't want to do it. They want to have you doing a Burv to make amends for your misgendering. You know what I'm saying, Burv?
Yeah,
So-
I know what you're saying. They're trying to do a me to make up for
let
their
me-
own
let me-
failings in
yeah.
life.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Let me address the chat real quick. A few comments from the chat, and
Yeah.
then we can get into the first topic. Octo Commander, he can't join today because he's at work. Well, hope you have
problem,
a good day
bro.
at work. Goes well, and you know, those
Have a
always
good one.
next weekend.
Yeah, you can always
So,
join
yeah,
next
take it
time.
easy, man.
Well, you know
But
you're
appreciate
always
you
welcome.
exactly, and I appreciate you commenting. Anyways,
Yeah, you're always welcome.
Raul, is that it? Raul? Whatever. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name too well. Yeah, I've seen Egad's video. I'm assuming you talk about the one about Nori. Yeah, I seen that yesterday. Very good video. Frog Minutes, what's up? And what's up to everyone else in the chat again. And to those waiting backstage, like Apollo Patriot, Royce, Marty, and who was the other person? Oh yeah, Frost Baron. We'll rotate the panel just so you guys know. So let's first get into the topic of the Fable reboot being delayed to next year, 2026. Apparently, it was supposed to come out sometime this year. And there's a picture going around. I think it's like a new trailer or some like alpha, like snippet of alpha footage or something like that of the game.
Yeah.
I know
Fake
I was seeing
footage.
it on X. I was seeing it on X. So
It's not
people
fake. I'm just mean
were
like they're
thinking that.
lying about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So some people are claiming that they changed the character's face, which I'm gonna just give my opinion on it real quick before everyone else gets a chance. I don't think they changed the face at all. It's just the lighting and that's making that look a little
And the game's
different.
more
And people haven't
polished.
seen. Yeah, it's a little more polished. People haven't seen the game in a while, so they're thinking like just oh, it's different or whatever. No, she still looks the same. She still looks horrid. The developers went out of their way to make sure that the character looks that way. And if people think you gotta get a character creator, it doesn't look like you gotta create your character at all.
No,
I haven't seen this
that's
character.
probably the character.
And unlike the other previous Fable games, the real Fable games, where your skill, strength, and magic, and also other things such as the foods you eat and whatnot, and also like the choices you make, whether they're good or bad, will affect how your character looks physically. And so far, we've only seen this character look and dress the exact same way.
Even if you might like again, if they keep the morality alignment,
So
the morality,
they
you might be able
haven't
to do that.
shown
You might be
anything
able
of
to change that. But
whatnot.
regardless,
So that's probably not going to be in the game. more than
Well,
likely, especially considering that they're face scanning an actual person. So I doubt how they're gonna, add
yeah.
a, make her look fatter, make her look skinnier, or do anything like that. It's probably gonna be she's gonna look the same, hair and all. Maybe they'll patch in hairstyles, maybe, who knows? But
Well,
you'll probably have different clothing and to choose from and whatnot. But that's probably about it. And uh, don't be fooled to think like, oh, well, she looks different now, so it's good. No, it's still gonna be
she
full of
still looks
propaganda. The
terrible.
studio, yeah, she still looks terrible, and the studio is still full of activists, and activists cannot help themselves but to put some form of DEI in their games. So people were thinking like, oh, this is gonna, it looks good, or maybe there's a chance it's gonna be good. Don't be hopeful and stop being naive when you know the writing is on the wall. We've seen this with other games. The game looks terrible. It doesn't look like Fable.
It
It looks
doesn't.
like some other game. They
It looks
put
something
Fable
like
in
more
there.
close to Dragon Age, actually. Believe it or not, like that's how I look
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, true. So this
Well,
will
look,
probably be another about situation. So
so because I want to say a couple things because like I sort of like I agree with the overall theme of what you're saying, but I think they are gonna have like hairstyles. I think they are gonna have that like hairstyles, like different clothing when you actually play the game. But regardless of all those things, it's not gonna change what the default face looks like. 100% that because in the older Fables, you don't really create your own character anyway. You just customize them to your liking, right? So um really, I think that's gonna come back, but this time the main character is gonna be this weird looking woman, and you're still gonna be able to change their hair, but and stuff. But I don't think that's like really save it, obviously, right? Like just because you can change the hairstyle or the clothing doesn't mean it's gonna look better, make her look better. And I also think that they probably would just have changes with like the morality, where you're more evil, you look more demonic versus good, blah blah blah. So I think those things might still be there, but again, you're still dealing with this female, you know, character. Like that's gonna be the default character. That's like how I look at it. And again, like it's just lighting. It's not. I don't think they changed her face at all, like you said. I think it's just lighting because if you look at it, like the first trailers they showed, she was in like outdoors trailer. She was under harsh lighting. Like when you play a video, and you guys know from when you're playing video games when you're looking at CGI, when you're under harsh lighting, it can make models look way cheaper, right? And then you had the time that they had to polish the game off, which polish up the graphics, like fix the lighting and whatever. So this is just probably more like a fully realized version of what they were already trying to do. But you can't honestly look at the image of her and tell me that it looks good. Like you can't. Like I don't like
Hell no.
no one could
no, hell
look
no.
at it and be like this is attractive. Like that shit does not look good at all.
That-
It look at all.
That's why people
Like,
were. That's why people were comparing the picture with one of the developers that recently was hired there was a trans
yeah.
person, and because they look alike. And then more information came out that it was actually the character was taken from actual, I guess, like a model or someone. But no offense to the woman in real life, because I'm not, it's not really about her, but she doesn't look particularly great, and I think they did that on purpose
But she looks better in
because
real life though.
you
That's the
know
weird thing.
she does.
In real life, she
Yeah,
looks way better.
in comparison to the game,
In
yeah, she does look
comparison,
better. She's not like
she
horrid or
in
anything
real
like
life
that,
she
but
looks
she is,
average.
yeah, exactly.
In real life, she
Yeah,
looks like
bro.
like regular. The character in game is a whole nother story. And like honestly, there's another thing that people don't like. They often neglect is that not all faces translate well to gaming. Like I don't know if if you guys know what I'm talking about, but like I'll give you an example. There's like a thing like where I don't know if you ever heard of like people having like a face for camera, right? But like there are people that you meet in real life and you'll consider them generally attractive, but then you put them on TV and all of a sudden they don't necessarily match up to like what you expect to see in like a video game, a TV or a movie. So like even though in real life you might generally think that that person like they're attractive or whatever, when you put them in a movie or on TV for some reason it doesn't translate as well. Like it just doesn't like really do the person justice. Not to say that they're not good looking or that they're ugly, but it's just that they don't have like they always say like the camera loves you. Like that definitely doesn't. Or I guess being photogenic would be like the correct word. So I'm not saying that about her because again I don't think that. No offense to her, I don't think she's particularly attractive in real life either. But it definitely doesn't translate well in that her facial structure in that game with that lighting does not translate well at all. It looks very weird, very
Mhm.
bizarre. So
I got a lot of shit to say about that. You know, what makes you look at a woman who's attractive, and even though they might not translate well into the video game or movie or whatever, why not try to improve on the design instead of making her look like fucking Shrek's drunk trailer park queen stepsister? I mean, what the fuck, bro? Like, I'd
She
rather,
looks like she smells something bad all the time.
man, I'd rather get drunk.
She really does. Yeah.
What guy inside of that world would look at that face and go, "Yeah, I want to stick my dick in that," without a bunch of fucking scotch running through their veins?
They don't. That's why they chose her. You just answered. You solved the mystery.
To your point, Archer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but to add to your point, Archer, people use this argument that the Fable characters were always ugly when that's not true. There was Briar Rose in Fable 1. There was Lady Grey. There was even her sister. I mean, I think you see her ghost because she dead.
It's a cope,
but
it's
still.
a cope, bro.
And and there was also other characters like your love interest in Fable 3 if you choose a male, or even the default female if you choose to play as a female in Fable 3. And a couple other characters. I mean, yeah, a lot of them looked kind of like weird, but that was the art style at the time. I mean, well, for the game.
Oh yeah,
that was the art style for the game.
But they're stylized.
There was a difference. They weren't purposely made to look ugly. They all had like these weird like shaped heads and weird deformed bodies and
they were stylized, bro. That's what it is. They were stylized.
Yeah,
they were stylized, bro.
Well,
like,
here,
look,
they're going for a realistic look, and it's like they're going for realism in the worst ways. Well, the usual way that these companies end up doing.
well, look at like older games where they had like more stylized models, like Perfect Dark or whatever, or like even like the first Dead or Alive games, and like whatever. Like the older games, they were more limited by the technology too, but the intention from the artist wasn't to make them look ugly. It was just to make them have like a funky style, like to make them whatever.
Yep.
So I can give you a ton of examples of characters that don't look remotely realistic at all, but the intention was clearly meant to like signify that they're like beautiful, and it doesn't like make you feel repulsed at looking at them.
Like Jack
And the
and
irony, and ironically, the people who are saying that, I'm sorry, they're kind of retarded because again, it goes back to gaslighting themselves. Well, it goes back to gaslighting themselves because again, this game looks realistic. So they're not stylized. So you can't use them being stylized as a reason why she's ugly, because she's just like an ugly person you would meet in like an ugly normal human. She doesn't look like a super deformed character or anything. Like it's like not in an intentional way at least. Like so, they're not there. You could say, oh well, they always had a style. They never looked pretty. Okay, cool. But now they look like real life people and they don't look pretty. So what's the excuse now?
Well, like, and I brought up like Dragon's Dogma earlier, like the first game, and even with the preset faces, some of them kind of look wonky. I ain't gonna lie, but like, with the preset faces, I was still able to make like a very attractive female character. As a
of course, bro. The wonky faces are meant to look wonky on purpose. They're supposed to give you a laugh if you want to be quirky, but it's not because that's what they're there for. Like the super old man faces that they look like Popeye or like Mr. Magoo and shit. Like it's just supposed to be funny.
But like the faces are also so good inside of that game. They literally have like Guts and Casca as like preset character models from like Berserk. And it actually looks pretty damn close. Like, me personally, like whenever I play video games, if I'm playing a guy, like in Fallout New Vegas, I'm gonna give him like a fucking handlebar or the mutton chop mustache, and his name's gonna be Conroy. He has a crazy look in his eyes, and he's looking to kill a motherfucker.
Basically, like Burv's ancestors from England.
Yeah, kind of like just imagine somebody
What'd you say about me, mom?
Like a guy like you fucking wanker. Give me stick of butter, you fucking wanker.
But I also like the idea of making like whenever I make female characters, I used to suck at doing that back then. Whenever I was playing Fallout and stuff, their faces would always be flat. But I was a kid at the time. But like, I would make like these characters, and what would I want to do if I wanted to make a goofy ass character like in Skyrim? I'll just grab an orc and make him look like fucking Gumby.
Bro,
know?
I made a character in Fallout once, and he was like an old, like withered, like emaciated, like dude, and I just made that whole playthrough like I'm a cannibal now. I'm just a sick, twisted cannibal. Like that's like the whole like my whole shtick with that playthrough.
Fuck yeah. And the thing with Fable is like I tried playing Fable like one time back when I still could run the 360, and like
You scared me for a second. You said back when I could run. I thought you were, man, you're in a wheelchair. Is it like a motor scooter? 500 pounds motor scooter? You scared me for a second, bro.
Talk about double handicap, but
yeah, right.
but he but like that game did not catch my interest, I hate to say, as much as like Fallout, Skyrim, Oblivion, and all those other games, mainly because like, and I'll probably have to go back and try to replay it again, but like I have not beaten that game in the way I've beat to death Fallout New Vegas. Like I've beaten that game so many goddamn times.
I gotta show you my pocket sand Dale Gribble playthrough of Fallout New Vegas.
Fuck yeah, bro.
The Rusty Shackelford special. You throw the pocket. You know what I'm talking about, the sand.
Oh yeah, the park. Yeah.
The government don't. The guns don't kill people. The government does.
As soon as I found out you had that sand ability you can get, I was like, all right, new playthrough Dale Gribble. That's it. It has to happen now. Rusty Shackelford Awakening.
But
yes.
Well, and with this tying it back into Fable, the remake, or like if you were trying, because I heard that the director of the original game was just a fucking pathological liar. He was worse than Todd Howard.
Peter Molyneux, right? Yeah.
Peter Molyneux. That motherfucker was such a pathological liar.
He was the original Todd Howard.
Peter Molyneux would be like, in real life, if you breathe into your controller, it'll cause your character to breathe, and if you stop breathing, the character, he'll say shit like that, like absurd like, things that are just not happening.
Yeah.
You have to physically put one foot in front of you and then the other one to get to your destination, and it's like,
listen, there's a game called Robot Alchemic Drive, and you actually have to do that with the mechs, and it's really fucking cool, believe it or not.
That is actually cool.
Yeah. Anyway, you have to continue on,
though the guy was a pathological liar, a lot of people remembered the first Fable as a great game. And, that's the thing.
That's because he was a great developer.
That is because he was a great developer. Though a liar, still a great developer. So you're following the legacy that guy left behind. Call him whatever you want. He still made a great game. I just haven't gotten into it as much as the other games. It's just...
I'm in the same boat as you, actually, with that. Like, me and it's funny, but me and Revenant were talking about how we disagree sometimes about certain things, and like he loves Fable a lot. Like he loves the shit out of that game, and I'm more really like I don't hate it. I'm just like more. I'm like in your boat. Like I thought it was fun, but I wasn't like ever like, oh, like this is like super amazing or anything like that. But
well, and I would love to play because I got the first Fable. I would love to play like through it in its entirety. It's just like I just haven't had the time to sit down and do it. But in my mind, it's like you're ruining this guy's legacy by remaking it. And we could already we don't need Ray Charles singing a duet with fucking Stevie Wonder with Helen Keller in the audience can see that this is not going to end too well.
We know that's dead on it's dead on arrival. That was a relic of DEI in a sense that now DEI is going to start going away in future games because of it's going to be lessened because there's going to be less financial incentive due to like the things happening in the US right now. So what you're dealing with is games that were developed in the heat, in the dead center of when things were going hyper woke. So that game is just a excuse for people to get paid. And the game will fail, but the execs will make money, and then they'll move on to another IP. So that game is not. I can't take that game as anything that was ever intended to make real money.
And unfortunately, they had shut down Lionhead Studios years ago when they were working on what was it, Fable Legends, that no one
Yeah,
asked for,
pretty
and
much. It's a lamb to the
Microsoft
slaughter,
is
bro.
known for like shutting down studios, and then they want to bring a series back that they basically wanted Lionhead to go into a different direction with, and it's like I don't know because apparently I heard they were working on Fable 4, but then Microsoft wanted them to do Fable Legends, which is like the it's online hero type of game, bullshit. I think they want to like
Yeah.
incorporate like a tablet or something like in there where you can control like a puppeteer or some shit like that. I don't know what the fuck, but it was they were mishandling that series for a while, and I noticed they were trying to be like experimental and very, very hands on with it. Unlike with Gears of War, Fable, and Forza, which I feel like that was on purpose.
Listen,
That's my
so
theory on that.
I have my conspiracy theory about all this is that Fable was a lamb to the slaughter, just like many other games are. Because you have to remember, in the game developers don't get paid with the everyone involved in the game do not, aside from like the investors, do not get paid from the success of the game. They get paid to do their job. The game fails or it doesn't, right? So everyone's already like, they're getting paid for their hours working. The people at the top, the execs, when you have them getting guaranteed money from the government or from whatever special interest group, then they're not really concerned with the game doing well. It's like, I wouldn't say it's not money laundering, but it's kind of like your this project only exists for them to get paid that investment money, make
Oh,
make a quick buck, and then fuck the game. That game is not meant to succeed. It's not like
you
these
know what
games.
it is? It's a
Yeah,
no-show job.
yeah,
In mob
yeah,
terms, that's a
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
no-show
Yeah.
job.
It's a,
So they
exactly.
have to show up, but it's
To me,
like
it's
we don't have
something
to
Yeah.
do
a little
work.
bit more than that. I think it's Microsoft admitting failure on pretty much all fronts. They're
Mhm.
giving up.
Well,
Mm.
They
that's a,
are
that.
giving up.
Well,
They
that's
wouldn't
a. Well,
hold this back. They'd want to get it
Yeah.
out of the door if they wanted to, if they wanted to continue and go from strength to strength. They'd get this thing out of the door. Because it's been too long. But they're not. They're holding
Yeah.
it back. They're literally giving up.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Like, because that kind of ties into what I'm saying. By giving up, by saying, "Hey, we know the game isn't good. We don't care about making good games. We just want the DEI money. Like, if the game fails, like, fuck it, we don't care. We just want that. Like, we want the guaranteed money. That's a sign of giving up. That means you don't care
Yeah.
about that is what that is. So I really think that's what's going on, and I think that game, it got a bunch of people paid. It's not meant to make money. It's gonna fail. It was already funded. Execs got their money. Fable has been gone for a while, so it was a lamb to the slaughter. It's like, what IP can we use? Because I'm thinking like if I'm a corporate fucking OCP douchebag, I'm like, what IP can we use if to produce this game and get this DI payout? Well, Fable's been dead for years, sir. All right, we'll bring back Fable. Let's put all the shit in there. Collect as much money as we can. These people will be paid, and the series will die, but we don't care because it was already fucked. That's kind of how I look at it. That's like
Yep.
pretty much what I think they're doing.
Yeah, because Fable
Because you can't,
3
I think they're
you can't.
wasn't good.
It wasn't. It
No, it
wasn't.
wasn't.
And it wasn't. Yeah. Fable
And
2
I
was
think
pretty good.
that was I think yeah, Fable 1 and Fable 2 were worked on by Peter, and I think by 3 he was gone.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
it shows.
No,
It
3
shows.
he was there through 3.
Okay.
Fable
Was
the
he?
Journey, the Connect game, he was there, but before that game came out, that's when he left.
Ah. Man, I would
What I
have never
think,
signed off on 3.
what they should have done with Fable is, if they
Yeah.
really wanted to do it in good faith, they should have brought it back and doubled down on the RPG elements to make it feel like have
Yep.
a little bit more depth and complexity, and then keep the morality system and whatever. Maybe may do a thing. Like, there's so many things they could have done that would have been really good for gamers. And again, like, I don't think them not doing it was by accident.
I think
It's
a more
like,
whimsical Kingdom Comes Deliverance, how that game does its style, but more whimsical, light-hearted, and quirky,
Yeah,
and
and
not
more
first person,
fantasy.
and not first person, please.
and
Yeah.
not
Well,
first
kind of
person,
like
obviously.
Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone ever played that game. Like,
Yeah,
a lot of
actually,
people will
we
say,
were
like, "Oh,
we
it
were
reminds
talking
them of
about that.
Fable."
We were
Yeah, 'cause
talking
I was
about
telling
that
you,
the other day.
I went back to play the game because I never played I never
Yeah.
played the DLC, especially the recent one, the one that came out a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to play it. So, but unfortunately, I got to
Yeah.
play the game again, so I have to beat it a third time. and then I have to go through the DLCs and whatever, and see how they turn out. But
Yeah,
that
when
game
I
is like
saw that game, it looks like
gives me like heavy Fable vibes.
it looks like Fable. It really looks like visually. It looks like as if Fable kept progressing visually. It would look like Kingdoms of Amalur.
Yeah.
I think if they wanted to do a proper Fable 4, I would sell it on the principle of live the fairy tale.
Yeah.
You know, like people when people read old fairy tales and books, they kind of imagine themselves there, just in like the houses and the villages that they describe and stuff. Let people do that. Let people live that.
Live the legends, live the fantastical stories of the troll in the woods and all this stuff.
Yeah. Like Molyneux once said, he said, the trees grow in real time. Okay, well, they fucking don't, Peter. But you could maybe get something close to it.
I don't know how he got away with that for so long. That's insane that he said such absurdities, man. Like,
it sounded good.
I think it was the fact that he could back up the shit he was talking.
He was preying on people. He was preying on their beliefs. He really was on their. He was preying on their fantasies.
He was spinning his own grim fairy tale.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like what Burb said, like, there's a lot of stuff they could have done with Fable. Like the Fable remake. You think about the Brothers Grimm stories, right? Hansel and Gretel and stuff like that. I was talking to somebody today about fucking Eastern European witches.
They got some crazy shit. Eastern European folklore is like insane. They have some like really dark stuff going on.
And you also got like you could put and now I know this ain't Europe, but like if you wanted some cool shit, you could have like a Wendigo type of thing. Not exactly be a Wendigo, but like have like a mimic sort of thing where it's like has horns and stuff, but like uses like voice lines from other characters you met, to lure you into a trap. I mean, shit like that would be fun as hell.
Well, doubling down on that, remember that it's called Fable. Even though it's heavily based on European fantasy and fables, it doesn't mean that it has to be limited to that. So they can pull from folklore from like any culture, really, if it's interesting enough, right?
Yeah,
and just kind of warp it so it matches the European setting that you're in, which is clearly like based on that. So,
and you could go to strange lands too. You don't necessarily have to have those fables like in the European type of area. You could take a boat, head to the damn fucking Egypt, right, and deal with Egyptian gods and stuff. Or you could head to Asia, and see dragons that give you luck, Or you could go to fucking,
India.
America. Yeah, India.
Well, what is it? 1,000 gods, 100,000, whatever what the hell it is.
No, just 1,000 unused toilets.
Yeah. 1,000 streets you don't want to walk through. But no, like they could. I mean, they have like Vishnu, they have all that stuff. Like, and it kind of would be a natural progression where if you have like a fable, like of the series where now you're dealing with fables outside of, Europe. You're expanding to like more of like a global, globally exploring that. That could probably even justify having an open world feel, like true open world feel. So,
a storybook. Design it around the idea of a storybook, pages and things like that.
But they gotta give them mutton chops and like the handlebar so they look like Bird's ancestors.
Yes.
Well,
if they're not calling you a wanker, you
wouldn't
fail.
be right without it.
Every country you go to, every like region you go to with their own like their own gods or whatever, they have to call you a wanker in their language or like their if they're not doing that, I don't want to play the game.
Fable was full of that stuff, wasn't it? It was full of quirky British humor, which definitely needs to be coming back.
Well, it was funny. It was funny. Like, look, I'm not as much of a fan as Revenant, but that game was
pretty humor.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Like even like the woman from the brothels, like she like just her existence was kind of funny, like the way she looked.
Oh, the Bowstone Bordeaux.
Yeah, it was like funny, bro. Like,
and
like anyway, yeah.
Bring back the whole thing where you can be, Jesus or Satan.
Exactly.
Yes. You know what else I would add to that? I want a game. If you're gonna do something with morality like that, why not make it that you can choose like you can like the way you choose to make your character actually doesn't just affect the ending or key events, but it truly changes the story. Like you take a totally
Yes.
different path in every way, and that gives it replayability. Because if you become evil, now you have to do evil deeds that align with that, like in a more like direct way. Because now you are the villain of that fable instead of just being the hero that's been corrupted. You are the villain. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
And then
like,
you can make that each version of the game has a heroic or a heroic counterpart or like a villain counterpart. So if you become the villain, there's an actual hero that's the hero of the
yes.
story that wants to stop you. And look, I'm not saying
Mhm.
they should do this because this is now I'm stretching it a bit. But with the most amazing thing that they could have added, and again, I'm not saying they should, just the idea. They could have had like an online component that when you reach the end of the game, it match makes you with somebody that's the hero character or the villain character, and now you're actually fighting that person, like that other
Ooh.
player. That could be interesting.
That'd be
But
cool. Kind of like Dark
but
Souls where you get invaded.
pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
But that's the final boss because who's gonna be like more crazy to fight than a player that has no scripted patterns, right? Or something like that. Like
Mhm.
I mean, that's really ambitious, and I'm not
Well,
saying they should necessarily do it, but it's an interesting idea.
well, and
It is.
if you
Like that.
want
I
to
actually
take it
like
as
that idea a lot.
yeah, well, like if you want to go further with that idea, if you lose that fight, that's the ending of the game.
That's
You
what I
were
was
the
thinking.
evil.
Yes, that's what I was
Yes.
thinking. You lost. You were defeated. But if you win, then you get there. They get the bad ending where their world was destroyed by the villain. Like that would be
Yeah.
so cool, man. And like that's an awesome justification for an online component. You know.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
exactly. It's fucking nuts.
And then you always have the thing where you can replay the ending, so you can eventually fight somebody that you can actually beat, and you get like the ending you want. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
have to lock you out of it. Like you just load your file up, and then you can actually try to defeat the person and get a real get.
I think
win.
I think if you put that idea past Peter Molyneux, he'd probably like it because like he's the
Yes.
guy that created Dungeon Keeper. He loves this shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, I
going
love
in and
stuff like
ruining
that.
people's
Sure.
dungeons.
I love that stuff, man. In Dark Souls, I went through. I listened. Dark Souls, I mean, not Dark Souls. More recently, Elden Ring. I was like fighting the shit out of people, invading them, like and just being like a troll. Like it's so fucking fun, man. Like there was, I mean, like last time I was playing that, I had my like Cestus because I basically made my character a Dex build, and I was just going invading people's shit and like taunting them, and then just beating them to death with my fist, and it was hilarious. Like it's so funny. Like,
Put him up, boy. Put him up.
but then I'll have the comeuppance where I'll join a group and there's just 4 guys there and they're waiting for me because they want to be invaded and you get mocked, which is so fucking funny too, bro.
Have
Like,
you ever seen those fucking videos of those guys who dress up like KKK members and wait for people to invade, and then they fucking jump his ass with torches? It's
That's
so
funny.
bad.
Listen, there's probably videos of me out there like joining people's matches and just getting like mocked by like 4 guys, bro. Like, or 3 guys, whatever. Like,
The funniest one I saw was like they were all invisible except for the armor. So it looked like one piece of armor, but then when they ran and started jumping the guy with their fist, it's like 5 different pieces of armor fighting this guy. They made a fucking Elden Ring boss.
that's really cool. I gotta see that, man. That's awesome.
Oh,
That
bro,
sounds
you
epic.
can probably find it on TikTok. Like
I don't use TikTok for Chinese reasons.
that's where my brother showed me. My brother showed it
Chinese.
to me through that. That shit was
Due to
funny.
Chinese sensibilities, I have decided to forgo my relationship with TikTok. That
Yeah,
I never
for
actually
real.
had it to begin with.
Yeah, I never really liked that shit.
I've never downloaded the app because, like, listen, if my data doesn't matter, why does China want it so bad? People say it doesn't matter. I'm like, if it doesn't matter, why do they want it so badly?
Mhm.
Anyway, that's not the point, though.
Let me answer Retro Man real quick. He says, Revenant Remnant, you like Fable. Have you played Way of the Samurai? Very cool sandbox world. Unfortunately, I haven't. I really wanted to. I want to try to find a good copy of the PS2 versions online. I think there's one on 360, but I know it's not backwards compatible, so I would have to like rebuy a 360 because the one I had stopped working because of the disc tray and all that. So I mean, I would be better off just getting the slimmer black one, whatever it's called. I forgot. But yeah, it's definitely a series I actually wanted to get into. So hopefully one day, but because it actually does look really cool. So
yeah.
So
I think
if
that I think Fable
everyone's
2.
finished
Sorry,
giving their
that's
thoughts
fair.
about
I was
Yeah,
gonna say, I
we
think
should
oh
move
sorry,
on
what
after.
were you gonna
Go
say?
ahead, Berv. After
I
you
was
say what
gonna
you say,
say,
we'll move on.
I was just gonna say. I mean, we all agreed that Fable's gonna come out. It's gonna be basically just Dragon Age. It's gonna have, it's
Yeah,
probably just gonna be
basically.
the same style combat. It's gonna have characters that are written in the same way. It's just gonna
Yes,
be very similar.
Yeah,
They're
it's gonna
gonna
be.
sit
It's
your
gonna
ass.
be.
no
It's gonna
doubt
be.
about it.
It's gonna be Marvel humor, but more emphasis on gay and identity politics. That's it. And then
Yeah.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's gonna be forgettable. That game again. That game is like some. It's a write off executive like corporate product. Like that game was never made to be a actual game for people to enjoy, and it's gonna flop. And it is what it is.
yeah.
And yeah, unless I see
They
some
had a,
major changes, unless I
which
see
Yeah.
major
probably won't
changes, yeah,
happen.
it's dead on
Well,
arrival.
well,
Pretty much
Yeah.
DOA. Yeah.
like,
Mm-hmm.
and the worst part about it is like the usual suspects will come out. We talking Smash JT. We talking Ure. We're talking whatever the fuck that bald chick is, and we're gonna be talking like Hypnotic and his fucking panel of.
The ball chick.
I
You're
don't
talking
know
about
who.
you're talking
Who's
about Griff Classic, the Griff
yeah,
Classic.
yeah, like the fucking one with the beanie, and she got
Yeah,
sent
Griff.
like the Hitler
Simple.
game.
Oh,
But
okay.
like you know, she's gonna say they're gonna come out and they're gonna be like, yeah, this game is woke, and it's like, okay, where the fuck were you motherfuckers then? No,
Then
we've been
then
here.
Witcher 4. Then Witcher 4 will come out the next year, and then Witcher 4 will have Siri look at the screen and preach to you about feminism, and then they'll
Oh
say
my
it's not woke
God.
because they like the game, and
I
then they'll say that
fucking hate that.
Oh yeah.
that then they'll say that that you're afraid of women and stuff like that. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, like, and the
Yeah,
worst
that's
part
what it's gonna
about that
be.
is, you know, how the hell are they gonna sit down and tell you with a straight face that they are not culture war guys, but then as soon as Fable comes out, you know damn well they're going to be pre-ordering that shit.
Bro, don't give them credit. Don't give
Yep.
them too
They,
much
they,
credit,
they,
bro.
they gotta stream it on the channel.
Don't give them too much credit, bro. This is all. It is all is exactly what it sounds and looks like. It is exactly what it is, and they're like these people convince themselves of their own BS.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's
they
a
convince
cottage
themselves of their own BS.
industry. They'll just something comes out, they'll just jump on it, right? They'll either
Yeah,
defend it or they'll
Mm-hmm.
attack it. No in
yeah,
betweens.
Well,
and it's gonna be and
Yeah.
it's gonna be the culture war that they say they don't care about.
and you
Yep.
know, and I was talking to a buddy of mine on Twitter. That's how I ended up sending that Smash JT tweet to Revenant. I was talking to a buddy on there, and he was like, "Bro, you fucking lost your damn mind." He was responding to Smash JT. He's like, "There's no you are in the middle ground. If they see
Yeah.
you not like one of their things, they hate you either way.
Yes.
You know, it's
Exactly.
one or
Yep.
the other. You're either
if you take the censor, you inevitably end up left. Because when you take the because the people try to make the argument that it's like you're drifting. Like you try to stay in the center, you're on this motorcycle, and then like you just keep drifting to the left. Because again, if you look at the key tenets of what the arguments against wokeness are, it once you begin to tolerate it for certain like whatever agenda you have, you're automatically going to veer left. You're automatically going to leave the center line. You might think you're on the center line, but you're just leaning left. You're going to be left leaning.
yes.
Like, you know, because there's this argument that people make where they, you know, anytime you criticize this stuff, they'll say, oh, well, you just hate black, gay, or Hispanic people, or whatever the case may be. And it's like the fact that like that's the defense that these people go to shows that like that they have no like genuine counter to what you're saying. Because in the end of the day, like, you know, there have been gay black characters for years in games, well, especially black characters that no one ever had a problem with. It only became an issue when they started preaching bullshit into the games. And if you're okay with that, even a little bit, then that means that you're co-signing it. Whatever
Well,
you allow, you're co-signing.
Well, and I hate to say it, like, look, as much as I like Fallout New Vegas, I'm at a point in my life where I don't want to see some of that shit again in any other video game.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it's so bad.
Same.
It's
I
like,
feel the same way.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like,
It's gotten so out of hand.
well,
Yes.
like, apparently the voice actor for Veronica was Anita Sarkeesian's bestie or some shit. And it's like, you got your fucking start. I don't know when you fucking started, chick, but you started it, like I only know you as the fucking voice actor for Veronica
Well,
in Fallout New Vegas.
she's an American movie star.
Oh, I
Who
don't
was it
fucking know.
again? Who was it again?
But you know what it is, man? It's because, like, you know what? Someone made a good point. I'm not gonna take credit for this because I didn't say this, but I've read. I might have read it or seen it somewhere. I don't want to take credit, but I agree with it. Is that older games had stuff like that in it? They had some wokeness in it, but the problem was it was overshadowed by the things that make it based, which allowed people to tolerate it in a more like
Yeah, that's
meaningful
it.
way because it wasn't antagonistic. So
Felicia
for example,
Day.
Felicia Day, yeah.
I
So
don't
like
know
for
who
example,
the fuck she is. She's
so
an
for
extra.
Mass Effect, you know, Mass Effect, yes, it had
Okay.
Mass Effect had all kinds of shit in it, like, you know, like little woke things here and there, but it also had Miranda. It also had Shepard being Giga Chad. It also had, you know, all these things going on. So it overshadowed the little bits of wokeness that they included in the game, or a better word, the inclusion that it had. But nowadays they lead with the inclusion and they try to demonize the stuff that was based before, which is why something like Mass Effect in the past was never looked at with a side eye, despite having some like what would some people would be considering woke now.
Would you accept
So
it if it went back to that though?
I don't think
I don't.
well,
So my thing is I don't necessarily like I don't hate, like, how to put it, like I don't necessarily hate any of this stuff in games in the sense of like not the DEI stuff, but more like if you have a black character, I'm not gonna be like, oh, your game's woke
Yeah.
just because the character's black. I'm not retarded. That's actually
Exactly.
retarded. But
Yeah.
but if your character is in any way preaching to me or making like social political statements about oppression and shit, I don't want any of that. So if it's a Mass Effect thing where, you know, you have like these things, but you know, Shepard is still based. He's still Giga Chad. I'm using it as an example because it's easy, but you know, he's still based. He's still Giga Chad, and yet it's like some gay character or whatever. That's like he's gay, but he's not all of a sudden the most important character in the game, or something like that. Then I don't really mind because back then it wasn't as much of an issue. Back then, I would argue it was more about player choice than it ever was today.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And you know,
that to me is the difference. And like again, like, you know, back then you had like you might have had like a gay character, but also Giga Chad Shepard was womanizing, being a badass, you know, putting people in their place and shit. So it kind of like it was like, you know, it just outweighed enough where I can't say the game had a political agenda because they don't equate, right? It's like you can't tell me it has a political agenda and then you have Shepard being like a base like that. It's more so that that's more of more natural inclusion. That's how I look at it.
well, and you know, like bringing up stuff like Mass Effect, I think of anybody here remember the game Alpha Protocol?
Yes.
Yeah,
That game,
the Obsidian game. Yeah,
yeah, I love that
The
game.
spy RPG.
it literally like it's one of the most broken games ever.
Well, like, but I
That's why I
enjoy it
stopped
more.
playing it.
Well, I enjoy it way more than some of the shit that's coming out now.
I mean,
Because I got it
Yeah,
on.
no, that's fair.
But like,
'Cause
you
it
could
crashes.
be a prick in that game. You could be an absolute douchebag in that game.
you can, yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, why introduce a morality system if you cannot just like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? I'm bringing up another game. That's a game where if your humanity is low, you're just a fucking dickbag to everybody.
beast.
Pretty much.
You're like a beast. Like if you do too many things, they'll hunt you down and kill you.
Well, and like, there was one
Mhm.
dialogue option because I was playing a bad guy, and there's a
You
lady
bad
that's
guy.
dying from a sickness, and basically one of the dialogue options is your boyfriend's dead, and now you're about to be too.
So he
It's
was
like-
down with the sickness.
Yeah, he was. Like, you could actually get yourself infected in that game and spread that disease around. Though I think you break the game doing that. But
Damn.
like,
Yeah.
what happened to those games where you could just be a prick to people?
Well, last time I
Agreed.
was playing Skyrim, I was doing like mass paralysis and like what are they called, pubs and shit, and then turning into a werewolf and eating everybody. Like that's like super fun. Like I wish more games had like bizarre stuff like that. Like you could just go total heal.
I think the
But-
best game for that is Fallout 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just designed in a way that it it allows everybody to be who they want to be. And of course, there's an optimal way to do it, but it doesn't mean that an unoptimal method isn't going to work.
Well,
Yeah.
and speaking about Fable, wasn't Fable one of the games where you could just be an absolute fucking douchebag?
Yeah, it was like
Pretty
Saturday
much.
morning cartoon
Yeah.
villain shit.
Yeah.
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 You start
gonna
off.
blow
You
up
start
my-
off
Yeah,
as
you
a.
could be a total.
You start off
little
as a.
dick.
li- You start off as a little shit that just farts on people and laughs at them, and then it evolves to you being like a genocidal maniac. Just
Yeah,
like
it's
real
like
life.
the. It's like
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm pulling the legs off this grasshopper. I'm obviously going to be a serial killer when I grow up.
I
I'm gonna
think in
blow up
the
the orphanage.
the anniversary edition of Fable 1, there was a achievement where if you like had in the bandit camp, you can have all like a group of them follow you, and you make your way back to Oakville, and then you start like raiding the village, but this time it's you doing it
Oh
instead.
my god. That's
Bro,
so
you'll be
fun.
surprised. Oblivion and Skyrim do kind of lend itself to doing that as well. Like you can do some real like foul, like nasty things in those
Yeah.
games.
Oh yeah.
To be
Like
fair.
I play a wood elf in Skyrim and I just steal everything. I'm a fucking thief. And
Like, I beat
I kill people.
I beat the game the first time, like when I beat the game, and then I just became like a evil like Daedric, like what's it called? Like because I got bored and I was like, I still want to play, but you know, being good now is not as fun. So I became like an Eldric like evil like character, like riding like what's his name, Avarak, whatever, the horse, and like have the mask of Clavicus Vile and like spitting tentacles at people and shit, like using telekinesis to throw. That's a mod, throwing them off cliffs and whatnot. Like just went total heel, like turning into a werewolf and like eating the fucking like shop owners and whatnot. Like so you can do a lot, believe it or not, you can do quite a few things in those, even in those games.
I remember my friend and I. We just decided that we were going to play Oblivion, and we were just going to create a character. We called him a foul name, and all we did was beeline for Joffrey and kill him over and over again. That's all we did.
Listen, but circling back to like the main point of the topic as a whole before, because I know we gotta move on.
Yeah, we move on.
I
yeah.
think
Yeah,
I
gotta
think
rotate the
that
channel.
yeah, I think that when it comes to this stuff, I think it has to go away completely for a while. I think like even though
Mhm.
despite what I
Yeah.
said about Mass Effect and despite what I said, you know, because obviously like I said, you're like being gay or like a minority doesn't automatically make a game woke, is how it's presented. But even then they have to like just avoid it altogether, like avoid the DEI shit altogether entirely for a long time, so people can forget of how bad it's made games. And then when you do decide to make like characters like that are gay or whatever, I'm saying more so gay, like nothing wrong with putting black characters in games, right? I'm talking more so like the gay stuff, the LGBT like stuff. They should stop making them a focus of any kind of like political narrative. Just that, like let it die out for a while, and then if you decide to make a gay character, make sure that's not their entire identity.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's it. That's it. Like there's a, you know what? I'm gonna give you one last
agree.
example. Like there was a part of Arkham Knight
Okay.
where there's a goon. If you listen to the conversation, he's like, they're talking about their relationships where, you know, they're both criminals. He's like, oh, my partner left me. I was doing all these things. I was laundering money through their company. I bought them diamond rings and they still left me. And then he's like, and then the other guy says, yeah, my partner is a lawyer and he is a male. He broke up with me because of, you know, like whatever, like he broke up with me right before the mission. So it's basically telling you that character is gay, but in a nonchalant way that's not obnoxious, right? So you basically
Yeah.
included a gay thug in the game in a way that was like, oh, okay, that actually kind of made him more interesting, you know, because I was like, oh,
Yeah.
whoa, that's weird.
That one
But,
I
gay
mean, at
thug
least
that I
until my
beat up.
fists.
I love
collided
it.
with their
Conversation
face.
like the one gay thug that I break the game with and throw him off rooftops. Yeah, that gay thug. but like no, like. But seriously, like that's a very organic way to include it, and you're not being preached to, you know.
Exactly.
So anyway, but yeah, we can move on now because we've been on this for a while.
Yeah. So I'm gonna rotate the panel. So I'll bring
Yes,
two
yes.
other people. So and then of course I'll bring you guys back.
Thank you, because
All
I
right,
want to
man.
talk about the Monolith thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
make sure that
Oh,
you
yeah.
make sure you tighten up the mutton chops before you come back. And get your butters and wankers ready.
Alrighty.
Wherever's like when British people take over the world, I'm going after you first, Jinpachi. Fuck you. You fucking wanker.
What's up, guys?
Rolls Royce, Apollo Patriot. How's it going?
What's up?
Good, man. Redmond, I saw your video about that woman. She started to piss me the fuck off, man.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Before you guys say anything, let me just read this comment. David Francisco, I agree with you there. David Francisco says
shit.
black characters in settings where they don't belong is woke, like an angry black girl boss with Scottish accent lead to resist. Yes, I agree. David, you're right on the money. I agree with you.
Mhm.
Based.
Yeah, I actually highlighted his comment.
Yeah,
on the
that's
screen earlier.
that's actually my sentiments too. Like you can include it, but like I'm playing a game about World War II and I'm in Scotland. Like I shouldn't see like black people there. Sorry, people, but that's retarded. Anyway,
Yup.
yeah. So yeah, I agree, David. Anyway, continue.
I will.
Royce, just so you know, Royce, I had to approve your comment on YouTube because YouTube, they act like bitches with certain comments. So it took me a while because they don't notify me which comment has to be approved. I have to go there myself and find out and see. So just so you know, your comment is definitely
who
there,
did that, right,
so.
Rose? That was
just that. I didn't like her attitude towards Redmond because I like Redmond who was talking facts, and then she's like, no.
Thank
The
you.
fuck is that, woman? You talking about Saints Row? I played regular Saints Row that had OG gangs. She never played Saints Row 1 and 2. Get the
You think
fuck
she's a deep
outta
state
here.
agent? She's like a deep state shill, right? Like a deep state.
Exactly.
Agent.
Thank you. Fucking deep state. Fucking
Yeah.
chill. I'll make a character out of her. She's a fucking deep state.
It's a psyop.
Well,
It's a psyop.
Yeah, that's what it is. PSYOP. Yeah.
The mid
She didn't play
Spanish girl
Saints Row
tells
because
you.
it wasn't gay romances. Well, I think there was in 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
Maybe. Yeah, I think you could be.
She probably played the reboot though.
Yeah, she was.
I'm joking about the deep state, but she's exactly the shill that they want. Somebody who tells everybody that they pretend to be base and then tell you that nothing is woke. Woke is not real. Nothing matters. Everything is nihilism. Define the word. How do you know the sky is blue? Water? How do you know it's wet? Who made the word wet? That's the kind of people you're dealing with, bro.
Exactly, man. People like
they
that.
they obfuscate everything, bro. They obfuscate everything.
Yep.
And those are the perfect shills for these corporations and like these fucking like special interest groups.
Yup. I didn't like it. She just brought up that.
I was joking about the deep state though, but like regardless, like she's still like that's the perfect shill.
She is. And sorry for cutting you guys off, but she just mentioned Saints Row the reboot. I'm like, oh hell no. Not that fucking game flop. Hell no.
Yeah, I don't know why she thought I would actually be playing that crap.
No, you're not playing that, bro. I rather you play 1 and 2 because 1 and 2 was great. Look at how the graphic was. Look at the gangsters were mean. But now
they were.
The reboot took that away. I'm like, what the hell is this?
You remember what the pimps used to say when they
Saints
knock you
Row 1
off
and
your
2
feet?
still hold up well.
You remember what the pimps used to say, Royce, in Saints Row 2 when they knock you down on the ground?
Yeah.
You remember the lines they would say?
What?
Because you said they were mean. They'll be like, "While you down there, suck my dick." While they like trying to stop you.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's so fucking funny,
shit,
bro. Like,
hybrid bullshit. I want to
like, "While you down there, suck my dick."
She needs to. Good woman.
Too late.
Oh, man.
You know what's funny? The first time I heard that line, I had a female character, so when he said it, it just made it more funny. Like, I'm like, damn, these guys ain't playing. I better win this fight. It ain't looking pretty. Like,
yeah. She's so obnoxious.
Yeah.
Real, really is.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if you guys are were ever into the Fable games or know anything about them or aware of the reboot. So if you are, we can get it. You can into Warner Brothers closing down Monolith Productions, and they were working on the Wonder Woman game. So whichever you guys feel like talking into.
I'm gonna go first. So the Wonder Woman one that got shut down, this woman says, "Oh, if you celebrate her shutdown, all that, I'll go after you." I'm like, really, woman? I'll call your bitch ass out right here and see what happens.
She'll do absolutely fucking nothing.
Exactly.
I love when people's like these people try to act tough, and it's like you're like a kitten, like hissing at you. I'm like, bro, you ain't doing nothing.
They ain't
Yeah, like they
doing
point a finger.
shit.
You get
Don't you dare celebrate this. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm happy that a shitty ass game by a bunch of fucking activists is not gonna see the light of day. Oh no.
Nope.
I'm gonna pull out the tacos and be like, it's fiesta time, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull some
Fiesta
champagne. Say
time.
no more woke games.
Bro,
Yeah.
they did they
Pour one
they
out.
I'm so glad that game got canceled, bro, because
Yup.
like I like the Shadow of Mordor and I like the Nemesis system, but Warner Brothers have lost the plot, and like I really think the reason why it got canceled is because that game was going to be again, this is just my theory. I can't prove this. I think that after they saw what happened with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and they saw how woke, they probably knew how woke Wonder Woman game was going to be. They were like, all right, let's just pull the plug on it because this is going to be like dead. And then we could do it as you can have it be a tax write-off.
Mhm.
Because I believe you can do it just like with
They'll
movies.
probably-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
They
you know,
did what-
like
they'll
movies do that
probably
in
like
games.
adjusting things to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I think they would
Apollo
try to do like a
Patriot, what do you think
Ubisoft
about
where it's
this?
like, all right, let's try to fix it as much as we can. And they probably saw, all right, the progress isn't going too well. This isn't really salvageable, so let's just cancel it and shut the studio down.
But I don't think the problem was the
Smart.
gameplay, bro. I think it's really just the woke shit in the game because they saw again. They probably
Yeah,
saw what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Like the characters, the designs, the dialogue and everything, the overall like arching story, like the message that it's gonna present. It's like
Well,
they
yeah,
would,
the
they would have to
message for
scrap
sure.
pretty much. They would scrap everything except the game engine and the gameplay.
And then because of that, when you cancel the project, you can write it off on your taxes and recoup a lot of the loss. So because I'm not gonna get into the details of that, but they can recoup the loss and do it. That's what happened
you're
with
right.
the Batgirl. With the Batgirl movie, they canceled it and they made it basically had it as a tax write-off and got a lot of the money back. So that's how I look at it. Like
Yeah, well,
they probably saw the writing was on the wall.
Well, to add to your point, they also closed down 2 additional studios. I remember the names of them, and I don't know if they made anything like, worth mentioning. No offense to them, but I don't know. But the only real notable one was Monolith. So Monolith and 2 of the studios. So that probably does add to your point about they can just write it off as a tax write off and collect what they can from there.
Yeah, and get recoup something because,
But,
bro, like the marketing alone, the game wasn't even heavily marketed yet, and once they started marketing that game, that was also going to
No,
cost
they just
more
had
to
like
spend.
one trailer, I think.
Yeah, so they knew because the marketing is expensive, bro. Like once they would
It is.
they have to
That's-
pay to
that's
make the
like
game.
bulk of budget.
Yeah, they have to They have to pay to make the game, then pay for the marketing. They didn't even get to the marketing phase yet, so that's the perfect time to pull the plug. And I'm not trying to make it all about Trump, but I think that the DEI like executive orders where Trump's trying to get rid of it and ban it, and like trying to get rid of DEI practices. I think that a lot of these corporations are scared, and like typical, just like in the 80s and 90s when they had no problem making sexualized and actiony shit, because they have no morals, they go where the money is. They're gonna switch it up, and then they're gonna start trying to make base products again. Because you gotta remember, these corporations are soulless, and they're gonna swing wherever the fucking door goes in order to make the maximum profit they can. Because if this shit was so important, you would see it. If they really believe this stuff, you wouldn't see 80s and 90s Arnold Schwarzenegger films. You wouldn't see stuff that's like completely contradictory.
Well, it's kind of a similar thing. They fucking cancel.
You canceled what? You cut out there.
You hear me?
Yeah, you hear you cut out.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't know what that was going on. Anyway, no, I was gonna say that that makes sense what you're saying. Like, they're gonna try to go back, steer away from the DEI. That's probably like why you're seeing people like that dumb bitch Joy Reid, her show getting canceled and all that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
These people fucking like
Yeah,
getting kicked
for
out
sure.
in other avenues of entertainment. Yeah.
But remember,
So,
I was telling you, I was actually telling you about this last time we spoke. Remember when we were talking about it, I actually mentioned that Joy Reid, all those people, like they're done. They're done. There's no more financial investment to be made. There's no more financial investment to be made playing the narrative anymore because you don't have you're not, again, if you ban special interest groups from pushing DEI like US aid and shit, then there's no, and again, the woke shit doesn't make money anyway, so that means that you're not going to get any benefit from doing this. So
I have a
why would you
message.
keep these people employed?
Yup, I agree with that. And I have a message for Joy Reid. Good riddance. You deserve it. Karen ass bitch.
Yeah. But you know what?
Mhm.
You know
I
what, bro?
agree.
She got a ball
Fuck
on her
her.
head.
She
Acts
does.
like a
Yeah.
doofus.
Naughty Dog should have modeled her for Intergalactic instead.
Huh, that game's gonna flop.
We'll see.
Definitely will.
She might be replaced with scum as bad as her, but in the end of the day, if you ban DEI, you're cutting their legs off, bro. If you can
Yup.
somehow if you can limit the scope of DEI investment, they might still be able to do backdoor deals and whatnot, but you're limiting the scope in a way where they can be held accountable. And with people like Musk and shit digging into everything, it'll be extremely hard to hide. I mean, if you look at some of the stuff USAID was funding, like I just
Mhm.
I don't think that shit. I don't think that shit can. I don't think it's gonna survive. It's gonna still exist, but I don't think that the the landscape is gonna remain the same. It just can't. It just can't. Once you pull the
It's
money
on.
out from
It's on life support.
yeah, it's on life support, and then you know
Yup.
you can never truly. One thing is like you should always destroy your enemies totally and completely. But when it comes to ideas, you can't sometimes destroy them, but you can suppress them to a point where they no longer have any power, and like they become like compartmentalized. For example, like even though like World War II, the Nazis were defeated, neo-Nazis still exist, but they're so depowered that the chances of them amassing an army to like take on the entire planet probably not going to happen again, right?
Mhm.
Like
Yup.
probably not going to happen again.
Nope.
So I think that that's
Nope.
kind of what's going to happen with DI. You're going to have like it still exists, but I don't think it's going to have the stranglehold on it once did, or it won't be to the same extreme. And
Hmm.
I just think that's what's going to happen. That's how I see it going now.
Yup.
Mhm. But Apollo Patriot, what are your thoughts on this?
That's what I was.
On the Fable and the WB thing.
Yeah, whichever one
Yeah.
you
Da.
want to
Da.
talk about.
Da.
Yeah. Well, I could say it quick and fast for Fable. I'm like, the new one looks like a Butch simulator.
Definitely.
Have no interest. I got Space Marine 2. I'm enjoying that. That's way better than that. So, anyways, it's gonna fail and flop like Failguard. But with WB closing that company, I mean, well, they have to round and find out. You know what I mean? Doge
Yeah.
is kicking butt, packet full of steel balls
Yes.
to the wall. I mean, that's what they get. You know, they should have.
Отлично.
Yeah,
Yup.
they
Отлично.
should have made a Deathstroke open world game, like put no woke as hell
That's a good idea.
political stuff. You
Yup.
know what I mean? Like I would definitely put down a lot of money on DLC for the Deathstroke. Yeah, so Deathstroke open world game. That'd be pretty cool. You know what I mean? I
Bro,
would put down money
imagine
on it.
imagine an Arkham game where you play as Deathstroke, but instead of
Yeah.
gadgets, he has military weapons,
Yeah, military weapons and
and it's like gore and stuff. But the combat is
Yeah.
like Arkham. That would be
kind of like
amazing. bro.
it would kind of be like the Punisher game on PS2.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Yep.
So that would rack up a lot of money if WB did something like that. I mean, I think they're just too scared of putting too much weapons and gore and blood, and they would be like, "Yeah, this is too offensive and it hurts my
But then,
feelings."
but
you know.
Oh
then they
my
made
god.
but they
Yeah.
made Suicide Squad, so I don't even think that's the reason. Because Suicide Squad is like pretty it's pretty hard R rated. So
Yeah,
to me, like
Yeah. They
I get what you're
they
saying.
don't want
though.
to
I
appeal
think
to the
uh,
chuds.
they just don't
Yeah.
want to make
Yup.
games for the chuds. That's really what it is. Because what you said about the Deathstroke game, and like that would be amazing, bro. And then think about it. You're doing contracts worldwide, so the story possibilities are infinite. Because he's a mercenary. He's a
Yeah.
hitman, an assassin.
Mhm.
So
Yup.
you know,
I would
and they
definitely.
already have the Arkham engine. So all they have to do is like warp the Arkham engine so that it
Mhm.
accommodates for like the shooter mechanics. That's it.
Yeah,
Yup.
that would be pretty awesome. Like, I mean, I don't know what to say after that. Is this, it's bull crap what they follow DEI stuff and all that stuff. Well,
Yup.
I mean, in at the end of the day, like, I really don't care what's gonna happen to them because I got other games that I love playing. I got Space Marine 2. You know, what I mean, they're putting out a new update. But anyways, with the WB closing down that Wonder Woman game, I mean, that's hilarious. I don't care what those feminists say about me. They're going after me. I'm like, good. They'll try to come and go after
Who
me. I'm like,
gives a
go ahead,
F?
make my day. Like Dirty Harry, make my day. Come on, make my day.
Oh yeah,
Do
yeah.
it.
We're
Like,
a problem. I'm sick and tired
You
of
got,
people. Are,
you got to throw a Suka Blad in there. You got to throw a Suka Blad.
exactly. Throw a blade in her face. Tell them to
they're
shut
more
up.
they're more like you crop sukas. Yeah, they're more like you crops.
Yeah.
Than
Exactly.
Yeah.
Azov. They're more like Azov you crops or something. crap like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Отлично.
Yeah.
Больше
Yeah.
хорошо.
Well,
Больше
yeah,
хорошо.
but
Отлично.
yeah, that's what I can say like about it. I mean, short and sweet and simple. I mean, that's what they get. F around and find out. So
Yep.
boom.
Yeah.
exactly.
They learned a lesson.
F round
They learned
and
a lesson.
find
Great,
out.
great points. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
you
Yep.
can't make blood and gore games anymore because I'm sensitive. I don't want to see that. See,
But no, you can make them as long as they're woke. That's their mentality. You can make them.
Yup.
They just
Yeah.
have to be woke.
No,
Like the last
no
of Us 2.
sexy characters.
That's a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. Just remove
If
any
the
sex
characters are
appeal
ugly,
whatsoever, and just
if there's
make
no
it
sex
violent
appeal,
and
yeah.
put in a left-leaning progressive message that makes
Huh.
no fucking
You
sense anyway.
as long as the women are ugly, the game, the story has a left-leaning political message, and you know, and you don't try to appeal to the chud, you can be as violent as you want.
Huh. Exactly right, Jinpachi.
Just ask
Exactly right.
Just ask Mortal Kombat. Just ask The Last of Us 2. Any of those games.
Yup. Spider-Man 2 and Saints Row Reboot and the
Oh, yeah,
rest.
that
Look
too.
how they're all flopping so bad. Just like a
Alan Wake
Valve.
2.
Yup.
But
Yeah,
that game is
that's another one.
To be fair, those games aren't as gory. That's why I use the other examples.
Nope.
But still, the point still stands.
Yup. Look at that Valve. It's so bad. The NPCs are not moving. They're not talking.
I saw Asmongold's video, and it's worse than Oblivion, which is hilarious
Yup.
to me. I was like,
Crazy.
how is this game like worse than a game from 2006? Like, yeah, the graphics are better, but like everything in the world is fixed. You know how in Oblivion you swipe your sword across the table, you'll like smack
Yeah.
all the stuff. You can't do
Yeah.
that. The arrows don't get stuck in walls anymore.
Nope.
I mean, they like,
And I don't.
but they get stuck in like certain surfaces. But overall, like they're like, it's just jank. Like I can't believe it, man.
I think it's a buggy
I
mess, guys.
It is, yeah. Have you seen the gameplay in third person? It looks terrible. It looks bad in first person.
Oh,
Like
I
how the
did see
effects and
that.
everything is, but in third person, it looks really bad.
Yeah.
But
I
you know
saw
that's
that.
due to DEI too, right? You guys know
Yup.
that's also DEI.
Yeah, because they
Because
don't know what the
it's
fuck,
not
they don't
just-
know what the fuck they're
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah,
Yup.
it's when you hire people based off like race and gender instead of skill, then you're not going to get the most skilled people because you have a bias that eliminates a big portion of your worker pool. So if you have
Mm-hmm.
if you're making a game and I have like I'm hiring these people because of DEI, that doesn't just because they're black or gay or a woman doesn't mean they're the best programmers, and it shows in the product.
Yup.
It shows in the
Yeah.
final product. So
Yeah, because everything suffers because of it. People think, oh, it's just because the writing or whatever. No, even things like animations or the technical aspects of the games. Because even like obviously years before, you had games with terrible animations. The games were glitchy and buggy as hell. But now it's like even worse because the studios have more people working on these games than ever before. They're having these fucking hundreds of millions of dollars of a budget, excuse me, and they're fucking what else? Oh yeah, and then they want to charge you like $70 for the game, and it's like it's as if like nothing has changed within the industry. It's like you're still having these games that are broken and buggy, and they just are complete and utter shit. They're not memorable.
also blame
And it's
also
like they didn't
blame
want
the
they have the nerve. Yeah, I was gonna say that they had the nerve to charge you an additional $10 and $70 plus tax, mind you, and
Closer
think
to
like, oh,
80.
you should just be happy with it. Yeah, close to 80, and then they want you to just like to not complain. No, like this shit's fucking terrible. People should expect better. If you increase the price of something, it should be better
should
than
be-
what was being charged for
should improve.
60 however years ago. Yeah,
Exactly.
And also, you gotta blame. You also have to blame. It's obviously their fault, but also like some of the consumer base, because your average consumer, as somebody said in the comments earlier, it might have been David Francisco. I don't remember, but it's true where everyone's like so focused on graphics and like visual fidelity that they forget that this game has to be like tightly programmed together, and that costs resources, right?
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
you know, I also blame them because gameplay as a
Yup.
whole has suffered, game design has suffered. Like even when they're not glitchy,
Yeah.
like they're just more boring. You know, it has to do with the push by the mainstream, where if something doesn't look like The Last of Us 2 or like fucking um whatever game that, you know, whatever, like hyper realism, that the game is not worth $80 or $70. But I would take a game that looks, you
Mm-hmm.
know, good at, like I'll take a game that looks good and it might be stylized, but maybe it's not photo real, but it's fun.
Mhm.
Everything is mechanically like holds together well. Um, that's one of the things I like about Stellar
Yep.
Blade. Like Stellar Blade looks pretty good. It's
Yup.
not like necessarily photorealistic, but it's fun. It works. It's not super buggy. The gameplay is like, you know, it's engaging. You have a skill tree. There's some depth to the mechanics. Like that's what people should be asking for. Like graphics
Mm-hmm.
are just a plus. Like Doom Eternal, again, I'm making
Exactly.
mention
Yep.
that game because I've been playing that a lot lately. Doom Eternal doesn't look realistic at all, but the graphics are clean. The game is fun. It works. I rarely run into any bugs when I play the game. Like, so that should be priority. And I think that it's not
Yep.
just the DEI stuff, but it's also
Yeah.
the hyper focus on
Yup.
those other things from like the normies, I guess, or like the casual gamers.
No, I agree.
Yup.
What's up, Christian? But also to add to your point, I'll
Christian.
use a game that I've been playing recently too. Kina's Amalur Reckoning. The game does not look good graphically. Even when it came out in 2012, it didn't look very good. But the art style is it's very striking. It's very good. The combat's really fun. It's almost like, in a way, like you're playing like a pseudo action game, like straight up action game, like action adventure game. And you know, the game for the most part holds up, you know, very well. And you know, it's a fun game. So a lot of these like games now, it's like they they can give you good looking graphics for the most part, but that's about it. And then a lot of
Yup.
Well,
times,
perfect example.
even like yeah,
God of War is a perfect example. What would you rather play gameplay wise? God of War Ragnarok or God of War 3? Gameplay wise. What's more fun?
God of War
consistently?
3 any day.
What's more consistently fun throughout like the entire like experience of the game, right? But God of War 3, I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look better than God of War Ragnarok,
It still
right?
looks good
God of
now.
War, it does,
That's
it
true.
looks good. But all right, let's go back. God of War 2. I'd rather play God of War 2 than God of War Ragnarok. That game's actually fun.
Yep.
God of War Ragnarok
Yeah.
added like a bunch of slow RPG. Well, 2018 did a bunch of slow RPG shit. Yeah, it looks better. Yeah, the story is a little bit more pretentious, but when it comes to actually playing the game, I had way less fun.
Yup.
Yeah. I mean, I said it before. I'm pretty sure I said it a few times here. I know I said it to you like years ago, even when they first showed it. Like, it looks like it was made by Naughty Dog. You wouldn't even know.
It does.
Like, if they didn't say who it was made from, I would have been like, all right, I guess Naughty Dog's making a God of War game.
I wouldn't be surprised if, because of the crossover with being Sony, that developers that worked on Naughty Dog games actually helped with that game's development. I wouldn't be shocked if that
Probably.
came out. Like actual
Might be
like
right.
people, like actual like team members actually helped them. We should get Latina Parfait on here one day.
Yup.
Yeah.
Latina Parfait, you gotta come up
We
here.
need we need
Be
we need some
based.
spice in here.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
We need
should.
some flavor.
I know that a strong, independent Latina woman like yourself wouldn't want to be associated
Woman.
with chuds, but woman doesn't want to
Yeah, you're right,
associate
yeah.
with chuds, but you should definitely come on one day.
Yup.
Yeah, definitely.
I really like games
Plus,
like
it's-
the Saboteur. I like
that game was fun.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That character reminded me of Michael Bisping for some reason. Main character, like I kept
really
thinking like
did.
Michael Bisping, like the way he looked and kind of sounded. I was like, all right.
If they ever make a new one, which I doubt, I'm just saying, if they
Yeah.
were ever to make a new one, they should definitely get him to
The
face
face,
man.
they should.
Yeah.
And they should also give him like the one eye, like just to more badass. He lost his eye, so it's
Yeah,
consistent with
yeah.
real life.
Yeah. You should definitely do that. So let's rotate the panel again. I think I got two other people that weren't on here. I think that's Marty and Frostbaron. And then we can move
Frostbaron.
on to
Yep.
the next topic, well, I'll see if they want to talk about the two previous ones, and then I'll rotate around so then everyone can talk about the WB and all that, and so on and so forth. So
Apollo Patriot, before you go, Ty govoriš po-ruski jazyk.
Maybe.
all right, so I'll bring you guys back on in a bit. All right.
Yep.
I'm hell-bent on that. We're going to have a Russian conversation eventually. I believe it'll happen.
One day.
One day it will happen. My friend is
Yo,
like,
guys, what's up?
What's up, bro? What's up, man? Marty
And
Frostberry.
Look, as much as I want to make fun of that bitch, I can't because my throat's fucked up, too cold. But however, I can do this. Hey, yo, it's John Cena. You can't see me. Thomas, no, I'm finally turn heel. Well, too late for that. You should have turned heel back in 2006 when you were feuding with Triple H and Edge. And when they were booing the shit out of you, especially feuding with RVD, that's when you're supposed to turn heel. But no, just want to continue to shove down people's throat. It's too late for that.
Yeah. To be fair, John Cena did get better over time, though. Over time, he improved a bit. Like,
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
and he
and I guess I think the
Go ahead, Revenant. Say what you're gonna say.
And
Oh,
probably
no, I'm sorry. I was
backstage
just gonna say,
politics too.
I think the effectiveness of him turning heel is better now than comparison if he was to do it in 2006, because it kind of like it's more impactful now than if he was to do it back then. Even though he did say he wanted to do it when he was feuding, I think when he was feuding with The Rock, I believe.
Yeah.
When you
But
first feuded The Rock.
he leaned toward heel, but he didn't go all in.
Yeah, because I think Vince McMahon scrapped it pretty much. So.
Yeah, but people were
at least
booing the
he's doing it
shit
now, I
out of
guess.
them. And
Yeah.
not to mention, people were already sick and tired of Cena by 2006. And
That's
Edge, yeah, they were still booing him, but not because they booed him because he's the hottest heel. Like, he's the next big heel.
Oh,
and
they booed him
Triple H
because
is
he had go away heat. John Cena had go away heat at that time.
Yeah, and Triple H, the other end, is the only one who's being cheered, and let's not forget he's a tweener in the process of turning from heel to face. And
Well,
people
when
want
John
Triple
Cena
H to turn face.
When John Cena feuded with The Rock the first time, I think he was like more like a tweener because he was kind of like leaning more toward heel, but he wasn't really a heel, He was kind of like just like he was playing a bit of more of a heel role during that match, during that like that setup, but it wasn't like an actual heel. Like, he wasn't cheating, he wasn't like doing bad guys. But I think Revenant is right where like the scope of his career is why I think that's what makes it so effective now, because it's like people would have thought that would never happen, especially at the end of his career.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's just like
just like
Hulk Hogan before years before he finally turned heel and joined NWO. They started booing the shit out of him because they were sick and tired of Hulk Hogan, and they want Undertaker to be the next champion.
And imagine at that time if Hulk Hogan would have turned heel like in the 80s, like earlier in the 80s, it wouldn't have been as impactful. So I feel like it worked out for the better. But I'm talking about when he turned, like if he would have turned heel like in the 80s, like during his prime, if he would have just had a heel turn, it would have probably not worked as well, because the reason why it was so effective is that he was such a baby face for his whole career up until NWO, and he really he had so much rapport with people for being a baby face that it was like a true shock. So I think with John Cena, like even though it wasn't as shocking, like I said earlier in the podcast, it did work. It did like work for the better, because it's like you would never think he would end his career or like be at the end of his career with like a heel run.
But then again, this is coming from me who no longer watches wrestling back in the early 2010s, all because, well, not because of him, but because of this. It's a different story, but yeah, it is what it is. But it's not really that shocking though, and of course, I'm here because Fable should just give up already, man. Fable 2025 or whatever is still gonna be ass. The real Fable's dead.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
The real Fable will be remembered fondly, while this new one is gonna be remembered for all the wrong reasons.
I mean,
All
hell,
the
even
the entire Fable series 1 and 2 will be remembered for how great the entire Fable series 1 and 2 are.
hell, even Lady Grey when she first came back as an undead ghoul is heck a lot more attractive and beautiful than that
Oh yeah,
fucking
and Fable 2 with the
bitch.
quest, the guy brought her back to life.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, she's even more attractive than that bitch in that upcoming Fable 2025 whatever.
They really chose to make her look as offensive to the eyes as possible, which it's kind of impressive
much.
how offensive she looks.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually saw a photo of what the model in real life looks like, and it's it's night and day comparison. Anybody who says that they didn't change her face in game is just lying, especially after,
And
if they see the comparison between the two.
I mean,
I think they're just trying to cope with the fact that she looks the same, and they want to believe that it's good. I think some people also, especially the people who claim they're anti-woke, or now that they're saying, "Oh, I'm not anti-woke, I'm anti-slop," they want to, be the middleman or middle woman and act like, "Oh, let me be rational about this, so I won't,
I'm
so I
sorry.
can, back up what I'm saying as far as me, being fair. I don't want to be anti-woke, so let me play it off now and make it seem like I'm being rational about this, when deep down they know it looks like shit, and they know why it looks like shit, and they know it looks the exact same, and they know it's gonna fail."
I'm sorry, but these guys aren't even actual neutral people. But anyway, like Lady Grey, like yeah, sure, she was a bitch when she was alive, but then when she came back, became undead, she probably became a better person. And hell, I wouldn't. But then here goes that fucking upcoming boss bitch, whatever. She's gonna be even worse than hell. She's gonna be even worse. She's gonna make Lady Grey while she was still alive look like a good person, because that fucking main protagonist is a fucking girl boss.
And Frostbaron, to your point of what you said before,
Yeah.
even then the model in real life looks way better, but she's also not like anything to scream home about. So it's like they took
Yeah,
like, to me, she
she's
like,
just
when
a
I look at her like regular, I won't say
looking.
she's ugly. Like, yeah, like she
Yeah,
looks
she's
nice.
not
Like she
ugly,
looks
but
like she's like pleasant to look at. You're not offended. Like it's like
Of
she looks
course.
like your average woman. But in the game, they like dragged her through the mud in that game.
Like
Yeah.
they made her ugly on purpose, and then they're gonna come up with an excuse like, oh hey, we know the reason why she did because technical difficulties. Yeah, but meanwhile, in the people in Ryuga Goto Studios managed to make women hot and sexy, especially Psycho from Yakuza Like a Dragon. And
Too bad though that
and
they're going the direction they're
Karasayama.
going in. Because Sega's playing a funky game lately, actually, which is a shame. Because they were like pretty base, but they're kind of like they're playing the game now. They're playing like the new Japanese game is we're gonna do shit to appeal to the West and pretend that it's our vision. That's the Japanese grift right now. So that's what RG how you say RGG
Unfortunately.
Studios.
And
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, this is what happens if
Ria got go to go.
The last Yakuza, the last couple Yakuza games are kind of pretty sus, bro. They made Ichiban doing some weird
especially
some weird
the
synth
last one.
stuff.
Yeah,
They got like
that's what it was.
they got some
and,
weird stuff going on, and they're playing that game, and I don't respect it at all. Square
Yeah.
Enix is also
That-
playing that game,
Especially,
amongst a
Mhm.
few. So,
especially
but like,
Pirate Majima,
and,
man.
and
Like,
Capcom.
yeah,
I'm not sure
exactly.
about Pirate Majima, but I don't know, man. Maybe I should buy it if it's like at a very cheap price. But who knows? But
Well, ultimately, you
knows,
got to do
man?
what you want to do, bro. You
Yeah.
got to make the choice for yourself when
Yeah.
the time is right.
It's
I
your
won't get
choice.
it because I think
Well-
I personally think it looks like dog shit. But
But
listen,
the bottom line,
if you
but the
but if
bottom
you
line
want to
is
get
that,
it, if you want to get it, you should get it, bro. Because like of everything we
Yeah.
talk about, people have a right to make their own decisions, and we can't tell people what to do. And
However,
so if you enjoy
however,
it,
but the bottom line is that I don't trust these people nowadays. They let
Yeah,
me
I don't
down,
trust them either.
especially with the fucking
Not just anyone.
oh hey, Alexa
Yeah.
8 and shit. And-
RGG is dead to me, bro. RGG right
Yeah,
now is
man.
dead to me. I'll be honest
Yeah.
with you, they're dead to me.
Mhm.
Until they do something, until they make a drastic change, like they're not. It's not too late for them to redeem themselves. But as of right now, I'm not buying shit they make until proven otherwise.
Same here.
Yeah, same. Which sucks
Unless-
because they made really good games. I really enjoyed the Yakuza games. It's like one of my favorite like series ever. And then they had to ruin it. And then you have people like, oh, it's not woke, whatever. Okay, because it's not directly in your face. It's not Last of Us levels of woke. So then they want to act like, oh, it's not a big deal, whatever. You got localization issues. You even
Yeah.
see the people who are localizing the games. You see what they look like. You see how they act on social media, and you see the lines of dialogue that's put into the game. You see how characters are being portrayed, like Kiryu and what the fuck his name
Yeah, that talks about
Ichiban
Kiryu
and shit.
and Ichiban. They even made the original hero Kazuma Kiryu a bitch by giving him let's give him cancer because he's too indestructible. Like only cancer will make him weak. Like that's fucking dumb as hell.
Well,
It-
you gotta remember, bro. Like, cause like even with a game that I like Doom Eternal. I'm not even excited for Doom: The Dark Ages because remember, I'm using this I'm bringing this up because it shows you that like just because you like a studio for what they did in the past, they don't get any good faith from me until they prove. No one gets good faith anymore. They have to prove it now because remember that Microsoft is behind it behind this particular
Mhm.
game and so is Bethesda. Look at Bethesda's last game. You had the pronoun shit in Starfield. You have like the weird ass shit that Bethesda's been pushing out lately. You have Microsoft who's telling their game divisions not to make attractive women, and then Doom
Yeah.
Eternal has no primary female characters. Neither does Doom. Well, they have some, but like like the villain from the first one, she's a villain, so of course she's like an ugly old crone. And then you have in Eternal, you have really no one aside from like the hologram lady, and I think you meet somebody later in the game, but like they're extra characters, they're NPCs basically. Like in the Dark Ages, what was one of the first things they show? This short-haired female covered up from head to toe with an unremarkable, safe body type. What does that tell you they're gonna do? So for me, my pattern recognition is going off, and I'm saying, well, maybe the game will be fun. It probably will be fun gameplay wise, but why is there all of a sudden this female character that's super important? Why does she look like that? And why? And this is the same company that made Starfield, and the same company that's saying that, and Bethesda games, and Bethesda in general, like they didn't make the game like it's id, but you know what I mean. They're like in charge of things, and then you have Microsoft saying not to put sexy women in games, and now this is the first game they're making under that umbrella. Of course, I'm gonna be skeptical of it, right? So
Yeah.
just because you like a studio
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they get a pass. They have to prove themselves, every single one of them. I don't care how many games they made I like. I never thought that Rocksteady would pull the bullshit they did with Suicide Squad, but here we are. So it is what it is.
But however, you can't judge by its cover. But I'm sorry, but the whole you can't judge a book by its cover has officially become the youngest member of the oldest trick in the book.
Well, you know why that's retarded, and I don't listen to those people. They say, "How do you know it's gonna be bad? It hasn't come out yet. How you know it's gonna be good, motherfucker? It hasn't come out yet." Like what the hell?
Exactly.
Like what the hell is that argument? People make that argument all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
All the
everyone's
time,
bashing it. It hasn't even come out yet. Why are you hyped for a game that hasn't come out yet? It's the same thing.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
literally doing the exact same
Yep.
actions, bro. Like all these, and again, the reason why I end up ranting about this shit all the time is because it's so annoying seeing people pull the same BS tactics all the time without fail. It's always the same exact arguments and the same exact tactics, bro. Like, oh, you don't
No,
know,
it's like
you just hate everything. All right, game fails. Well, it just wasn't. It just, it wasn't a good game. I'll admit that. Okay, then the next thing comes out. Well, look at the pattern. How you know it's gonna be bad? Game comes out bad. Yeah, it wasn't that good, but whatever. And that's what they do. That's the infinite
Yeah,
loop of
man.
these people.
Yeah, all the time.
And
Rinse,
also, I
repeat.
fucking
Pretty
hate
much.
these. I hate these so-called critics that gave a false positive reviews, like right before the game was released. But in real life, they haven't even played the game itself. It tells me that they're probably hired. They paid them money to make a good review, or well, if you make an honest review, you're not gonna get paid or shit. I don't know. I don't know. Or they're probably just stupid ass fucking critics that don't even play games, so they just write a good review on a shit game that's gonna be legitimately bad. And I got the
Well,
same
yeah.
feeling that Fable,
Pretty much.
Microsoft Fable is gonna have the same treatment. Yeah, just because it's successful, so that means that that's no woke shit, but it is gonna be woke. Let's
Bro,
not
just
let's not
'cause
forget it took
said it
like
earlier.
a few years
We
to
said it
develop
earlier
the
in the
game.
podcast. Just because a game is successful or just because it's fun doesn't mean it's not woke.
Yeah. And
Exactly,
they're probably
because
gonna do the
that
same
game
thing.
that game
Sorry.
was developed
No, they will.
in the
They
early
definitely will.
2021, man. Or late
No chance, bro.
2019,
Yeah.
early 2020.
No chance
Yep.
no chance in hell, bro. It was
Mm-mm.
yeah, like these games. Most of
Not
the
with
games that are
Microsoft.
gonna most of the games that are gonna be released, they have been developed, like you said, for 3 to 4 years, 2 years. So they're in the height of woke shit. So you're not, you gotta, like, the games that are gonna come out that are gonna be like based are probably gonna be toward the end of Trump's term. That's when you're gonna start seeing like the really like base games come out, likely, because of
And
the changes. So
yeah, and that's exactly how I feel that about an upcoming Persona 4 remake, because it's gonna come out here, but it's gonna have trashy ass localization because
Just like
it was developed.
Reload.
Yeah, man. Although, I played it, but I don't appreciate the fact that they ruined the translation and shit. And hell, I'm glad I got the PC version so I can install mods to it to fix this shit when the time comes to play on the PC. It's like you, Atlas, you did a horrible ass job hiring these goons to do that a horrible translation on purpose. We did it for modern sensibilities. But you motherfuckers lost your way. You fall from grace. Hell, you used to be people from the rising sun, man. Now you know a bunch of snowflakes kissing
Pretty
ass
much.
to the west.
Yeah.
Let's kind of refocus because we're getting a little bit like away from like the main subject. So
My bad.
no, you're good, man. You're good. You're fine. So let's did Frostbaron, did you give your thoughts yet in detail?
On what? You mean the Fable reboot?
The Fable and the what else was it, Revenant?
Oh,
Fable and
Monolith.
Monolith being shut down,
Monolith,
and
yes.
also
Monolith, yes, yes.
the Wonder Woman
Okay.
game being canceled
Yeah.
along with it.
Basically
Okay.
Monolith and Wonder Woman and stuff like that. Because I don't think you got to like really express much yet. So
Okay.
Hates
All right.
price.
So when it comes to Fable, I've played some of Fable 1 and I played through fully Fable 2, and I enjoyed both games. When it comes to this reboot, I think it's pretty much dead on arrival, basically. And it wouldn't surprise me if it ends up. I don't know if it'll flop or not, but I don't think it'll remotely do as much to recoup the price it took to make the game, just from what I've seen from it. And it really just seems far removed from what the original idea of the Fable games were originally, and just did more like
Yep.
a modernized version of it to put it in perspective.
Generic, hyper realistic Western RPG. Number 45. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
But the graphics are beautiful. Who cares about graphics? Graphics,
Yeah.
beautiful
Those characters
graphics, lifestyle.
If your graphics are beautiful and those and you're using them to put those women on screen, then it's moot point, bro. But yeah. So what about the Monolith thing? You want to go into more detail about that?
Well, personally, I'm not really surprised that it got canceled. Mainly because outside of that preview forward a few years ago, there hasn't really been that much about the game at all when it comes to the news. Like I haven't really heard anything. The last thing I heard about it was maybe seeing something about one of the lead writers apparently complaining about Hogwarts Legacy, which actually was a pretty big red flag with the game already. So yeah, it's not a surprise that it happened. My experience with Monolith Studios was I did play Shadows of Mordor and I enjoyed the game. And and the thing is, with Shadows of War, I was thinking about playing it at some point, but then I saw that apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't there some kind of microtransactions with it that
Yeah,
they
it was.
had to
I
sort
saw.
out later on?
So all right, so I'll tell you, there was basically like an ending that was like locked, and you had like these crazy requirements, which was kind of pushing people to get like, toward getting like the paying for the microtransactions. Um, and it was very grindy, so it took the fun,
Uh,
the fun, and like the more like linear storytelling of the first game is sort of lost, and it's a much more of like a grindy, like much more of an RPG. Uh, it like I beat the game. Like I didn't hate it. I had some fun with it, admittedly, but there was a lot going on, and they also had woke shit in it too. There were let me put it this way. There were two very important characters in the game, and guess what their demographics were.
oh, I
One's
see.
a woman, and
Yep.
the other's a male. Well, what do you think he was? So that game, like
I'll
that
take
game.
it. I take it he was African American. If I had to take a
Pretty
guess.
much, yeah. So
Yeah,
that's actually,
figured.
and there's a trend there. Like if you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, the whole game is about the whole gang. Who are the most important characters at the end of the game? Michael and Sadie.
hmm
What is
Yep.
Michael? What is Sadie? There's no agenda. There's no pattern. Anyway, but yeah, like so.
Yeah.
The point is like that game, like it was fun. I'm not gonna lie to you, I did have fun with it, but it is grindy, and I almost dropped the game. I actually did drop the game, right, Revy? I told you I dropped it for like months, right, like a year almost, and I went back
Yes.
to it and finally finished it or something like that. Like I stopped playing because no matter how fun a game is, like the problem is they try to take games that are action games and they try to force them into being RPGs, right? Like it really feels like if you took Arkham City or Arkham Knight,
Yeah.
and then you just try to add RPG elements, and then you make everything grindy. It's like, bro,
Ah.
like you ruined the flow of the gameplay.
The
You beat
worst
Shadow of
combination.
Mordor, man. Yeah, you
Yeah.
beat Shadows of Mordor, so you know how that game played. It was much more linear,
Yeah.
and
It was definitely more linear.
and it was, and again, like the gameplay was fine because the Shadow of Mordor was fine with the gameplay, but overall, I wouldn't recommend that game. I'll never play through it again. It's grindy, and then the ending that you get from doing the long grind isn't even worth it. And now,
This
like, so
is-
basically,
you know-
it's an insane grind after the patch. After they patched and quote unquote fixed it, the grind was still insane. So there you go. Like that puts everything in perspective.
Okay. Well, good for telling me that and saving me some money there. But actually thinking about it, if that's how what Shadows of War was when it came to that grind, it actually makes sense why Gotham Knights and even Suicide Squad came out from WB as well. It was
Yes.
seems like it was kind of a precursor for that.
It
now that I think
was.
about it.
Yep. Gotham Knights
Yeah.
is a great example. That's actually a perfect. You could tell a lot of that like the game design found its way in there. That's actually a really good
Yep.
angle to look at it from.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
that's the reason I never picked it up really, because I saw
and honest,
the kind of system there, and I was like,
and with Monolith, like when they're putting stuff out like that, like I kind of like didn't care about this game, and like I didn't give a shit. Like, so to me, it's kind of like, all right, they're gone, but like they ruined the game that they made that I did like, which was the Shadow series. They ruined that. So I'm like, all right, you ruined the one series I liked. Then you got WB involved. Then you have Wonder Woman as the main character. It's 2025. Like, and the funny thing is, I love Wonder Woman in the comics, but in the
she's a good. She's
but,
overall good character. It's just
she's a great
nowadays
character.
she's ruined.
Yeah,
Yep.
but you know what the writing was on the wall with that, so I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
Too-
of course.
too-
Yeah.
hate to see you go, hate to see you go, but it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
And it sucks because they did
it
make
also
the
shows-
Monolith did Condemned, which is a very good
that's true.
series.
Mhm.
They did Fear. I only played the first one, but I heard the series was going downhill after the first one, especially with 3. I know 3 was notoriously known for being a very bad game. So I think that's another reason why they never went back to Condemned, because Condemned and Fear have a lot of similarities to them in ways. But it does suck that there was only 2 Condemned games. I think even the Master of Gaming, he had told me on X that what the fuck was it? Sega owns the IP for Condemned, so that doesn't give me much hope anyway. So because if they were to bring it back, they'll probably end up ruining that too. So
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
WB
all
really
right,
doesn't know what to do with DC. That's for
they
sure.
don't. They don't, because you have a bunch of executives. You have a bunch of executives making decisions over they have a bunch of executives making decisions that are over like things that have these fandoms. They have guys that are like investors. They have guys that are like businessmen making decisions based on that rather than the fact that these are IPs that people love. It's too
And
impersonal.
corporate suits and ties.
Yeah,
Because-
it's too impersonal. It's like,
yeah,
all right, like this we see a service game make money. So make Batman a service game. That's your job, which is a terrible way to look at it. You should look at it like as a game, like, all right, what game development team would do good with this series to maximize our profits? It kind of is like that thing that Warren Buffett one time said. He said always invest in what you know. And the problem is WB, they're run by guys that don't know what they're doing. They don't know anything about it. They don't care about it, and it shows. It shows with the decision making.
And all they care about is the big fat money. That's exactly why.
All you have to look at is
why
James Gunn.
EA did, man.
Look at James Gunn. The fact that they have James Gunn as the head of DC shows you that they're tone deaf. Because it's kind of like saying, well, Guardians of the Galaxy was Marvel's one of their few successes in recent years, so we're gonna have him run all of DC, but they're not considering it. Hey, is this guy actually right for this position? You get what I mean? So they're just incompetent across the board.
That's why fucking Superman's a broccoli head kid.
Pretty much, yeah. They gave Superman the broccoli head. Enough said.
Yes, not to mention the fucking teal and orange or the teal color grading. Like, these people, nowadays they don't even know how to do color grading nowadays.
That's true.
They all look the same.
Lost art.
Exactly.
And also, don't get me started on the casting of the lanterns either. Some of actually had it's Guy Gardner and the other person. Why are you casting people that are like 60s and in their 50s to play Hal Jordan and Guy Gardner? Like, I'm aware of the comics with Green Lantern, especially Jeff Johns' run, and like there's so much story you can do with that, and yet you choose people that are older in comparison to John when they're probably should be around the same age.
It's weird. It's weird.
The upcoming
you know what?
It's gonna be ass.
The reason why they're doing this. Sorry. Give me a second. Because I want to say this. The reason why they're doing that is because they want Jon Stewart to be the main Lantern, while Hal Jordan and freaking Guy Gardner, that they're side characters. But again, probably for a reason, right?
Stupid.
What do Guy Gardner and what do Guy Gardner and Hal Jordan have in common that Jon Stewart doesn't?
Well, they're both white and John's black.
Yeah. So who you think they want for their main Green Lantern?
Jon Stewart, easily.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
definitely sucks, but pretty much shows the logic there, because there's no way you can do Green Lantern fully without having Hal there, at least not to full potential, especially with his relationship with Sinestro and the whole Parallax story with it.
Well, they're gonna
And him
implement
going
that
nuts.
all with John. They're gonna implement that with John. They're gonna do a Miles Morales. Give Hal Jordan. I mean, give John Stewart all of Hal's important character moments and whatever. So
Yep, that's what's gonna happen.
so
Yeah,
yeah, when you have a company putting James Gunn as head of your DC comics, DC universe like films division, you know that you have like incompetent executives. That's just how you know.
Yep.
Bro. That's all I'm saying. I like
Yeah,
Guardians of
it's
the
gonna
Galaxy.
have-
I do, but he should not be anywhere
same
close
here.
to DC.
And it's
Not
gonna
because-
have some
Yeah.
Marvel jokes. We're
That's true.
sick and tired.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
Yeah,
Superman.
no, I agree with
Superman.
that.
Or Gunn.
The Superman trailer that we saw looked exactly like a Guardians of the Galaxy trailer. It really had the
Mhm.
exact
Yeah.
same format.
Speaking of which, the Superman trailer looks exactly like most trailers nowadays. Like, slow, dramatic build. I hate that shit. Can't they just create their own trailer, give their own characters, just so we can jump at the edge of our seats? No, man, because these trailers nowadays, are perfect for those who can't sleep and they want to find cure for insomnia. That's how sad it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And
they
we're not
need-
gonna, we're
it's
not
like
going to talk
spoiled.
about the suit. We're not going to talk about that Superman suit. Let's not talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Abomination.
Terrible.
What the hell?
Ugh.
Yeah.
And
Looks like he's
That's
wearing,
designed
he
by
looks
the
like he's wearing a Superman themed like biker's jacket, like a guy who likes Superman has a biker jacket like this, like
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
what's it called, like not memorabilia, like whatever, like it's just like what's the word for it when you have like merchandise or whatever, like you know what I mean, like a fan who they like Superman, so they have a Superman motorcycle jacket. That's what he looks like. That's what it looks like to me. But
and also, if you think Superman 2025 is the only one gonna be bad, you have another thing coming. The fucking MCU's Fantastic Four. It's like the color grade is like freaking yellow piss ass, and it's in the 60s. Give me a break. And also, Pedro Pascal sucks dick. He's
I hate
the
Pedro
wrong
Pascal.
guy.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I hate
He
his
should,
ass.
he
He's
should have
so-
never been
he's
cast
so
in this
ass.
fantastic.
It's all, Jessica Alba is still the sexiest Invisible Woman, no matter what.
Well,
Actually
they had
cast her off
Pretty
John
much.
Krasinski.
They had a great
John
cast
Krasinski.
in the
John
previous
Krasinski. They did. They had a great cast in the previous one, and
Yeah.
and Michael Chiklis. Come on, bro, perfect Ben Grimm.
Yeah.
And then
And
John
then,
Krasinski. John Krasinski should have been cast as Mr. Fantastic, not Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal is just he has the right opinions that Hollywood agrees with. That's why he's being cast and everything.
maybe they should cast
But-
him as a villain just to die off in the very beginning. And also Johnny Storm looks like a fanboy. And once again, the thing is CGI. It tells you that, the guy who plays Ben Grimm from Fantastic Four 05 is the best version. Like
Michael Chiklis.
he
Yep.
he has a suit, a skull cap, prosthetic makeup, and of
Yeah.
course
Well-
voice talent to give the thing life.
Well, the
Whereas,
one thing
His voice was good.
I'll give them credit though, because the only thing I do like about that movie, about the new one, is that I do like that the Thing looks more comic accurate. He actually looks like the comic accurate Thing now. So if they had so I'm not gonna hate on that, because to me, like, even though he's CGI, he actually looks like the character. Because I don't even like calling myself a Marvel fan anymore, because I stopped reading their comics when they went gay and woke. So, but back when I used to read it, I used to love the Fantastic Four, and the Thing is one of my favorites. Before they went full Pete at us, right? I'm not gonna say what that means, but the point is that, like in that era, like, I used to read a lot of comics, and the Thing that they have looks great, but unfortunately, he's in that movie. That's the bad part.
Yeah.
But before let's move on, because we kind of going on about this revenue.
Yeah.
Let's what's the next subject, bro?
Well, it's actually the last topic.
Oh, that was
So
okay.
no,
Wait,
but we're
what?
gonna get into the last topic. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah. So and then
I mean-
afterwards, I'll rotate the panel, and then because I see Melina Chan's here, so I'm sure she'll have a few things to say about the other topics as well. But
I got something to say from other topics, but before we move on, when I first saw a picture of Rogue on back in 2000, she was smoking hot, and I was turned on by her. That's the one with the
She was a
green
beautiful
and
woman.
white suit.
She was beautiful.
Yep.
Rogue is supposed to be beautiful.
I was like,
But yeah, let's
dude, she's like my favorite X-Men.
yeah, she's a babe. So anyway, let's
Yeah.
move on because like we've been on this for a
so
while.
All right.
right. So Square Enix, I guess they had some type of interview or like conference of some kind. I'm not sure because I personally didn't look too much into it because I didn't feel like reading a bunch of fluff because that's basically what it would be. So I just got the whole gist of what people were talking about, which is the really important part. And that is there's a quote here where they want to create with a global audience in mind.
Of course.
And I'll quickly give my
We've never heard that
quote
before.
here. There's a quote here. Actually, specifically, this is from Pirate Nation on X. Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi on modern game development. We now create with a global audience in mind. And there's a picture with another quote. We now create with a global audience in mind from the very start. And in that sense, we are in a completely different era. And that's not very surprising considering the route Square Enix has been going in. A few games seems to be free from that, as far as I know, like Fantasian Neo Dimension, which was not developed by a Square Enix studio. It was only published by them. And that game is actually made by Mistwalker that did Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon. And I think 2 or so mobile games. And it's actually by the original creator of Final Fantasy. They all, I believe Octopath Traveler 2 doesn't have any bullshit in it, and Visions of Mana as well. So as far as anything else, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, this isn't very surprising because they were on Sweet Baby Inc.'s client list at one point. They probably still are.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think anything else. I think they work with Black Girl Gamers, the other client group for Forspoken. And I'm trying to think what else they were doing. I mean, you had other shit in their games where they're censoring characters like Tifa and others.
Oh
I
yeah,
know
they've been
Rebirth had
censoring. They've been censoring
Rebirth
Tifa
had
since
modern.
Remake.
Yeah, that's true too. Rebirth had a bunch of minority NPCs everywhere that most of them did not look very appealing for obvious reasons. They had gay couples in the game, like and NPCs like holding hands and whatnot. So and also the localization has some modern day translation going on there.
And not to mention the stupid Disney MCU multiverse crap inserted.
That too, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably like one of the worst things about it too, because it
You
would
don't
still
like
be a
you
shit
don't like the
game
straps?
either
You
way.
don't like the straps or the stockings on
straps.
Tifa? Anything to make her look as covered up as possible? That people pretend that they like the design, but they really know why it's real?
Let's make her skinnier too and shrink her boobs too.
Bro, people really
Yeah.
people have really convinced themselves that the reason that the design change was supposed to make her look more interesting. Like I've heard people make that argument. I'm like, no, they just want to show as little skin as possible, bro. While being forced to stay true to the original design.
Yeah.
There's people talking themselves into
Stupid, man.
accepting and liking censorship.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what it is. It's like saying saying,
it
hey,
is. Yeah.
legs are sexy, cover them bitches up. Tits are hot.
Yeah.
Give her like three sports bras under her shirt. Like
And
that's what it is.
Yeah,
shrink
pretty much. Yeah.
and reduce her
It's not meant
boob side too, man.
It's
And
not
make her
meant
a
to
bit
be. It's
skinnier.
not meant to look better. It's not meant to look better. It's not. It's not meant to
No.
look
It's
better.
not.
I mean,
No.
hell, like freaking Tifa from Advent Children is even thicker than Tifa from the remake series.
Well, anybody
That's
who
sad.
works out, Tifa's supposed to be like a fit girl who works out all the time. So why does she have thicker thighs, stronger glutes? They could add a little more muscle to her if they choose. Like if you're gonna go that route of realism and say whatever, like she shouldn't be built like she fucking like a stick, right?
Yeah. She
I
shouldn't.
mean,
So
not just built, like she's like she was like back then she was like thick, like fuckable, and now they just like made her lose weight because we don't want attractive women.
But that's what
like
I'm
that,
saying.
man.
The whole thing about her is that she's an athlete. So her legs were like thicker because she was like a martial
Yeah,
artist.
like,
She was like athletic.
yeah,
That's why her build. That's why her
like Big
build was
Smoke.
like
Yeah,
that.
man. And she
But
was very
because of,
voluptuous too, man.
that's what I'm
Buff.
saying. But she was also
Mhm.
voluptuous. So the reason why they took it
Yep.
out is because again it's attractive. But then again that's counterproductive because people they want strong female characters until that means they're hot. Like if
Yep.
you look at girls who go to the
I
gym
want to
all
get
the
rid of
time,
the male gaze.
they want to get rid of male gaze. If you look at girls that squat, like the girls that I've trained jujitsu with and like MMA with, like they have strong ass fucking legs. Because first off, the legs carry more fat with women. They carry more weight down there. And then on top of that, when you are getting stronger and athletic, the parts where the fat deposits sit the most, those are the parts that are gonna bulk up. They're gonna be the most muscular. So with women, they carry more fat around the legs biologically, so their legs develop faster. That's why they have stronger looking legs. If she's a martial artist and supposed to be like this great athlete, she should be way thicker. But they won't do
Also,
that
not to
because
mention,
despite it being realistic, they don't want it because again, like Revenant said, it's because it's the male gaze, because guys will because men will like it. You're not
and not to
supposed to
mention,
like it.
she's like a very skin tight, very short mini pencil skirt, and underneath it's just her undie, white
Yeah.
undies. And nowadays, she wears a regular skirt and wear a fucking short black tights under it. Like, what the fuck?
The reason why they're doing this is because these characters are not written for men anymore. They're written for Tumblr feminists, Tumblr women with their yaoi fan fiction.
And ESG investors.
The Twilight hoes, the 50 Shades of Grey's hoes. Those are who those characters are created for now. They're trying to appeal to that route. Those people. That's who. And again, that's what they're trying to do to appease investors. So that's why even if you look at the writing and story, if you think about what the characters say, they're actually pretty different too. They're more aligned with like what you would see typically from like female fan fiction, as opposed to what the characters were like in the original Final Fantasy VII. They actually the whole game kind of comes across as like fan fiction, but that's an example. So I'm not surprised about the Square Enix thing. They've already shown us that they want to do this forever. They already they don't have to tell us what we've seen them doing. And I'm glad that on the bright side, at least they directly admitted it. At least they finally admitted it, despite saying
they just confirmed what we already knew.
But the funny thing is they were deflecting it before. Before they were like, they kept trying to like pretend like that wasn't the case, because they kept trying to say things like, "Oh, we're just trying to do this, we're just trying to do that," and in 2025 they finally say, "Yeah, we're just trying to appeal to a global audience," which is what we all knew.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us the truth.
Yeah. Thank you for exposing your idiotic ass, and
thanks for climbing up the tree and exposing your ass. We appreciate it.
And thanks for betraying the rising sun too, man. You're in favor of a bunch of snowflakes, people, man. And so I got the only good thing for remake series is that they managed to make Eris beautiful. That's it.
Yeah. They did, but they also made her more feminist. That's what I'm saying. Like they did that. They made her more beautiful. They made her more beautiful, but when you hear her talk, she says a bunch of feminist shit, like subliminally. Like there's a bunch of casual lines.
I started trying to fool people. Oh, like
it's
like,
like,
don't
what
know
the
people
fuck,
go, oh,
man?
she's pretty, so there's nothing wrong. And then you actually hear what she says.
She's supposed to be
and
like,
it's like, all right, she has a pretty face and all that, but then she's saying a bunch of dumb feminist shit, and that's why they make them that way. They want to fool people.
She's supposed to be beautiful on.
That's the same thing what Capcom does too.
Strong female.
Yeah,
that's
like what they did to fucking Jill Valentine and fucking Claire Redfield, Ada Wong, especially fucking Resident Evil 4 remake. But like, she's supposed to be beautiful on the inside and out, but they ruined her personality, and not to mention they made her death a big ass joke.
Oh, but let's not go too much into that, because that's like a whole conversation, bro. To be honest with you,
but yeah,
that's like
a whole
thing. What they did to her death, what they did with Eris, her dying and whatnot, they jacked the whole thing up. They really truly ruined it. And to a lesser degree,
the whole multiverse crap, man.
Even though it's like not, even though it's more of a side character, what they did with Dyne was also an abomination. People like they overlooked that. They
fucked
turned
him
this
up, too.
motherfucker. They took a stoic, sad character and they made him into Brian Fury. Make that make sense? He went from a guy. He went from a guy with nothing to lose, right? That like was like depressed or whatever, and like shell shocked. They basically made him into a guy
Psycho.
A psycho, yeah. Like I'm insane. I'm crazy. I'm so
like the Joker.
Like the Joker,
Like-
yeah. Brian
like-
Fury,
like,
Brian
what the
Fury.
fuck?
From the Joker movie.
That's why
What
I
the
think,
fuck, man?
honestly, people don't like when I say this. Nomura is a fucking hack, bro. He's actually a hack. If there was ever a
Bro.
definition of a hack,
Fuck
it would be
Nomura,
Nomura.
fuck Hamaguchi, and all the other motherfuckers in there.
Yeah, man.
No one can
This-
convince me Nomura is not a hack, bro.
Yeah, and this is the reason why. This is the reason why
If they
we
didn't learn from Kingdom
fucking,
Hearts 3, then they'll never learn.
Yo, dude, this is the reason why
Cool.
Final Fantasy versus 13 ended up turning to Final Fantasy 15, man. Because freaking
Yeah.
Nomura.
Fucking
make
Nomura
up-
wanted to turn it 15 into a musical after he went to
Well,
one musical.
Oh, he can't. Yeah, he can't
I'm
make
glad
up
he
his
didn't.
mind, and then
What?
he ends up giving up on verse 13, and they're turned to Final Fantasy 15, and then Stella and Nox Fleur got
goes to-
fired.
he-
Got replaced
He
by
goes
Luna
to
Freya.
Kingdom Hearts, and then he just like, just to have people wait for it. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts fan like that or anything like that, but he had actual Kingdom Hearts fans wait all these years for it, and just to be a complete disappointment.
Well, you know what it is,
Yeah.
because writers like Nomura don't know what a resolution actually means. They don't know what resolution is. Everything is multiverse and infinite, and it's like the kind of
a bunch of shock values after the other. They want to have like these like spontaneous moments, and they don't want they don't want to build anything. They don't want people to be in anticipation. They just want everyone to have this instant reaction, as if everyone's some dot streamer like Nori on Twitch, with the mouse wide open or something. It's like let things
man.
simmer, let things build, let people get invested in what's happening. Like everything doesn't
bro,
have to be
it's
like
'cause-
instantaneous.
But it's because of the deeper subtext is nihilistic writing, because nihilistic writing leads to that kind of storytelling where nothing matters, nothing has stakes, nothing has a meaning anymore. Everything is like gray. Everything is like clouded and nothing's clear. That's like typical like nihilistic writing, bro.
Mhm.
That's what
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
Like
And yeah,
multiverse. this
Retro
character
Man.
died.
Team Ninja did a better job with Tifa.
This character
At least,
didn't die,
at least
so
back then.
this character didn't die, so they died. But you know what? We like her so much. Nihilism. It doesn't matter. Multiverse. You can see her ghost. You can talk to her, so it's like she's not gone at all, and she'll tell you foreshadowing to the future. It's a hack job, bro. It's hackish. It's
man.
nihilistic, and Kingdom Hearts is full of that. Kingdom Hearts already had that BS before the game came out, and I found out he was involved. I knew he was gonna fuck it up. I knew he was gonna fuck
you
it
know,
up, bro, 'cause he can't control himself. He can't respect. He doesn't
Can't help
respect.
it.
Yeah, man.
He doesn't even
I was like-
respect his own character decisions when he writes his own shit,
Mhm.
let alone with other people's characters. So
Yep.
And
that's
also,
how it works.
I know Tetsuya Nomura didn't directly do this, but it's his fault for letting Square Enix get rid of Stella Nox Fleur and get replaced by Luna Freya, man. And yeah, freaking Stella and Nox just had more chemistry together. And then whereas Final Fantasy 15, like, dude, like she fucking Luna and
Wasn't
Nox
there- it
didn't
wasn't
really
even
even know
there.
each other, man. And
Yeah, it wasn't even there.
to make further insult, they made
They want you to
King's
watch-
Claim.
they want you to watch a CGI movie and a fucking 5-episode anime or some shit on YouTube.
Yeah, that fucking
They actually put
Oh,
that
yeah.
together.
party
That
scene.
was the day.
Everything should be in the
That
game.
fucking party
Oh,
scene in Kingsglaive is a mockery to. It's a
Yeah.
fucking mockery to the trailer that featured Nakato and Stella. Man, like, what the fuck?
was,
I,
yeah.
I cringe.
They should
And-
never even scrapped all that shit from Versus 13.
I mean,
They
if you
would've been
can't-
better off continuing what they had. That
I
would've
mean, if you
ended up
can't
being
do that,
better.
then at least have Noctis hooked up with Gladius' sister, because at least they have chemistry, man.
Oh yeah.
And
What's
and
her name?
you're- I'm
Sisune
talking about-
or something like that.
yeah, I'm talking about post time skip, by the way. But
Oh,
Long
I
story
also
short-
forgot. They made a book about Noctis and Luna as well, if I'm not mistaken. This is
Long
after the
story
game already
short,
came
Yeah,
out.
they're
that's not
fucking
canon.
hacks. That's
Sorry.
it. That's the bottom line. They're hacks. He
Yeah.
can join Matt
'Cause
Reeves in the hack list.
Yeah,
They're
James
hacks.
Gunn.
James
Yeah,
Gunn.
all of them.
I mean, James Gunn.
Yeah.
James Gunn. I want to say James Gunn is a hack, but he is kind of like one trick. Like, but for sure, he can join Matt Reeves on my hack list. I have a list of hacks, and they're both on it. So,
What do you
Yep.
think of Seth? What do you think of Seth Ross? Well, I don't like him anymore because he's overrated now. They overrate the fuck out of him, especially. Oh, let's have him on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate since King Cloud. Like, come on, we're
you know
sick
what
and
it is,
tired of
bro.
being
The problem
seeing
is not Sephiroth.
Seth Ross.
The problem is the fan base have turned him into something that he's not because of their fandom. Because of their like obsession with him, they turned him into a character that he's not supposed to be. That's kind of why.
Yeah, man.
That's why, like
Exactly.
in Rebirth, he acts like that. He's acting like that because that's what that's what they think the fans want. Because of like again the shippers, all the gay shit that he does toward Cloud and
Yeah.
Rebirth.
He was
That's all
acting kind of fruity in there. Kind of
that game.
that game.
All of that is because of the shippers. It's because of the fan base.
Yeah.
Zach being alluded to more directly, it's because of the fan base, because of the shippers and shit like that.
Yeah,
Like,
dude.
when a character becomes popular, they try to transform them into something that they're not. It's like Harley Quinn, where Harley Quinn was never meant to be this like girl boss, whatever, but because so many feminist fruitcakes latched onto her, now she's a talking point for feminist BS, even though her intention was always far from that. Because the intention of the character was always for her to be the opposite of a feminist. It's like a dependent on this crazy schizophrenic clown she's absolutely dependent on. She's absolutely dependent on.
Yeah.
But what did they
Hell,
want her
even
to? A toxic girl boss female,
man.
because those are the people that are those are the fan base that are latching onto her. So that's
Hell,
kind of
even
like
Sephiroth from Crisis Core never acted like that,
Final
man.
Fantasy 12 is a great game. I'm just saying.
Even
like
Sephiroth from
there's more love.
Even Sephiroth from Crisis Core never acted like that. What the fuck?
You had me at Fran. You had me at Fran, baby.
It's like
anyway, but
yeah, I like how they made Sephiroth in Crisis Core. This is how he used to be. He was a normal, humble, genuine hero. And then when he discovers the origins, and then trying to read books, and all the false information finally fucked up his head and turned him to a main villain. That's what it is.
Well, let's yeah. Like, I mean, but like, let's not focus on like the plot of the game, because it's really more about Square Enix and their BS. And like, again, you got like Nomura involved in all those people. It's very clear that they don't know what the hell they're doing.
And then
they made it very obvious
remake.
that they're trying to play. They're just trying to play toward the modern audience. We all knew it, and they're cooked. Their goose is cooked too.
Yeah.
So
if Final Fantasy VII remake happened, they ruined this character, man.
They're gonna double down, and they're gonna have another Rebirth situation, another Final Fantasy 16 situation.
16,
so let them do it. Let them do it to themselves. Let them do it to themselves. That's all you can do.
Yeah,
let them
it's gonna be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's gonna be worse. Then they keep failing. Then they probably will go up for sale. Then Sony will pick them up and just make things worse there.
Let them blow themselves up with their own hubris. With their own hubris, let them like self-destruct. That's it. But
they're gonna ruin.
Let's
yeah, they're gonna ruin the next Nier. Hell, they're gonna fucking ruin the next Nier game, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
you heard there's gonna be an upcoming Nier game taking place.
Well, we'll see.
They better leave
see.
Yoko Taro alone.
We'll see, because it might be a thing where like they try to censor the game post-release. I think that's more likely than a game being made with like a certain intention. I think it's more likely that they'll try to like after the fact adjust the game for quote unquote modern audiences. So kind of like what they try to do with Stellar Blade. I think we're gonna deal with another one of those situations.
Yeah, bait and switch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get the last couple people on here, because we hit all the subjects, and then maybe we can have a bit of like more of a free talk where we could talk about.
Okay. I don't know if Frostbrand didn't give his thoughts about it.
Oh yeah, he didn't. You're right. Frostbrand, give your thoughts, and then we'll switch things over, because we've been on for a while, which I don't mind. But like, let's keep the flow going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's other people waiting too.
All right, I'll just give what I say, and then I'll just head out.
Yes,
Um,
Joko says too many Fujoshis. Yes, too many Fujoshis. Exactly.
yeah. All right. So the Square Enix thing, I had a feeling they were going this way since the whole Forspoken game that came out and everything with that. And so it doesn't really surprise me at all. And the guy who said this quote, he's the director of Final Fantasy Rebirth and the one who also did Kingdom Hearts, correct?
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
Tetsuya
This is
Nomura, or no.
something
Who's- is it-
Naoki
sorry.
Hamaguchi.
Okay.
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 So yeah.
Okay. I was just
You're
double
talking about
checking. But
the creative director, right? Was it Nomura who did
They-
Kingdom Hearts?
no,
3?
oh yeah, no,
yeah.
no,
But
the guy who's
the
doing
person
it.
with the quote is
Well-
Naoki Hamaguchi.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if this is the route that Square Enix is gonna go down, then well, so be it for them. Though, given how apparently Final Fantasy 16 and the sales for Rebirth have gone, it seems that it's backfiring pretty badly for them. That's not even including Forspoken either. So it
True.
is what it is.
Yeah. All right. So fair enough. So let's that was concise and to the point. Like, yeah, I agree. Let's switch it up and get everyone else in here, and then get their thoughts. And
Okay.
then what
Well,
we'll do is
let's
Wait.
should we let them do their outros or no?
well,
not yet.
Wait,
if they want to. I mean,
Wait, what topics
because-
are we going to talk?
So
first
what I was
last?
thinking is, hold on, give me a second. How many hours are we in right now? We're 3 hours in,
Oh,
so I'm thinking we
really?
let everyone else on, and then after they can give their outros if they want, but then we can talk about any be a little bit more loose and let people talk about different things for a little while before we close out.
Okay, no problem.
That way,
Okay.
because we got through the subjects pretty quickly, which compared to
Yeah.
other podcasts. So if we can get through, let everyone else on and they can talk, then we'll have a little bit more free time to talk about things that aren't necessarily right onto the subjects.
Right.
So
Okay, no problem.
Mhm.
I mean,
All right, so
maybe
I'll
like
switch
what
them
kind
out
of
and,
games you
chat.
guys are into and stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, we can still chat off air. I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
No, well, what I
Actually,
mean
no,
is
well, we can't do that anyway.
no, what I was gonna say is that we're gonna talk about things on this. Like we'll just talk about different subjects that aren't necessarily pertaining to the topics. Like a little bit more
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a free discussion about different things or whatever before we close out. Right? Maybe like 20 or 30
Yeah.
minutes or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
Okay.
mean,
Because I wasn't sure before. Okay, that's no problem.
Yeah, I didn't get
So,
Because we're only 3
Uh,
hours in. So let's just
yeah.
let's just do that. Like enough said, enough words said. Let's go and do that. All right, Revenant. So if you guys don't have to give your outros out because we'll probably let you on again to give your outros.
Hey, what's up? Again.
What's up?
what's up?
It's the Archer
What's up, guys?
himself, the Archer of Infamy.
I know, right?
And
And
Melina
then
Chan.
we have the Serenity Karma herself, Melina Chan.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Hello, gentlemen. Good evening.
Hello, Melina.
Hello, Jinpachi.
Hey, how's it going?
The actual base female.
Pretty much.
Thank you.
She's one of only max 5 that exist. There's like 5 of them.
She don't
And we only
tolerate
know
none of that bullshit.
we only know Melina. And there's only 5 of them worldwide. So
For real, like, we still on that topic about Square Enix, right?
yes. So everyone
Mhm.
basically as much as you guys have been listening in, you don't have to give your opinion on every subject we talked about, just the ones that you care about. And I'm sure Melina, you've been listening in, so I'm pretty sure you're caught up, right? And also Archer. So just talk about the subjects we already talked about and give your thoughts, and then we'll go into free time, playtime, free time. Baby. Anyway,
Well, I fucking hate the idea that they fucked up Wonder Woman as bad as they did. You know, I'm actually glad that they canceled the game, not because I don't want to see a Wonder Woman game, but not in this environment.
Not like this. Not like this.
Yeah, exactly. It's like not like this, bro. So like, I'm glad that shit got canned. But like Square Enix, I got beef. I got legit beef with them. I know I said I got beef with Sony. I got beef with Square. Ain't they the ones who did fucking Life is Strange? Or was that a
Yes.
different? Oh, fuck them. Like, that game, I remember when I was like fucking 13 and I was listening to like, it was at the time I was watching like fucking Jacksepticeye and shit, like playing games like that. And I've never wanted to take a fucking screwdriver to my eye ever since. So hard. Like, I fucking hate that game. And I hate all the shit that came after. So at least they honest now. At least they honest. Like, fucking hell, bro. Like, just imagine. Oh, they fucked up Hitman too, as well, you know?
Fucking L. Fucking L, mate.
Yeah, I know, right? But like, they fucked up Hitman by doing episodic releases of like each mission.
I hated that so badly. I love Hitman. Hitman's one of my favorite series of all time, and they fucked that up so badly.
And my first Hitman game was Silent Assassin. You know?
Mine was the first one on PC.
Shit. I wish I got I mean, I got all the games now, but like, you know, it's so fucked up with. I haven't beaten the second game yet because I'm trying to do Silent Assassin on all missions.
Yes,
like,
and that's what I do too. That's what I did. Because that's like my criteria is the same. I won't move on until I do it on Silent Assassin.
mm-hmm.
Every game. I've beaten every Hitman game with Silent Assassin. All of them. Every stage.
And my favorite Hitman game, ain't gonna lie, is probably Blood Money. I think that's everybody's favorite. Well, almost everybody's favorite.
That's my favorite too. I mean, because it's the perfect balance between fixing the jank, but also not abandoning it entirely, like Absolution and whatnot. So it's like the perfect middle ground between both worlds. Modern, but still like with the feel of Hitman.
Yeah, and you know, it's so bullshit with like what they did to that series. And they continued that model, and it's like, bro, just because Hitman Absolution got fucking goofy doesn't mean that you got to make every single fucking Hitman game after it some goofy ass simulator. Killing somebody in a fucking peacock costume or parrot costume, whatever the fuck that was. And yeah, you had like the clown costume and Blood Money, but that was like for one mission. You know, that shit, that was so bullshit. So like, I have no love for Square Enix. I know that they made Final Fantasy. I know that's probably an unpopular opinion, but like how I saw this shit coming early. Like, the writing was on the wall. You had fucking Life is Strange, and then
Okay,
you
got
had
him back.
Oh, hey, welcome back, brother. But like, you know, but like the writing was on the fucking wall. They had,
Yep.
you know, they fucked up Hitman. They made Life is Strange, which has turned into like every single time I see a woke game now, I cannot help but attribute it to Life is Strange.
Mm-hmm.
So it. Oh, did they do Parasite's Eve?
Yeah, Square Enix did. Yeah.
Well, okay, so I can't hate that game. I like that game. You know, good, but like still, if they made it in the modern day, what would they do to Eve? You know, the
I
main
mean,
character.
yeah. I mean,
They would
what was the last
absolutely.
one that came out on
It would be.
PSP?
It would be
The first birthday or whatever.
Yeah.
People didn't like that one at all, and that was the last one. They basically kind of like, I don't know if it was the publisher in Square Enix or the developer or what, but that's another series that went to shit,
Square
unfortunately.
Enix and
So
RGG are in a position where they can save themselves from what they did, what they're doing
yeah,
now, because the bones of the old development team is still there, so they can save themselves. But it's all ultimately comes down to will they do it? Will they make the right choice? Because with Square Enix, like they still have a bunch of properties, and as you said, like with Hitman, like the main problem is that like with Hitman specifically is that it got flanderized. That's what fucked up Hitman. That it got flanderized in the sense that
Yep.
it became like they kind of lost the point of what the games were always about. And that's why, like, even though I like Blood Money was to me like a great game. Absolution is like whatever, but even the last three that came out, I did like them. I just didn't like that they were what's it called? That they were like episodic, some of them. But I think the first two were. But the point is that they lost the plot because they started to try to make they try to do the service model. They try to force that into Hitman. They try to make it have like this like RPG kind of thing going on where you have these certain kind of unlocks. The deal like they try to make everything into a service, and I think that's what really like messed up Hitman more. And then also like they took the theme of like, oh, he's a hitman contract killer, and it's like the character has been around so long now that I don't even think that they understand what 47 is supposed to be anymore. Like the plot of Hitman 3 tells me that they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah,
I don't even feel like it's the same guy, to be honest with you.
no,
So-
hell no, it ain't because
So
he was.
go
My
ahead,
bad.
so you can say.
My bad, bro. But like,
Oh, you're good.
he was a damn clone. 47. He was the 47th clone to fucking function. But then, like, they get like he didn't even have eyebrows, my man. Like, my man's did not have any eyebrows. He couldn't grow hair. But then, like, what? It correct me if I'm wrong. I thought if I'm crazy or something. Like 47, I know 47 in the first one had like I think they started saying like, well, you know, there's this guy, fucking, you know, Lucas Gray or whatever, and he's like
Agent 6, yeah.
yeah, Agent 6. He's like, that's 47's brother, and it's like, bruh, no, 47 killed
Because
every.
they're borrowing from the Hollywood movies because they're borrowing from the Hitman movies where they said that he was basically more of like a special like test subject, like one of many, as opposed to being like a true clone. So they're borrowing from that dynamic from the movies, like,
Which is
and
it's stupid.
it's lame. It's lame, and it's also a retcon. They actually retconned him when he was younger. So the whole thing with all of it is that with Hitman, like what they failed to realize is that Agent 47 was never meant to be like all right. Let me word it this way: they'd want to make Agent 47 no longer special. They're trying to remove the things that make him like special, like, you know, like the main character energy, and they always try to strip that. You see that with Marvel, where like Captain America was a super soldier, and then they started trying to make everyone super soldiers. Like, this is a failed super soldier. This guy's a super soldier. He has a modern version of the serum. It's the same thing with 47, where 47, you're not special. Agent 6 is a hitman too. He's just as good as you are, blah, blah, blah. Even though nothing in the game showed that he was as good as 47 was. And he actually ended up dying anyway, so.
Yeah, he got found out. And he was being gunned at. Like, I do.
So clearly he's not on the level of 47, and then plus they built up to him in multiple games, and then by the time you get actually confront him, you don't even get to like fight him or challenge him or anything like that. It's just, it's like
you have to team up with him, and
the
it's
only
like
thing that saves those games, the modern ones, because I do like them, is the actual missions and gameplay are good, but the story stuff and like it's bad. But like, you know, so what you were saying about Square Enix, like, you know, on that front, it's like Square Enix. Like my whole point with all this was that Square Enix, they have the bones of a good, you know, a Japanese company that can make things work again. They got to pull their head out of their asses before it's too late.
Yeah, and you know, I could talk about it forever, but I'm gonna pass it over to Melina because I'll be ranting.
Don't simp for the God Empress. Oh no, that's New Ray. Sorry.
No, you get
God Empress.
Nah, it's all good. But like, I could just tell I'm gonna fucking go at 1,000,000 miles per hour on this shit because I got such bad beef with them, man.
Well, they were supposed to be the chosen one, just like Capcom. You were supposed to be the chosen one. You're supposed to destroy the woke, not join them.
Exact. Well, and I'll say this about Life is Strange: they were literally just ripping off Telltale games. Like Telltale's The Walking Dead. They ripped off the fucking your choices matter thing, you know?
Artsy fartsy, pretentious games that no one who's a real gamer really cares about.
Yeah, but like, and I did enjoy like games like The Walking Dead, the first one, because it was like, oh, this is fun. I get to play a character. And keep in mind, I was a little kid at the time too, playing games like this. I probably should have been playing.
I'm gonna be real with you. Those games, I never liked those games. I always felt like they were boring.
Well, I think I have a great memory of them because I was younger and it was a game that I wasn't supposed to play because of all the, I've heard some, curse words inside of that shit. Like,
Core memory obscene.
Yeah, no, right? But like, as I look back on it, it's like, no, the Telltale model don't work no more. And it didn't work with Life is Strange. It didn't work with any other game that tried to mimic that style. So it's literally one of those things now where I'm like, yeah, you could still try this, but you're not going to do so well at it. Is it cool to have characters remember what you did to them? Yeah, but Fallout does shit like that.
And it does it better too.
Exactly. Well, we was talking about Fable. Fable does that, and I was playing Dragon's Dogma. People remember the shitty stuff that you do to other people. So, if Square Enix wants to grow, like if they find their balls from whatever jar that is storing them, and they somehow get them back in, make some edgy fucking games again, like Parasite's Eve, the whole fucking theater just bursting into flames and shit like that. That was shocking when I was a little kid playing that, and I found out I wasn't supposed to play that, but I was
hey,
like,
we all been there.
5. Oh yeah, I was like 5 when I tried to play that game, but like, the whole theater bursting into flames and stuff. That's a shocking scene. But they ain't got.
I wanted to bring back Vagrant Story, but now I don't want them to touch that. Yeah, Vagrant Story, and I also heard they're gonna be remaking the next remake. That's gonna be slaughtered is Final Fantasy 9, and that's my favorite Final Fantasy. So I don't want them fucking that up at all.
Because my favorite is 8, and I was like, thank God that no one likes 8 because that means they won't remake it. So I can live happily knowing the memory as it takes. Like that's the beauty of loving something that's universally not like appreciated as much, because then when the lame ass remakes come out, that game gets skipped.
Oh man, I just saw somebody in chat, by the way, say I'm a Zoomer with an old man's voice.
Hey
man,
it's not your fault, man.
Man, you see the shit I grew up.
It's not your fault, Jack Baker.
Jack Baker.
Jack Baker.
Welcome to the family, son.
So Melina, Melina, the person who doesn't call her the god, doesn't call herself the god empress of mankind. the actual base female that I wish actually did more of her own videos. What are your thoughts on this?
What was that? I don't understand what he said.
I said,
yeah,
well, I was speaking
sound
Russian.
a little muffled there.
Yeah.
Talking Spanish.
Dinya Panimayesh. Anyway, no, listen. That's not Spanish, but like here's the thing. When it comes to the gaming landscape and all this stuff, I was saying you, the actual based female who should be talking about this stuff more. I want to hear your opinion about it.
Yeah. Well, starting with Wonder Woman, I'm glad that the project is not it got canceled. They're not gonna follow through with it because I like Wonder Woman and I don't want to see her character get destroyed any more than what they did to her in Injustice. So the worst version I have ever seen Wonder Woman be, and I'd rather not have a full-on game based around her being woke or whatever the hell they were gonna do to her. So yeah. And as far as Square Enix, I guess my little beef with them would be I hate to say it, but I used to like Life is Strange when I was younger when it came out at the time, but with all that has transpired to today, I wouldn't have liked it so much because of how much it impacted. I feel like it was a major influence, like Silas said, in their later projects. Because honestly, the first one was good, but then like the ones they made after, like the prequel and Life is Strange 2 were just terrible. Like it just drove the nail in the coffin more with the DEI and propaganda and stuff. But my personal beef with them would be like Tomb Raider, because I do like the modern take at the time. I still do, but forever and always in my heart, the original Lara will always be my favorite, and I consider that the accurate and best version of her. No offense to the modern version, but she just can't compete with her. The first one was fine because yes, the first one, the 2013, I like the Strand on the Island. Like I like the story behind that one. Only thing I would say, I wish that they kind of commit more to the grittiness of it. I feel like it wasn't as gritty for me because even though she has some pretty rough deaths, if you can manage to get them, well, they can't. Well, I'm pretty sure upon first playing, they were really easy, especially the pole through the head. I don't know. It felt like even though there was blood in there, I don't know. It wasn't enough for me. It was kind of like they were going for it, and then at certain times they were holding back the very gritty, just gruesomeness of the survival aspect. But then I do love Rise of Tomb Raider, even though for the life of me I hate the title, because that should have been the first game, like the first 2013's title, like Rising to the Occasion, like how she does throughout the game. They should have came up with a better title. I liked it, but then that's when the influence of the DEI has seeped in, and then the third one, yeah, and I don't like it.
They progressively got more woke. The first, because I have this, I kind of have a similar opinion to you with that. I liked 2013. I liked Rise a bit, but then Rise had some woke stuff in it. Then the third one, they were like, all right, we're going woke now. Like they just
full on with it. Yeah. That's my little personal beef with it.
While with the second one, it was a little more balanced, where even though it was there, it didn't kill the game. Melina, before you continue, let me just address a comment, and then you could continue. Burf said there were a bunch of clones in the series. Yeah, there were a bunch of clones in the series, but there were actual clones. Agent 6 in Hitman is more like, he really is more like a brother character. Like he doesn't feel like a clone. He feels like a brother from the same mother. That's it. Like I don't know how else to say it. He's not like the 40 set, like the 48s and stuff like that. He's not. He's listen. He's lame. he's lame and gay. Sorry.
Way but brothers.
Because the older clones were actual clones, and Agent 6 is like just some random guy that they're like, all right, well, yeah, he's one of you technically, and then he doesn't look shit like 47, and then he's like he looks a little older, and then he's not as good or skilled, like, and then yes, I know the story reason with the serum, but it's not just, they did a very bad job with that character. He could have been a cool counterpart, but sadly he wasn't. So I get what you're saying. And yes, technically the clones have always been there, but I gotta say that because there's a bit more nuance there. It's not so simple, black and white. But anyway, continue on, Melina.
Yes. But as far as the I'm sorry, from 2013 to 2019, like they're pretty solid. It's just I just didn't like the influence that they started to have in in Rise of the Tomb Raider. In the second one, it's pretty balanced, like right in the middle, and then just went full on. And I also do like Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld, because that's also under Crystal Dynamics. I'm sorry, that's Crystal Dynamics. I think Square Enix. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, I think I got it wrong. It's Crystal Dynamics. I don't think Square Enix was involved with Tomb Raider. I thought. Forgive me. Scratch that. I thought they were. Someone probably corrected me. Huh? Oh, dang it. My mic went under my shirt. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. It's just that.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You might have gotten the developers wrong, but you had the right idea behind it, so you're forgiven.
Yes, yes, yeah, right. Exactly. My bad. I am so sorry. I'm pretty sure. I'm surprised no one has caught on and like, no, it's not. It's Crystal Dynamics. But yeah, my bad. But yes, as far as with the Square Enix, honestly, they can say that all day long that we're gonna pay attention to, the majority, to the real gamers, but I'm not gonna believe it until I actually see it. That's just how I operate. Because
Well,
I've been disappointed.
they specifically said, I didn't mean to cut you off, but they specifically
Okay.
said that they gotta they're creating the games for a global audience in mind,
Hmm.
and we all know what that means. So they're just gonna cater to the modern audience, the people who don't
Oh,
really care,
okay.
the Dustborn crowd and all that.
Oh,
People always like, oh, it's a remake, so I don't mind whatever they do to a game like Silent Hill 2, for example, or Dead Space remake or Final Fantasy. People like that, or people who defend Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, saying, oh, there's nothing wrong. They can just add whatever character they want in a historical setting. They can just retcon characters to be gay all of a sudden. So that type of crowd. But it's funny because they're already doing that, and their games were failing, like Forspoken.
yeah. Like,
Verve,
why did they have to say that? Because they exactly, Revenant. They were already doing that anyway. I thought they were talking about us. I thought they were gonna like, okay, fine,
no, it
we're
was
gonna.
I wish
obvious.
they were.
It was obvious.
Yeah,
Everyone already they just said what everyone already knew and was saying.
yeah, like what the? Okay, well, fuck them then. Because honestly, I thought
Yeah, for real.
it ain't for me. It ain't for me. Fuck them. Because I thought they actually they got some sense knocked into them and they were learning their lessons, but I guess not. They had to announce what we already knew. But
When they say global
okay,
audience, they mean everyone in the globe except us.
yes, we're
Pretty
the
much.
minority now, unfortunately. Well, screw
Literally,
them.
literally. But we're not the minority. We're just the perceived minority, but we're actually the majority, which is
Hmm.
why those games fail. And Burv, I'm glad you destroyed the shrine, man. I was worried about you, brother. Yeah, you destroyed it. Anyway, so yeah, like now I agree with what you said because you're on the money. It's like they're saying things that we all knew. It's like if Joe Biden was like, yeah, we stole that money. Yeah, we did. It's like motherfucker, we knew. Thanks for admitting
We
it.
knew that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck to them and their quote unquote audience, their global audience, and let's see how it's going to work out. Let's see how many copies they're going to sell for their later projects. Let's see if the third Final Fantasy of the trilogy, we're going to see how well that does compared to Rebirth and the first one. We'll see. We'll see. I can't wait to laugh.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
me
I want
too.
to say one thing. Tomb Raider, the first reboot, they did one thing wrong, and Joko said it, and he's right. They reduced her boobs. They took her
Yeah.
boobs down to like
Yeah,
Hmm.
so they weren't completely gone, but they just
It
she's
was
a
new.
they
solid B
they
cup.
yeah
Hmm.
they went too
Yeah.
far with the quote unquote realism. They went too far.
They went too far with her in general. Like she has the typical blue tank top and baggy like cargo pants and boots. The same thing Jill ended up wearing the exact same shit in three
I,
make, and
I was
that's
gonna
so fucking
joke
annoying.
and
They all
say
look the
Yep.
same.
I was gonna
Yeah,
make a
you're right.
joke and say, "Why are you talking Jill about Jill that way?" But they also took away. They actually took away Jill's boobs as well.
Yeah, they
They
did.
did.
Yeah.
It was bad.
She got nothing in that
Everyone
remake.
had a sudden, yes, everyone had a sudden like reduction.
And you
No
know what's
ass, no thighs,
yes,
just
yes,
everything is just
and no
I have
hips.
nothing to look at. No hips, it's just blank
Jill,
Yep.
cardboard.
Jill in RE3 remake, they completely removed like her hips. Like she has a very like unremarkable like body shape in every way. She looks like a tall.
Hmm.
She just
Hmm.
looks like any like 5'8" skinny white woman.
Yes,
Pretty
even with
much.
the her original outfit, which looks terrible by the way. It doesn't
Hey.
even fit her form. They kind of made
She
it
looks
baggy like her tube top, and it's a
yes.
skirt. It's not even a skirt. Like and then they
Yeah.
threw her sweater around the I
Sexy is scared. Melina, they're afraid of sexy. You know Capcom these days.
they're
Listen,
allergic
but
They'll
to
be
it.
like,
It's a
oh
disease in
well,
them. It's
her face
cancer.
is pretty, so that's good enough.
bro, she looks
It
like
doesn't even capture her
she
actual beauty back then. She's not really distinct.
Hmm.
She still looks generic. I
she
don't.
looks
Yep.
she looks like if you go to a random Whole Foods in NYC and then there's like a woman saying, "Hey, you're are you next online?" That's Jill in remake. That's literally her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my 3-year-old. That's Jill. That's Jill now.
Yeah,
Jill
you
is
know,
Jill is the woman on the subway, like that just reading a book, completely unremarkable now. Like, she's totally
Literally,
forgettable.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yes, it's her.
Yes.
I'm not even exaggerating, Melina. I mean, like literally, like if you go to like the city in Manhattan, you'll see like 100 women like her, like they're just like her, like nothing remarkable,
Yep.
just
And
generic white woman,
that's
45.
sad. Like I look at video game because it's already fantasy, and I'm I've said this before, but I'm big on appearances because if you can get me one way to sell me on a great character is their style, how they dress, their features to where it's a distinct look. So if I were to just like randomly see, or like if I close my eyes or something like that, like one of those kind of tests, like I'll be able to I can point to that character and know, yes, that's Jill, or that's Laura. You know, I don't like that. I don't like not having to recognize these characters. Like I just stare at them. I find myself staring at them for a long time, trying to find some glimpse, some aura or resemblance to, and it's not just being a biased or being like a nostalgia whore. It's just like if you are supposed to be recreating like these remakes and reimagining, you're supposed to it's still an inspiration off an original work, so you're still supposed to capture what made these characters so great. You know, you're going to tweak them a little bit, yes, but I should still be able to look at Leon in 2 remake and say, yeah, that's Leon. He's a little bit more corny than usual, but that's, at least I know that that's Leon. Then
To be fair, he
versus
was
the
corny in
guy
both.
at RE7, I don't know who the fuck that was. Yeah, he really
his
is.
name Ethan. Hey,
But the guy
Ethan, how you
at the end of
doing?
Resident Evil 7, I don't know who the hell it was. That is not Chris.
Because in RE2 at the end, come on, Leon in the original. That's my favorite Resident Evil, the original 2. And come on, he was like, Ada! Come on. He was getting a little crazy in that game. He's going a little crazy.
He was. He was on some simpish behavior. But I love that about Leon. That's Leon. They even captured that in 6. Even yes, he had a good heart.
He was a wholesome guy, you could tell.
And even with RE6, like it's more mature, but they still managed to capture Leon's like simpish corniness and his dynamic with Ada, and even with the rest of the ladies. And it's just like, that's Leon.
Twilight, when he did a Twilight and was protecting her from bullets, from bone bullets, and so he's like,
man, that's Leon. That's something Leon would do.
Can we get an F in chat for Julia Voff? Like her characterization being dead now. The characterization by Julia Voff is dead. Like F in the chat for her. Like that was the goat Jill, and she's now we get Russian model Jill, who's
nothing against her. She's beautiful,
she's
but
pretty.
it's
But
like
she don't have the Jill charisma. She don't got the Jill swag.
No,
She
the voice actors didn't either.
She ain't the meat in a Jill sandwich, you know. That's
exactly. That's a perfect way to put it. I like that. But yeah, okay. You know, I guess I'll never get my Tifa back either. So that's great. Talking about like Square Enix with the global.
Rest in peace, Paul Haddad. He actually did die. Yeah, he died.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the original voice actor for Leon.
Yes, he. Yeah. Rest in peace. I love his voice. I miss him. So many greats are leaving us.
He was going through some like real like problems. I think he had like brain surgery or something. So like, you know, he was really suffering. So and he had like throat cancer.
Wait,
like,
who?
Throat thing. The original Leon of Paul Haddad.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I heard about that.
He had like something going on with like his throat. He couldn't voice act the same.
Oh,
and, like,
shit.
he had like some brain thing going on. So you know, poor guy. You know, rest in peace to him.
Yes,
no one could deliver the line Ada with such bombasticness like he did.
Yeah, that competes with Dante. I should fill your dark soul with light.
Yeah. Oh God. I beat I beat the remaster again like a year ago, and I remember that game all badass and cool. And then when I got to that part, I'm like, what crack was I smoking? This game is mad cheesy, bro.
When they,
he's like devils don't cry.
Like, ain't it crazy that they like switched up like how Resident Evil was, like went from third person to first person inside of Resident Evil 7? I think I think I don't know why they did that. They kind of had a full model for Ethan. They just didn't have no damn head for him.
Yeah, they
Fuck
had no
Ethan.
face. They had no face for him in 8 or something like that. But you know what though? I'm gonna be honest here. I like Resident Evil 7 as a whole as a game because I think it's a very, very, very good game. Now, is it the
Same.
is
I
it
think
is
it's
not?
great.
I think
Yeah.
it's good, and I think that it went back to the roots of the series. So, despite being first person, which I didn't like, I actually do enjoy the game. Now, that being said, what the fuck was that, Chris Redfield? Like, Melina's right. Like,
That's what
I
I'm
don't,
saying. Then.
I don't know. I didn't know who bro was, but that definitely wasn't Chris. But
Man.
like, you know what's
Hold
crazy
on.
too?
What's up, Emerald Taurus? What's up? How's it going?
Emerald Torres, the main man himself.
Yeah.
But
Been a
I
while.
remember like before the game came out, I actually predicted the entire ending of the game, like almost verbatim, and I couldn't believe it. Like I like this is like neither here nor there, but I just want to mention it because it's like crazy. I was playing. When I got 7, I said at the end, Chris is Chris is gonna like show up in like a helicopter and he's gonna toss you a weapon and he'll pull off the mask. It's gonna be crazy. I made some like total fan fiction bullshit, and then it happened like exactly as I said it, and like that shit like freaked me out. I was like, what the fuck? Like I couldn't believe it. It was like literally verbatim the exact ending of the game. Like even like how I pictured it in my mind, I couldn't believe it. I don't know if that means that I'm like thinking ahead, or if that means that they're just like not that great themselves. Like they're just hacks where like a fan
they
randomly
really
just predicts the ending.
predictable.
but I do like that game, but 8 is mediocre. And like there are good parts of 8. There are parts of 8 that are good, but overall it's kind of forgettable, right?
8
like you
is
had
4.
Lady D,
And
you had
I
it's
hated
4.
what they did with Ethan too. How they just retconned everything pretty
Yeah,
much.
fuck him.
Terrible.
It's
Then
4
what
on
was the
Teemo.
point of you fucking finding out about the what was it, the first aid shit?
Well,
serum, whatever it is.
we talked about it, and I remember when I was playing it, I was like, "Yo, it's a retcon," because they explain why he's
Yeah.
able to do it. Because the first aid is like a file that allows it talks about that, and then when you do it in the game, you don't think twice about it because it's they explain how the first aid works, and then in 8, then they say, "Oh no, it's because he was molded and he actually died." I'm like, this is a very like lame retcon. This is a very
very lame.
The only
Very
saving
lame.
grace.
But I did like the part with Chris at the listen, guys, you have to understand.
Because there was also no indication in 7 that it was anything wrong with them. When in 8, they kept hinting at something was off.
I love Chris Redfield. He's my favorite like RE character. And that part with 8 when you just kind of like overpoweredly like fuck up all the werewolves like that were giving trouble, that were like Ethan was struggling with the Lycans, but when you play as Chris, you just dominate them like the random regular ass BOWs they are to Chris. It was very like cathartic. I enjoyed that moment because I'm like, this is exactly how it should feel. Ethan's struggling, but Chris is like wilding out like because Chris has dealt with way worse. So when you're playing as Chris, it's like now the big guns are here. Now you got Batman here now. You know what I mean? Like that's how I looked at it.
Pretty much.
And I like that part a lot. And I like Lady D part. And I like the part with the giant baby where it's making toddler sounds. But
Oh god.
When you had to escape to the elevator.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna. The game was not good. It wasn't great for sure. I agree with everyone here where it's like not like it was kind of unremarkable, but it did have some flashes of brilliance here and there. Like for example, like psychologically, especially Melina, you're a woman, so you probably can like relate more to this. When you hear a baby crying, your instinct is to make sure the baby's okay. But then every time you look at the baby, it's like a giant deformed like aborted fetus. So it fucks with it fucks with your instincts. Your instincts are a baby's crying, let me help it. But then when you look at it, you're like, nah, ain't no fucking baby. Like I like that.
I was so disturbed. I love it, but then it disturbed the hell out of me.
But I agree that game was like Resident Evil 4 on Teemo. It was not great. It really was mediocre. And you know what horror games got to stop doing? They got to stop putting in merchants and shit into the game, because the second you make a system where I get points for killing monsters to buy upgrades, and then you start having me like roundhouse kick them and shit, like you just basically ensured that I will not be afraid playing your game, because I'm gonna try to do as many roundhouse kicks as possible to get as much money as possible, to buy as many OP weapons as possible, and then we're playing Devil May Cry. We're playing Devil May Cry like the movie, where it's like more modern. It's more grounded Devil May Cry. Like, come on.
Just loses any suspense, any tension.
Listen, my boy, when I bought Resident Evil 4 for the first time, I remember I was playing it, and like I'm like whatever, and like I didn't really care for it that much. And then when I was playing it, the first thing I did when I roundhouse kicked a zombie, it's like my brain immediately went to like being childish and just trying to roundhouse kick everybody, like all fear, like any tension just went out the window, bro. I'm not even exaggerating. And then when I found out you could suplex them, it was over, bro. Like it was over. It became the Leon suplex simulator.
Bro, imagine if they
Yeah.
put the Stone Cold Stunner in.
Oh boy, if they did
I
that,
mean, didn't they add the RKO in 6?
Oh, bro.
no.
Yeah,
It was
no.
I thought they
was
did.
it was in Arkham Knight where you can do the RKO on Killer Croc, and I
Oh,
just
okay.
liked it.
Oh, bro.
Okay. I
Just
thought they
imagine, just imagine running
maybe
up
added a
on
bulldog.
poor
Maybe that's what it
bastard.
was.
Imagine running up on a poor bastard that just got turned into a zombie, and it's like, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he,
I would do
Well,
it. I would do
You
it
could
like
do
he
a
does it in
Death
real
Valley
life.
Driver, I think, too.
Yeah, you could do Death Valley
That's
Driver. Chris does like a military press throw on them. He
Yeah.
does like some. I think Pierce has there's like a move that looks like the rock bottom or something like that. Like they were in 6, they were
The Pierce
wilding out,
bottom.
bro. The Pierce bottom, yeah. Like, hey, that sounds sus. The Pierce bottom. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on from that. But,
well, like, you know, it said that I gotta point this out, but like, you know, I'm a writer. I love creating stuff.
oh, hold on. Somebody in the chat said it. It was a bulldog. It wasn't. Yeah, it was a bulldog. You'll go behind him and you'll
Okay,
do
that's
like
what
the
it was.
bulldog. He got the Rey Mysterio mask on. He does the bulldog and whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, continue on.
Well, like, you know, with what we were talking about with like destruction of characters and stuff, like, I you know, with with the stuff that I'm writing, I am and not everybody's like this, but I know for a fact I am very particular about people fucking up my shit. So if you turned one of my characters, well, I've gotten to a point in real life where I'm like, okay, I got to make contingencies inside of my story so this shit won't happen after I die. That's how bad it is. It's gotten to a point where I'm thinking, okay, I got to make contingency plans so these people cannot make this character or make any of them a different way, you know? Contingencies
Yeah.
after contingencies. And
Yeah.
and I get infuriated whenever they fuck up. When the creators themselves like co-sign fucking up their characters and stuff. Like David Jaffe with God of War. Like he eventually co-signed what they ended up doing with Ragnarok, you know?
And he went back on that too. He eventually admitted later on that he doesn't really love what they did. He actually went back on saying on co-signing it, which is kind of hilarious.
That is
so
funny.
even that he said something along the lines of, from what I remember, that I don't really partake. He said it in like a very like like a political way, like diplomatic way, to not like foster bad relationships. But he basically said something along the lines of, I don't really like what they did with it, because he was trying to defend woke shit and people called him out on it. And he's like, I don't really like the direction that they went, but it's really not that bad. It's just different. Like, but he's really saying that I don't fucking like it, but I have no choice but to accept it. That's what he really was saying in a nicer way.
Yeah, and you know, and I know this is probably the worst person to bring up with this, but Neil Gaiman was a terrible example of somebody who literally willingly co-signed their character to be changed into something completely different, like Death and you know, the Sandman. You know, instead of her being like interesting and stuff, they race swapped the hell out of her and made her bland too, on top of that. So it's like he was okay with that, and I'm thinking, like, no, you can't. Well, to be fair, Neil Gaiman is now in a bunch of deep shit, but but with like creators,
Neil Gaiman is fucked. He's actually fucked, bro.
Yeah, he's fucked up.
Yeah, beyond repair.
Yeah. And it's like, but it infuriates me as a writer, as a, you know, creator. It's like, you know, it's one thing for somebody else who doesn't respect your shit to fuck it up. It's another thing for you yourself not to respect what you have put in stone. And instead you fucking chuck that stone into a goddamn wall, shatter it, piss on its ashes, and say, yeah, it's better this way.
Well, it's because he's scared. You know that, right?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
the reason why those people do that shit is because they get scared. They get scared about like their past transgressions, as we see with Neil Gaiman, right? Like their past transgressions, they start to have different ideology and they regret what they did before. So then they do all kinds of like mental mechanics to work out and reconcile the fact that despite the fact that they think differently now, that somehow back then like the character was never meant to meet a certain characterization. I know I'm being vague. A good way to say that would, I'm gonna give you a more direct example. Like what's his name? Alan Moore.
Yes.
Alan Moore is a great example of that. He has a change of heart about what he wrote, and instead of just saying that, hey, it was a different time, I thought differently, he starts to work out mental gymnastics of how like it was never that, or I don't care what they do with it. It was meant to be this and that, but it's a lie. It's just his viewpoint just changed. So that's what happens with Neil Gaiman and other people as well. And then I'm like, a lot of these creators, a lot of that stuff is going to come out where they're going to be accused of stuff, and again, like,
wasn't he like he was into like little boys or girls or something like that?
I'm not sure, but I do know that a lot.
There was a story he wrote, Alan Moore wrote, called Lost Girls.
That's what it was, Lost Girls, yeah.
Yeah, and that had some weird shit in it.
But Alan Moore, bro, I would never listen to anything he says, because despite the fact that he's a good writer for sure, he's a talented writer, but the guy is like, when you think of like someone who's like like mentally broken and unhinged, that is Alan Moore. Alan Moore is an unhinged person.
And I love his character Rorschach, even though he hates him.
He thinks Rorschach is supposed to be a joke, parody, hated character, but that's a lot. But see, that's an example of when he says that where I don't think that's true.
No, I don't think it's true at all. Yeah,
I think he just doesn't like what Rorschach stands for, because Rorschach represents like kind of like a sort of like.
Well, he was supposed to be a parody off of Mr. A and
Mr. A
and Q.
Yes, Mr. A and Q, exactly. But the thing about that is that he says that, but I don't believe him, because the way the character is written is as if he's actually the hero of that story.
Yeah, exactly.
So if he's a parody, yeah, he's not a parody. It's just that he was supposed to be a corrected form of Mr. A, which is what this is my opinion now. I really think he was supposed to be a corrected version of Mr. A, but he couldn't. But because of the reception of the character and his own changing viewpoints, he kind of went back on that. No, that's what it feels like to me.
Not even in the face of Armageddon.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's honestly what I think it is. Is that like he basically doesn't like what the character represents anymore. So now he tries to downplay them and say he doesn't care. And also he made dumbass business decisions, and a lot of these movies are making a bunch of money, and he doesn't see a penny of it.
Exactly. Well, serves him right, in my opinion. I mean, he was a shit, because he made the exact same character as Rorschach with V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
It was the exact same character, but he was a left-winger, supposedly. So he hates Rorschach because he made him like
because he's more conservative. Yes, because exactly, and because now he's a fucking communist, allegedly, right? Now because he has these communist viewpoints, he's disgusted by his ideals in the past. So that's what it is, bro. That's why I don't believe him when he says, "Oh, it was always meant to be this or that." I'm like, no, bro, you just had a change of belief, and because of that, you're embarrassed of your past characters and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you can't just change. You can't just change the concept, because, look, I've never met anybody. I hope I never will, who thought that Ozymandias was the good guy. Because he was the psycho motherfucker that was gonna fake an attack on New York City, kill millions of people, so that World War III wouldn't start. And it's like,
Well, it was to give them a threat, which was the giant squid thing that was supposed to be a threat to mankind that would force everyone to come together to fight that threat instead of fighting each other. That's what that was. That was what the plan of Ozymandias is.
yeah, and it's so bad. The reason why Rorschach is such a loved character is because he literally is like, no,
He's uncompromising. He's
Yeah.
uncompromising, bro. Like, look, my original series Augur. If you haven't seen it yet, episode 1 is up. He's the same way. He's uncompromising. People
Fuck
don't
yeah,
like
homie.
a lot of left leaning people. They don't like uncompromising characters because it doesn't give them wiggle room to avoid accountability for their actions. Right? It's like, oh, he's just a killer because he was raised poorly. He just stole because he's hungry, because this and that. When you have uncompromising characters, they don't allow for those excuses, and because of that, like, a lot of left wing people don't like them. They see them as fascist.
Well,
yeah.
Well, and like, my characters, I'm going more with like the organized crime, underground type of stuff. But like, there will be, but vigilantes are lumped in with the underground sort of thing, because it's like they do stuff outside of the law, and and it's like I have problems. I always had problems with people, whether it be authors, comic book creators, or video game guys or movie guys, who end up like changing a whole bunch of shit, like
all the time.
Yeah, all the fucking time.
That's what happens when you have 400 writers writing characters. You have 400 different writers at different eras in history, and they're writing the same character, and they become inconsistent.
And the worst part about that is, there's this guy I watch, Literature Devil. He talks about this exact same thing. He says it's the dead author argument, right?
Yeah.
Because
once you make it, people interpret it the way they want, and then and because of that, like, you lose control of the character. It becomes how the perception of the character matters more than your intention, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and Berserk, for example, that could have easily gotten really bad.
Oh yeah, Berserk is amazing though. That's like amazing storytelling.
Fuck yeah! I mean, I just got into like reading it and stuff, but like, and I bring all this up too to point out that Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? That's an example of going back on what you believed, because now you got that moolah. And the reason why I brought up Berserk just now is because there's a guy who made his channel famous because he covered all the chapters of Berserk. You guys know who that is? His name is Almighty Lowly. Literally his name. But like, he was one of those guys that went heavily against like DEI. He went heavily against Last of Us 2, called that shit out. Talked about the Watchmen show, went into everything. But
Watchmen.
The Watchmen TV show where he's like, that shit was bad. But like,
that was a crazy show. Yeah.
But then as soon as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out, he gets extremely nasty with people who go against Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And it's like even at this point, it makes me wonder, like, did this guy truly believe what he was saying all these years?
Well, look, I'm gonna give you an example of what the main character in my animation, he basically says that line verbatim, almost. Like, I wrote that in on purpose, where there's a criminal, he got his leg blown off, like basically like mutilated by like a shotgun, and he's begging for his life, and the main character says, he's basically talking about how he's not a bad person, this and that, and the main character says, I believe you, I believe that that's the reason you did it, but that's not going to save you, and he just like ends him right there. Like, that kind of uncompromising character makes people uncomfortable, because people love to hang on to the belief that all their actions are justified just because bad things happen to them, as if because evil things occurred on you, that justifies it against other people, which is like the point of like the story, where like that's actually like the main dynamic between like my story. That's going to be the main theme that runs across the entire series when it's done. So
Fuck yeah,
like
I'm gonna
that.
check it. I'm gonna check it out, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
just click my channel when you're done if you want. You can see it. It's called Augur. It's AUGUR. You'll see it. You'll see it on there.
yeah.
And like that kind of writing, it's like people are afraid to write characters like that. That's why even Batman has softened up over the years, right? I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the killing thing. I just mean like Batman saying something in the comics like, my job is not to stop rioters, it's to stop criminals and whatever. And it's like, bro, Batman would absolutely still stop the rioters. Like, what are you talking about?
He would drop his ass in there, fucking break some noses and break some legs and shit, and then fly
Everybody,
out.
yeah, like Batman would 100% stop a riot, because it's not that it's not that their cause might not be, that their cause isn't necessarily just, depending on what it is, but because the riot is causing damage to innocent people that have nothing to do with the issue at hand. That's why Batman would interfere, but people don't understand that. That nuance is lost on people. Like,
and y'all was talking about Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, and I love that game, but it's woke. It has some shit in there.
Red Dead 2 is what, bro. Listen, Sadie. Listen, there's so many things you can point to. Sadie never gets saved. You can never save her throughout the game outside the first time when you go into her house. You can never save her. Every time you get up to her, she's doing some badass shit to grown men when she's a dainty ass woman. She learns how to shoot at the outlaw super fast, like a Mary Sue. She saves you multiple times and saves John multiple times in situations that are unrealistic, considering like her limited experience and her being a female. I don't care what anyone says. It's not if they think it's sexist, it's the reality of it. And then at the end of the game, the whole gang dispatches, but the only two characters that remain with you and side with you are the black Native American man and the white feminist, don't need no man, don't need no help woman. If people can't see how that's woke, that's because they're purposely turning their brain off because they like Red Dead 2. Now, I love the game. I think it's an amazing game. I think it's an amazing game.
I wanted to point out that when you do the epilogue, which I believe takes place a few years later, or maybe a year or so later.
7 years later or so.
7 years later, Sadie comes back as this well-known what's like a gunslinger or something.
Bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter. There you go.
That's what I was alluding to. And of course, of course, like, it's funny that those two characters of the entire gang of characters cast, the thing that's being pushed most in media, which is black men and feminist women, just happen to be the two characters that stick with Arthur and helps John Marston at the end. Now, like, again, I like the game. I think it's a great game. Hell, I've replayed it a bunch of times, but I am very consciously aware of the fact that that's there. And that's an example of what we were talking about earlier, where just because a game has woke shit in it doesn't mean it's bad. However, had I known that was there, I probably wouldn't have bought the game, or I would have gotten it used or something like that. So there's nuance there, and people don't want to accept that. That's why you have people like Nori saying dumb shit, people like the classic grifter saying shit like that. Like, because they don't understand that nuance. They lost the plot. They don't get it. They don't see that because they don't want to see it. It's like willful ignorance.
And that makes them less respectable. And honestly, I don't know why. I guess it's because I don't really have all that many years of I mean, I've had a lot of years of experience in Gamergate. Shit, I was around 12 or 13 whenever Gamergate started. But like the first one, but like, ever since then, it's like, now it's like, oh, holy shit, these guys that I trusted for a while had done the whole fucking heel turn. Because keep in mind, I didn't watch every single video, that they made.
Well, they were always heel. Bro. The thing was that it was an acceptable opinion because a large enough amount of people agreed with it. But that's it. They were never against it. Because if they were against it, they wouldn't be like, oh, you're an extremist if you think this way or whatever. It's like, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, so it feels like, I know the feeling of feeling like they betrayed your trust, right? Like, because I know that's corny to say, but it kind of does feel like that. But the reality is that they were never on your side to begin with. They were on the side of the attention and money.
Yeah, that's the fucked up part. And it's like, people wonder why I got trust issues and stuff. And it's because of shit like this. And it's not even online. It's in real life, too. You'll talk to somebody. And they'll be talking out both sides. Yeah, they'll be talking out
both sides of their mouths. Both sides of their mouth. Double speak.
That's
A
true.
bunch of double speak. Bro, like, let me just address a comment. Joko says, I don't know if you're talking about RDR2, but he says that woke shit usually indicates shit game, but I can understand why you find it a good fun game. Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Yeah.
Woke shit usually indicates that it's bad, and I won't support
Yes.
it. I won't support it if I know it's there. However, Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't a bad game. I can't call that a bad game in good faith. It's not a bad game, but the woke shit does ruin the experience. And I found when I first played through the game, when I got to the end of it and I started seeing, like, I saw it, like, you know, I realized what was that I got tricked. You know what I mean? I literally got tricked. Like, I played RDR2, I put in all these hours, and the game's like, nope, woke feminist, black Native American, all this shit. And then again, game consistently talking about race.
Yep.
Yeah, the
And
Lemoyne segment was bad.
the Lemoyne, yeah, the part with Lenny and all that stuff, the girl that she was running from
Yeah.
the guys, all that stuff painted the picture that the game was woke, but I didn't know that going into it. Now mechanically the game is good. The story, the main story, the actual heart of the story is amazing. You know, with Arthur and being betrayed, but that's all amazing stuff. I can't in good faith and be honest and say it's bad. However, the woke shit in that game is strong enough that had I known it was there to begin with, I wouldn't have bought the game. And that's the point, that just because a game has good things going for it doesn't mean that it's not woke.
Exactly.
Get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's the point.
Saying
Like,
how
woke, because it's easy to say woke shit is automatically bad, and 9 times out of 10 it is. But sometimes the base product could be good, but it has woke shit interjected into it. And as the consumer, we have to decide and say for ourselves, this thing is fun, but it's not fun enough where I'm going to support it. It's not going to be a thing where I want to give them my money. My willpower of fighting against this is worth more to me than letting these people indoctrinate me just because gun goes pow pow. And I think that's the nuance. That's what makes you strong. But what makes you strong in your position. But again, I can't pretend that every woke game is bad, because mechanically they might not be bad. It just has woke shit in it that makes the game bad, because by proxy.
I can use an example for myself as well. Even though I played and finished Red Dead Redemption as well. Red Dead Redemption 2, I should say. And same thing, as you're playing, you realize what's going on, because obviously you don't know about these things going in. But
it's a bait and switch. It really is a bait and switch.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. They purposely advertise it in a way where you wouldn't notice those things until later on, because it's a very long game and all that. But another more of a recent example for myself is Rise of the Ronin. I think it's a very good game. However, there are woke elements in it that I didn't know going in. Such as in the character creator, there's by type A and B. Thankfully, there's no pronouns like what was it called? Wukong Fallen Dynasty or something like that.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called.
Dynasty, I think it was called.
No. It was yeah. I think that's what it was called. That had by type A and B and pronouns. I'm like, oh no. And I remember I saw a screenshot people had showed before the game came out, and I didn't see any by type A and B. It was like a screenshot of the character creator. I'm like, all right, thank God, because Neo 2 had male and female, but Neo 2 came out before both of those games that I had mentioned. And on top of that, they have your master, the person who helped train you and raised you and whatever, is this old woman and all that. And you can choose to have dialogue choices where it's like, she helped train me to the warrior I am or whatever. Or you can say something like a little mean, like, she didn't teach me enough, or she wasn't strong enough, or some shit like that or whatever. But the fact is that there was some girl boss shit in there with that. But other than that, it was a pretty good game, I would say. But if the second one has any of that shit, then I definitely will not get it.
Yeah.
And you remember what you told me about Elden Ring that I didn't even notice. I remember. So funny thing is that you told me that Elden Ring had body type A and B. But when I beat the game. I shit you not, I did not see the body type A and B. I didn't even know it was in there until you told me that, and I saw it for myself, and I was like, holy shit. And again, that's a game that I like a lot. I really like that game quite a bit, actually. But in the end of the day, by proxy of having body type A and B, I have to call it woke. I have to, because there's politics and there's identity politics in it. But I still think it's a great game. But I probably, again, wouldn't have supported it had I known it was in there. So there's a lot of nuance there. But I think that the major thing is that the the responsibility falls on your shoulders the second that you realize that that's there. Once you know it's there, you can't feign
Yes.
ignorance, and you have to like. That's when you have to actually choose
Exactly.
whether playing the new thing is worth more than what you believe in. And obviously, for a lot of the grifters, apparently, we know where they stand on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
and
give you another example of a game I skipped out on that I was looking forward to a lot. Actually, two for that matter, or maybe even more than that. But Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I remember it was announced a couple of years ago, maybe in 2017 or 18. It has censorship and shitty localization, so I refused to get the game. And Iodine Chronicles. Yeah, that has shitty localization. We all know about, what was it, a Rubba Dub Dub, something like in the
Thanks for the
tub. I don't
grub.
know what the fuck. Something like it was like some weird shit. And talk about chuds and
Dub,
shit
thanks for
like
the
on
grub.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rubba Dub Dub. Thanks for the shitty dub.
I think the same. If I'm not mistaken, the same woman did a localization of an anime, and it had some lines about patriarchy.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was actually
Oh
the
my
same
God.
I
person,
believe
right?
that's what it was.
Wasn't her name like
I
Margie
think so.
something weird like that?
I believe so.
Cat
I believe that was
lady,
the case.
cat lady, post wall MILF number 45.
Yeah.
I said. Well, hold on. I said MILF. That implies a good thing. I meant let's just stick to cat lady.
Just a
48 hag cat lady number 48. You know.
No, and I did not mean to hog the conversation, so my bad. It's just I fucking
No, it's all
hate,
good.
I fucking hate a lot of this shit that's going on in the modern day, and I hate it even more that it's something I grew up with later inside of my teenage years, you know.
Yeah.
So,
I forget that a lot of people like that are younger, like your age, they grew up around woke shit, and like they didn't get to live in like things have been woke longer than they haven't been for like somebody your age, which is crazy to me. You know?
and it's fucking fried my. I hate how some of my generation speaks, too.
Oh god.
Because I keep on.
No cap, bro.
Nah, bro. But like,
what was that shit they say? Is bussin'?
Yeah, bussin' and
what is
shit
it?
like that.
Is that it?
Like, yeah, and they also call like hot dogs glizzies or some shit.
Glizzies.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, like they said it was a New Yorker thing, and I'm like, hell no, that ain't New York, bro.
I never heard that.
Nah, because my nephew says that sometimes, actually. So I've heard him say
Oh, he
that.
does? Okay.
Yeah, he says he's like, bro, looks like he eats glizzies or some shit like that. It was funny. But yeah, like, you know, you're right, man. It's super annoying. Like, but all that you can do is just not support it, continue talking about it, make more people like the God Empress, Queen of Sims, give up on culture war. Like, the more people that give up, the better. So people got to still talk about it.
Please. Just go back to what you're doing before.
And people like Melina, the base people, they should be able to talk. They should talk even more. They should double down.
Yes.
They should have like, they should be twice as forthcoming. 3 times, I would say.
And like everybody keeps, you know, funny enough, when I bring that shit up, people say, "You an old soul, ain't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I feel old."
Just call me Jebediah, because I'm an old soul.
The whole Jack Baker thing, I probably do sound like him a lot more, but like,
get your ass back in the house.
No, don't ruin my game characters. Not any one of them. Not my girl Jill.
You remember that line? He's like, get your ass back in the house.
Get your ass.
Oh yeah, when he was like, he was the monster. I forgot what it was.
Yeah. But I loved it because that's something like
the house.
That's like something a Southern dad would say to his daughter, which I really thought was cool. It's like, but it was like this, like, I mean, because that's what he was, and that's exactly the context. But he's just a giant monster. I thought it was really funny.
Well, and you know, I love making references to that guy because, you know, that whole game is set in Louisiana, so
oh yeah,
I enjoy the feel of it and that sort of thing. But my favorite quote by him is still, "Welcome to the family, son."
Yeah, it's a good line.
Oh yeah.
Melina, you're still there? You're still there, miss?
Yeah.
She fell asleep.
I'm still here. I'm actually moving around, working in the background.
Did you hear what I said though about you? You got to make more content, man. We need more base people like you making saying stuff, man.
I'm trying. I'm actually thinking how I'm gonna do it. Like it's so much I want to talk about. I don't even know where to start
I
or
want to hear
how
your
to do it on
MK.
here.
I want to see
Okay,
MK
yeah,
video.
yes. That is my first
Just
project. I'm trying to get the notes and all that because it has to be scripted.
You gotta
copy the
educate
Nori
these hoes,
template.
Melina. You gotta educate these hoes about what being based is. Nuri is gonna
I
watch your
really
video and
do.
cry, and she's gonna be like, "Yo, this is what I should have been doing." Like she'll have an epiphany. It'll be a religious moment for her, bro. Like you gotta make it
No,
happen.
she get back. Oh yeah, well, it doesn't matter what she says because I have more subscribers than her.
Yeah. I have
Why did
more
she turn
subscribers.
into like a?
Do you make money? Do you go on Twitch yeah, let me not.
Why did Brevin? Why did you make her sound like a German like Nazi sympathizer? Like
Listen,
the accent
it
you
was
put on her.
the German side of me kind of came out by accident. She might turn German. She'll be like, "Actor Liebe."
Anti-based is not Führer approved.
Nine.
Nine.
Ohio.
Scheiße.
What the fuck is that?
She could be like, "Ja, ich bin
Scheiße.
das Beste."
Oh,
Oh my
man.
god.
Slugging Heisenflower.
You got to keep that backhand strong whenever you're making those videos.
Nah, they're not ready
Oh,
for
yeah.
Melina though. They're not ready for her because like they're not ready for her.
They're not.
If she once she starts making crazy content, bro, like they're not ready for that.
Yeah, for
Who,
real.
me?
Yes, you're the only Melina here.
Yeah, I thought y'all was talking about Miss. I have more subscribers than you. I make more money. You know who endorses me? Yes, I make money.
I make more money, and you are just a mad. You is just a mad that I make more money.
Mad.
Hold on.
Yes. If you were a real man, you wouldn't allow this little wokeness, this little sprinkle of wokeness to bother you.
Coño no me jode. Coño no me jode.
And you would do it.
No me moleste, cabrón. No me moleste. That's her.
Oh god, I can't take her seriously. I cannot.
Gay romance, no me importa. Oh no.
Imagine
No.
how much more irritating it would be if she was French with that.
If she was French,
Oh,
her, I
man.
said it earlier. Her voice sounds like this is what her voice literally sounds like to me.
Those were the hardest 2 hours. That was the hardest 2 hours to get through of my life.
Telling me.
Then she has the audacity to say, "Oh, your speech impediment is so bad." Like, bitch, you have a built-in speech impediment called your voice. Don't ever talk about people's voices again, bro. You sound like a parakeet in heat. You sound like a cat. You sound like Tom when he gets his tail stomped in Tom and Jerry. Get the fuck out of here. Talking about people's voices, and then she could barely speak English. Come on,
It was so terrible. Acting like and she tried to act like she was all sassy. Baby. I'm like, girl, shut the fuck up. She was getting on my nerves. Oh my god. And she kept saying the same shit over and over again. I'm like, that's all you have to say. But then again, I expected it. Like, she was so goddamn predictable.
You know what's the nail in the coffin? When Revenant was making a point and then she said shut up because she couldn't tolerate his voice, but didn't negate anything that he actually said. That's how I knew her.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And she skimmed through the video. And at certain times she would pause it and didn't allow like Revenant like his video to finish. So she would just react. It was definitely emotion driven because she's mad that he's made a couple of videos on her and he's right. So this was her best clap back as she can get is I make more subscribers and I make more money than you. You know, and it's just like RCG. I'm like
she's like talking about that she's talking about her boobs and shit. It's like what? Those mosquito bites? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
Oh, bro! Imagine if she watches. Imagine if she watches.
And I hope she watches it. Good. Fuck her. What she's gonna
That'd
say?
Be so damn funny.
She can't pull shit. That she can't pull the arguments she had with Revenant with me. I'm not gonna go.
She thought I was one of the Velgar people.
Yeah,
she thought I was one of the Velgar people. She goes back and forth. I'm not one of them.
I need to get Hypnotican. I need to get Hypnotican to defend me
That was sad, man.
Yeah,
Trying to like run
that was-
to these guys for help.
Yeah,
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't think,
like-
I don't think
Not
Atreus will
today.
appreciate
He didn't
this.
talk
But
about you.
don't
Today.
worry. I would tell him. I hope you're worried. Don't worry. I tell him like as if this is
Got all-
as this guy is your
Fucking
fucking
snitch.
dad. Like this guy.
Yeah.
He's like about
Hype.
snitching. Like why? Wow, I'm
Yeah.
scared that someone's gonna talk mean on the
Yeah.
internet. I'm shaking in my boots. Like get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
Right.
Like,
literally
like,
pulled.
She got all excited when casting Cole Classic. She's like, Cage.
She
Did you
was.
know
Yeah.
Anthony was
like you
talking
said,
about you?
you're supposed to be afraid of
That
of
with
another
Joker
YouTuber.
smile.
Like what kind? Like what kind of man is gonna be afraid of another YouTuber? Like get the fuck out of here.
Well, like the funniest
And
part
they didn't
about
even do anything. They didn't even have her
They
back
don't
like
care.
that. Like
They
she
don't care.
thought. Y'all are fake as
Because they're
fuck towards each
grifters.
other.
Because
Yes.
they're grifters. Because think about it. If they know that Revenant's a much smaller channel, if they talk about him, there's nothing to gain. So the Hypnotic's not going to talk about Revenant, and it's going to make him look bad anyway. Because it's going to be like, oh, you have like this 80,000 subscriber channel. Why are you going like back and forth? Like they're not, bro. It's a click. It's just a click. It's the whole. It's
Yeah.
the woke Illuminati. The fucking like the new woke order. Like that's what they are. Bro.
Yeah.
The anti woke order.
And the worst part about it too is like she literally pulled the epitome of let me get my boyfriend to beat you because I don't like you sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's what she
Well,
did
it's
whenever
typical.
she called for Hypnotic.
That's what feminists do. Feminists, they act tough, and then the secondary, then they cry to simps to protect them.
Yeah, it's the
Mhm.
stupidest
She
shit
literally,
ever.
literally said, "Why are you mansplaining to me?"
Yeah, I saw that part, and I'm like,
Wow.
did the fucking cleaning lady from? Because you kept on playing the cleaning lady from Family Guy, so I had that in my head. I'm like, did the cleaning lady from Family Guy just call for her boyfriend to,
You know
come
what's
after
funny?
her- After him?
I was in the comment section, basically like saying shit about like to try to get her to
That's why
actually
she
address
was-
the point. Yeah,
That's
to
why
try
she
to
was
get her
getting
to
mad.
address
That's
the
why I had
points.
those.
And when I was saying that shit, she was acting like she wasn't mad. But you know when your ass itches and you got to take a shit, you like hopping and like bouncing in your chair and squirming and shit. I'm like, that's how I know it hurts. That's how I know it's getting to you.
Yeah,
She
that's
was
why I had
sweating
him.
bullets.
Yeah, she
That's how I
kept
know it's
moving
getting you.
around, playing with her hair and shit. She adjusted.
Mm,
She
yeah,
was had
fidgeting
her
a
legs.
lot.
She had her legs. She crossed her legs for a few seconds, uncrossed them. You heard that her freaking leg hit the desk and shit. She was mad.
Then she
That's why
threatened
she
to like. I saw afterward that she threatened to like. I was already gone. She threatened to like, oh, block me or something like that. I'm like, all right. So you basically saying that I'm
think
right
ban
and that you're a
you.
puss. You're a pussy who can't handle it. You can't. If you, I'm not. Why would I'm not gonna ban people from a chat if I can easily debunk them.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I gotta point out something too. That's probably why Hypnotic has like a fucking VTuber thing. So you can't see his reactions, like his actual facial reactions to something he doesn't like.
That's a good point.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because he
Yeah.
could be as pissed off as hell, and then just as long as his voice sounds calm, he's in the clear.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
so
I
like,
heard people make mention several times that he blocks people too.
yeah,
that
he's
disagrees
a
with
little
him.
bitch.
Like the
Yeah.
only time I'll ever like ban somebody is if like they're trolling in a way that's like annoying. Like if you're trolling in a way that's like you're just like actually spamming shit in the chat or something like that, then I'm like, all right, I'll get rid of them. But if you're making a point, I can easily debunk your point. It's even better because I'm the one with the microphone.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And
But
and
even
y'all were
then,
talking
even
about-
then, even then, I don't even know if she banned me because I fucking left. But like apparently, like when I was gone, she talked mad shit, and I didn't know until afterward. But
well, y'all were talking about the like at the beginning. Y'all were talking about like y'all were testing the mics and stuff, and y'all were talking about some autistic guy that was causing shit. Like, what was all
oh
that?
yeah.
You don't
Oh,
have
that
to
was
say a
like
name.
a few months ago. I don't remember his name. It was about the intergalactic thing where he was like defending
Yeah.
it. He had some was it a snake or something? It was some weird shit.
It was a
Some type of
dinosaur, I think.
a dinosaur, and it kept like sticking his tongue out or whatever. It was some weird thing. I mean,
Something
it looked kind of cool, but unfortunately, he, out of all people, he was using it, and he just out of nowhere, I guess he couldn't wait to get his for his turn to talk. He's like, "Hi," and he's like saying like, "Oh, it's so great, all the product placement. They got the Adidas, and the gameplay looks cool." I'm like, "What? Like, no gameplay. There's no gameplay. This is a trailer."
Autism activity.
And it's like we know
autism activities.
and we know the history of Naughty Dog, so it's like, what the fuck are you excited
Exactly.
Well,
for?
Well, like how I
Well-
Another
deal
Abby
with,
or something?
yeah, like basically just
So,
a shaved head.
yeah, that
And
Well, you know what? The reason why that discussion came about
What's
was
that?
because I was telling Revenant that when you mute somebody, they can easily unmute themselves. So to me, I would treat them like a little kid, because even though we're co-hosts, he's the one with the actual fingers on the buttons, right?
Yeah.
Despite being being
Yes.
co-hosts. So and it makes sense because his channel's more culture war based, mine is not, which is fine. So
Yeah.
when he does this, I would
I
treat them
don't
like a
talk
little
about
kid.
culture war.
I would mute. I would put them in the backstage, because they could just unmute themselves, say my point, say I'm gonna let you on again, talk clearly and put your points, or I'm gonna put you back, make your points, or I'm gonna put you backstage again, just like a little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Put them in timeout.
I
Hey, this is why you're in timeout. When you come out, try to tell me what you did, what happened, or whatever the case may be. And if you can't do that, you're going back in timeout. And I would have just infinite looped that until they actually made a clear point without acting like a little bitch.
exactly.
So
at the time I didn't know about the mute thing. I thought like, oh, okay, I can mute him. And then it was like he kept talking over. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Then that basically was my confirmed to me that okay, this mute button is pretty much useless because they can just keep talking and it'll just unmute it on automatically. So, but
Well,
yeah,
like-
now I know how to deal with that next time.
Well, like, and I deal with trolls, like especially with KDC too. Like they are nasty. These guys who are just dying to be like that. And there was one guy I was responding to Revenant, and Revenant saw what I uploaded next. I was like, look, there ain't no use talking sense to these people. These people already done made up their minds. They're not gonna, reply or anything like that. Every single time you talk to them, they say clown or NPC. Sure enough, there was a guy inside the comment replying to me saying clown cited, and it's like a guy with a double barrel shooting at a clown. And then I'm like,
yeah.
and how I dealt with that was I basically said, ballless behavior, try harder. And I gave him a manhunt execution where he's ripping the guy's balls out with the pliers.
Yeah.
That's
That one's brutal.
Yeah, that's how I deal with people like that.
Well,
It's
they
because-
respond to embarrassment. That's what they respond to. You got to embarrass them.
Yeah, like, and how are you going to counter? I spent time, and that's why I got these manhunt executions as like little video clips. It's for people like that. Basically, like, how are you going to counter what I did without doing the same petty shit I did?
Yeah.
So
Well,
like,
look,
I do get
I'll
petty.
tell you after.
I do get
being petty is good. Being petty is fun, but like in the end of the day, I look at it like this, right? If I make a structured argument with solid points, I kind of don't care what they say, because anybody with common sense will see it, and they're gonna see they're gonna read the conversation, get the context, and that's really what matters, right? Because I know I'm not gonna convince them a lot of times because they're just stupid. And if they're not, and even if I do convince them, or I don't, whatever. But anyway, the people that are on the fence or don't know what's going on, or like whatever, they're gonna see the interaction, see evidence versus non-evidence, point versus non-points, and they're gonna decide for themselves. So that's kind of good enough for me. But I think that I think also like shame is a thing too, and you got to shame these people for what they are. That's why, again, like Revenant's video about Nori, that's why I pissed her off so much, because she was shamed. She was shamed for her behavior, and then he doubled down. We had that like pathetic video of her dancing, which was hilarious, and then like that was really funny. So like the point is that that's what they respond to, and you need to do it, because they're not going to listen to logic. They think they're better than you. They think they're smarter than you until you prove to them that they're not. And once you prove to them that they're not, then all bets are off. That's when they finally crack and like they break. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Well, and they prove my point exactly, because all they can respond to, because I was giving out good points. I was saying, look, here's what this is. And I kept on getting called an NPC and clown. And I'm like, okay, at this point, that's your only response. How the fuck am I the NPC when you literally already have a programmed in response to something that is truthful, especially something about a video game? I mean, it's so fucking stupid with what some of these people do.
But again, somebody else will see that chat and then they'll be reading it and they're not gonna be a moron and then they're just gonna look bad. They're gonna look like the bots, right? So, like you said, so in the end of the day, like whenever you just as long as you're factual on what you say and provide evidence, it kind of doesn't matter what they think because what they think won't negate reality.
Exactly. And every single person I've talked, because that whole conversation about the whole, Smash JT thing, I was talking to that guy about it, and I basically laid it all out for him. Told him, why Smash JT all of a sudden decided this was the time. And I was talking to Revenant about it too. I said, do you think, like Goonergate gave the green light for them to switch boats? Like publicly switch boats, you know what I mean? Like it's no longer like they're hiding behind anything or they have to. No. Now the tables have completely turned right in your face. It's like
Yeah,
it's like
it
one of
blew up
those.
in their face. Yeah,
Where it's like, well, we got an excuse now to distance ourselves from Gamergate. We were going to do it anyway, but now we got an excuse to. So they pin everything on Melly Me Mac, John Della Rose, and whoever the fuck else, Razor, and fucking John Trent. They pinned everything on them. So whenever we make a criticism and those guys make a criticism, we just get lumped in with them. That's the
yeah.
stupid part.
Well, that's what the
That's what they're doing.
that's what the grift try to do, where she was trying to say that because I disagree about because I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that somehow means I'm defending John De La Rose, which is such a retarded stretch of the imagination. Like that's
Wait,
such
she
a
said that?
mental leap. Yeah, she was trying to say that.
Yeah, she did.
What she actually said to me was something along the lines of, so that means that John De La Rose is okay, and I'm like, what does John De La Rose have to do with this? Nothing. I think he's a fucking idiot, but it doesn't change the fact that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is woke, and what you're saying is false. But that's the kind of arguments they try to make, But again, like I said,
they gotta deflect.
They gotta deflect. So you go on her channel. Look at the game she plays. I told you what she said. Never played Resident Evil because it's too scary. Won't play Doom Eternal because of platforming. Never played GTA 4. Never beat it. Plays Avowed and other RPGs. Meanwhile, you're talking about how you're not a grifter and a centrist. Meanwhile, again, I have my following, and none of that was made by being a culture war channel. So you can say whatever you want, but in the end of the day, I'm doing what you want to do without having to resort to talking about culture war of the week videos.
Exactly.
So in the end of the day, like I don't listen to people that aren't real gamers. Even when me and Revenant first started the podcast, because a lot of people don't realize is that Revenant didn't even want to do the podcast in the beginning. I kind of had to like push him into doing it.
Yes.
And like when we first started doing it, my whole thing I even said from the first episode is I don't follow these people. I don't listen to them. I don't care about their opinions because they're always gonna say and do something that first off that you disagree with, and 9 times out of 10 they're gonna be inconsistent. So because of that,
I think one of the things you also said that we don't have to we don't need to be on anyone's podcast. We can just make our own and say what we have to say.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it has to be. I don't care about these people. What makes them the arbiter of what's woke or not? These people can't even see how Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has identity politics. Yet I'm supposed to sit here and act like these people are arbiters of what's woke and not just because you have a gaming collection in your background.
And it's called the free market.
All right, you're sitting there with fucking games and action figures in the background. That means you're an authority on it. Meanwhile, you never beat you never beat the Resident Evil games because they're too hard for you or too scary or whatever. And these people are stupid, bro.
The gamer in me, like how dare you integrate yourself into these spaces and you speak about it and you haven't even played or completed at least like one game, but it's too scary, it's too hard for you. Then why are you talking about them? It makes me so mad. Like I don't know I don't even know if it's a good or bad thing if I do speak about this stuff because I just like I want to be unfiltered, but I can't because I got to be professional, ladylike, and on YouTube. But at the same time, it's just like I'm sick of it. I'm tired of just like we're already dealing with a lot from these devs, like the gaming companies and what they're producing and putting out. And then we got to deal with the front lines, the speakers of the gaming community that have no business being the leaders because or they make themselves the leaders. And it's just I can't take it anymore. I'm tired. Like I've said this, like it's really pushing me to the edge. It's taking me out of my niceness. It's like I'm gonna still be nice about it. It's just you'll feel the passion, like the pure frustration in my voice of what gaming has came to, and these idiots that think that they just run the show and they don't, and they feel like because or they sit on a fucking high horse just because they have this many amount of subscribers and this amount of money views and or I make this much money. Do you make this kind of money? Like as if though you didn't start from the beginning yourself, like as if though you weren't once a nobody. Like you're no better than anyone, and I hate that. I hate people that act like they're on a high horse. They're very such and inflated egos that they're fucking floating in midair. Like I can't stand it. I just because I'm a humble person. So
let alone someone who tried to make their first step into the gaming world by being an e-thought, fucking in showing slutty cosplay, a failed one trying to show slutty cosplay, and then you want to preach to other people about things like that. Shows you like if you're willing to do that, that shows how desperate you are for attention. You should make content. You should want attention in the sense that you want people to see your content because you like making it. You shouldn't be doing it just because you want money and you see that as the easiest pathway to get money. There's like those are two totally different schools of thought. Like I want people, for example, I want people to watch my channel because I want people to see my animation and my gameplay and whatever, and I want them to be entertained by it. I don't necessarily. Attention is only a means of more people seeing my work.
Yeah,
and whatever money I make off that, you know, it filters back because it's about passion. Because I want to make things people enjoy, but also be able to make money and survive. My goal isn't to make money on YouTube to the point where I'm going to talk about anything that's popular. Like there's a distinction there of trying to do what you love in order to and make that successful versus you're trying to capitalize on whatever grift is available or whatever assets you have in order to get as much attention and money as possible. Those are two different schools of thoughts. So that's how I look at it, you know? Like, and again, like with these people, like as you said, you know, they'll sit here. Like, yeah, Paula Patriot's right. She put a bad look on all women. Exactly. Because you're going to sit here and criticize other people and call them grifters when meanwhile there's streams of you fucking dancing and lip singing to, you know, like it's sad. It's really sad.
Like no one's going to take you seriously. You over here saying this on one hand, and you can just go back and look at your recent like history or past history, and you over here flaunting your goodies. It's like no one's going to take you seriously, and that's why I would have to work twice as hard, no, triple times as hard, because it's a male dominated space, and I understand that, and I'm aware of that. Like I wouldn't try to take over what is known to be attached to men, you know. So I'm already having to be seen or be taken seriously or get respected in the views of men, and then I have to sit here and also fight against other women that are making it harder for me, that are trying to do this in an honest, professional way with an integrity, and it's hard to compete again. Like we've gotten to the point where a woman doesn't even have to show her goodies anymore. If she just has a barely good enough, bland, decent enough face, and she just sits there and fucking eats food with two other girls. I think I had reposted this on my ex, I believe. I don't know how to pronounce his name, Edimon or something.
And Demion posted about that. They want to be respected the same way, but compare the content between like this guy getting an actual suit, doing all these things, versus you sitting there eating food. Like people are supposed to give you money for that and care about that.
Like there's no passion. It's just bland, boring, nothing. And people, and then there's fools. There's idiots that are giving them the money, and it's just like y'all are making it so much worse and harder for the rest of us.
Simps are worse than the women that are like those Simps are worse.
Yes, because if they didn't pay them, they wouldn't keep doing what they're doing. They wouldn't do what they wouldn't exist. They would die out. They would actually have to put some effort into what they do. But really, if they take that away, they wouldn't even be on the internet, really, because it's not truly their passion. Because a lot of this shit, like you said earlier, Jinpachi, is money driven. because of the
Just
money.
wanted to-
Money is the motivation. If it wasn't the motivation, they would not be making this content. They would find some other topic or just some other thing entirely to leech onto just so they can get ahead in life. And it's fucking
Yeah.
pathetic to me. I have no respect for that. And I can't trust you. But
And
you
listen-
want me to. But if I
And
don't and I call you out on it, I'm a hater, this, that, and the third, everything but a child of God. Like, okay.
Then
Make
listen
that
to
make
what
sense.
this woman said after, because I saw it afterward because Revenant told me about it. But after I left, she was like, "Oh," because she couldn't refute anything that I said. She was like, "Oh, I bet you're jerking off right now, jerking off to me, whatever." So
Honey,
these
ain't
same
nobody jerking off to you, but okay.
bro, not to listen. When you, I'm sorry, you don't have the equipment for that job, lady. But anyway, but the point is that she'll sit there and say that, and she'll say that, and then she'll be like, "Oh, like it's all about looks. You all make it about my looks, but you can't debunk what I'm saying." So I'm buying you. I'm a long gone by an hour, and you're still talking about me, saying you bet I'm jerking off. Nah, bitch, you're
Long
flicking,
gone by an hour.
you're flicking the bean to me, hoping that my fucking ass comes back to fucking treat, because that, a lot of those women, they like being talked down to like that. I wouldn't be surprised if she got turned on by that shit, Revenant.
She got a humiliation fetish.
She
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Because how you gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, I bet you're jerking off to me. I bet you're jerking," like you. So you want him
Yeah.
to. You want him to feed into.
Yeah,
You
that's
want
what I'm
him
saying.
to
Grab
give you
her by the
reaction like
back
what
of the
you
neck.
want him. I don't.
That's
It
what
doesn't
I'm
make no
saying.
sense.
Mind you, when
Wants
she
you to pull
says
her
this,
hair.
I was already gone for like fucking 30, 40 minutes from what I understand. So it's like you're still talking about me, and all I'm doing is trolling in the comments. Like she went home that night, and she that later that night, she's already home probably. The later that night, she was flicking the bean, thinking about Revenant. And that fucking guy called that guy called Jempachi in the comments.
Well, hopefully
Sure
she watches
was.
this live
It made
stream.
the aggression made her little giny tickle, and she lost control of herself.
Well, it's because she
Yeah.
probably lives in an
Had to
area
have.
where there's not a lot of aggressive guys. If we're gonna be honest, she probably lives in
Yeah,
a safe
I'm pretty
area.
sure you, Reverend and Jinpachi are more of men than her actual boyfriend. Because what?
Man, funny enough, yesterday I was digging fucking post holes for fences in the fucking clay. That shit. Has anybody here ever did like fucking post hole digging and you fucking hit a root? Like a fucking tree root? It makes me.
No, not like that.
Nah, I fucking hate tree roots and that sort of thing because they make anything that you do way more difficult. And that was just something I did for free yesterday.
So in a way, she's like a tree root then to Melina. She makes
Yeah.
it more difficult for women like her.
A
Well,
tree root? I would say a thorn in my ass, but yeah, I guess.
like Nori, actually that's actually comparable.
I think she had a thorn in her ass the way she was squirming around, struggling to sit in a chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah, right.
Tree root.
Yeah.
She could have stood her ass down.
Yeah,
No.
she could have
You
just
gotta leave
got
the
on
room
the
for a
street.
second.
Meanwhile, Classic Cage is like, "I got you, girl. I got you, sister.
And didn't do
sister.
shit. Didn't do
I
shit.
got you. I got you, sister.
I got you,
sister."
homie.
I think
Dude.
I think y'all hit them different, man. I'm not gonna lie, I think y'all hit them different. I've never seen such a
She was
public
pissed.
outburst. Yeah.
I made her stop making those videos. She said it. She said, "I'm not gonna talk about this anymore."
Mission
You should have talked
accomplished.
about it in the first place. You really thought that,
Lady,
because honestly, this is a repeat of Andy Pants Gaming, where he thought he
Yeah.
could
Oh,
try,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it's in reverse. Like he tried to go for a heavy hitter, and he thought that against what's his face? Dan, what's his face?
Which one?
Pac-Man?
Ekman?
Yes, him.
I know he
Yes,
deleted
Oh
him.
yeah, that was fucked.
the fact that he lost
yeah,
to
like
Ackman is sad, bro. He let Ackman
that's
beat him.
sad.
And Ackman is
Real.
easy because he's a fucking
You-
chill.
Pac-Man sound like Jay Leno. Square
Man's
jaw.
gonna have to. Hey, we're
Yeah.
gonna have to set up a boxing match between Andy Pants and Axeman. It's gonna have to be in Texas because Mutual Combat that's a thing over there. So we gotta get this man's balls back.
Sometimes I wish they would challenge me to that because I'd be like licking my lips, like rubbing my hands together.
Dang,
Yes.
bro. Like, and the reason why
I'll be like, bro, we don't even have to do it. I'm willing to go to jail. We could do it right here. We could do it in Times Square.
Oh man.
Let's do it in Times Square. It'll be real life Tekken.
You know for a fact these bitches like fucking Smash JT, fucking, Hypnotic, and all those other guys. They talk a big ass game, but you know damn well they ain't gonna talk that shit to you in real life.
No,
you
hell
know
no.
damn well they ain't
of course
gonna
not.
I'm not trying to be cocky or anything, but I'm fucking 6'3", over 200 pounds. I've been training MMA for 13 years, bro. I'm not like these people can't say shit to me. Like I'm a smack. I want someone to challenge me. I almost want it to happen. Like I will happily oblige that.
Like put that shit on pay-per-view, bro. Get some bets going.
Put it on pay-per-view.
Get some bets going. We gon' hell, take it to an Indian reservation if you want.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to go. Again, like I'm not saying that you have to solve problems of violence. I'm just saying that I wish somebody would be like. I'm just saying I'm like, listen, I ain't saying no. If you say no, let's have a boxing match or whatever. I'm like, hey, let's do it. We can do it. Let's do it for charity.
Yeah, we're not Juve Bowl here.
Yeah.
But like, and I'm not promoting violence or anything like that, but how much shit these guys talk, I guarantee they will not say that shit in real life.
No, of course not, bro.
Because when they would want to be buddy or some shit, because it's like calling somebody who lives near you and they can drive to your place and being like, yeah, man, you come over here, I'll fuck you up and that sort of thing. And then they finally arrive and it's like, hey, man, I got some cookies.
See, I would never say that. I'm not gonna be like, well, I'm not gonna be the one to start and say I'll fuck you up. I'm just saying that if somebody wants to, if they want to do it,
No, and I wasn't, and I didn't mean like.
I know.
I'm just saying like they're starting it because they got so nasty. That's something.
Like it's like Spider-Man 2002. It's like remember what his uncle said. It's like, oh, he's like, I didn't start that fight. He's like, yeah, but you sure finished it. That's the energy I got. Like, I ain't gonna start
real quick, Pip. I don't play a lot of multiplayer. I'm more of a single player gamer. But I have played a few here and there. One that I remember, I wasn't very good at it because I just was playing it on a whim, but it was pretty fun for what it was. What was it? I think it was Battlefield 4. That was actually pretty fun. Despite me kind of not doing very great, it was actually pretty fun. So
I play more multiplayer games than you do, probably.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. So Jim Pachi's more of the multiplayer guy, even though I have played a few multiplayer games with him before and a few other friends, but yeah, he's more of the expert.
Man, like it's crazy.
He said I'll donate the proceeds to a trans charity. The trans removal charity, the anti-trans defense force. I'll donate.
The detransitioning.
I'll give them tranquilizers with fucking. I'll give them tranquilizer guns. All of that.
Oh man, you know what's sad? Now I'm thinking about it. All this shit with KCD2 can actually be linked back to Melanie Mack talking shit about First Descendant. Now that I think about it, this could all be linked back to that. Because if that hadn't have happened, I don't think we would have seen these people. We might have, I don't know, but I don't know if we would have ever seen what we've seen. I don't think we would ever get a Nori video as soon as we got it, and that sort of thing. That's fucking crazy, ain't it?
It is. But you know what? I think
probably, yeah. She kind of started that off. Like, she kind of revealed her true colors, basically, when she was going after the First Ascendant, and probably other people figure like, oh, well, I guess I can do the same thing too.
They got scared. They got scared,
and they probably figured, all right, well, Noni Mac is still uploading and talking and whatever, so I guess it's not that bad. But then,
no, they learned a lesson.
A lot of them, yeah,
they learned a lesson because they did learn a lesson. Their lesson was that you're not untouchable no matter who you are. And I'm pretty sure they saw what happened to her, and they're like, all right, now we have to separate ourselves from anti-woke because we're afraid that we're next if we don't have that opinion. So let's start being now. That's why they're all saying, "Well, I'm not anti-woke." Well, they're a little bit because they don't want to be treated. They realize that the people they thought were indestructible, Razor Fist, the quartering, Melanie Mack, they all were like,
Mm-hmm.
they all got exposed and they all got they got trashed. And if they could get trashed, then these smaller channels can get trashed. So now they're trying to play the more censored game.
Yeah, and it's like fucked up because it's like, if you really if you're afraid of the audience that you created, then why the fuck did you create it in the first place? Did you think that you
Exactly.
could weaponize it to fucking beat other people over the head or some shit? Is that what you were thinking? Because Smash JT is still like riding fucking Alyssa Mercante. How
He's
many
never gonna
fucking
He's
stop
videos?
still
talking about
talking.
it.
He is still talking about her. Oh
Yes.
my
That's all
god.
he got. That's all he
That's
has.
all.
It's like every
Yeah.
week, it's always something about it. I'm
Wow.
like, I can't honestly believe that there's something new every week with her that you really need to talk about her for
That
10
you.
minutes or over 10
Oh,
minutes,
Well,
Is
he
he?
as if
also.
there's
that is
anything really new.
pathetic.
But did y'all
You.
also see
Like
he was
Oh.
he needs to focus on that court case and leave it alone.
You know what it is? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Doesn't he have like a court case with her? So of course he's thinking about it. His ass probably shaking. But he's gonna win. I mean, he's gonna win the court case because she has nothing. Like again, like she's an idiot. But again, like he's trying to. He's probably just
He's
trying.
milking the hell out of this. There's
Yeah,
there's
he's
literally
milking it.
so many other things you could talk about, but what's
Well,
keeping him
he's getting
alive
sued.
and he's getting. I know he's getting sued. I know about that, but just the fact that he is still talking about her, like at a certain point, it's tiresome. It's played out. It's milked,
Mm-hmm.
and I like. There's so many other things you could talk about, but the fact that clearly him talking about her is keeping his channel alive. It's keeping
Yeah,
him
exactly.
alive. That
He's
shows that he
yeah.
has no other substance outside of Alyssa. To me, I feel like it's to the point where it's obsessive, and she lives rent free in his damn head.
Well,
Because why are
he's
you still
milking
talking
it.
about her? And you as
He's
old as
milking it.
you are, he really too milk than the whole fucking Call of Duty franchise. But nobody come at me. But I'm saying that it is a milk franchise. But like, there's so many other things. But Nure wants to say, "Oh, but you don't game. You don't have other games on your channel, and then they don't have as much views." And that's I see why you switch up your content. And it's like, you don't think he plays out like off camera? And then again, he's on a mission. He's trying to be rid. He wants gaming to go back to how it was.
Exactly.
So he's gonna keep talking about this until a solution has like the solution to the problem has been,
Until it goes away. Until it gets
until it
resolved.
goes away.
It
And
doesn't
he
get resolved,
still
then
does game
he's
outside of that.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just because he
Well,
I even talk
doesn't.
about it sometimes on this podcast too. Like, oh, I just played this. I said
Yes.
first game I finished this year was Watch Dogs 1. I finally got through it. I even had mentioned, I think I mentioned today, or if I didn't, then I finished the demo for Fantasian Neo Dimension. I was saying how it's good. It's like a throwback to old Final Fantasy or
The thing
whatever.
is,
So,
and like
and I
the thing
mentioned
is,
about Keenan Zamler.
Revenant is not like he doesn't need to stream games in order to beg for fucking donations. So there's no incentive for him to even stream the gameplay because what his channel is just talking and calling this stuff out. Like he doesn't have to fucking like stream every game. He's not the one who's fucking streaming every day begging for fucking donations and super chats. So
It's
what's the
one
I would
point of
actually
showing
like
the
to stream, but it's just my PS5 giving me issues with doing that for whatever reason.
yeah.
So I still got to
And,
figure that out.
and also
But let
like
me answer this question real quick to Cabarello, however you pronounce it. Yeah, I am gay. As far as anyone else on this panel, I think I'm the only gay guy here. So yes, that's me.
yeah.
But anyway,
And she brought that up, like she questioned it, and I found that so funny. And I'm like, if only you knew. That's how I knew she's she's butthurt, and she was only reacting to the videos that she made on her, because she would have known that all the time you speak about how you play games. Every time when you make a podcast, you'll talk about a game that you are or have just finished playing, and that she will also know that you're gay, because she brought that up. And I'm like, I said to myself, I'm like, girl, if only you knew he actually is gay, and this shit still bothers him, so he doesn't like it. Like, it's just
Yeah,
Mm.
like trying to say
Yeah.
you're afraid of gay and black people and shit like that. Like, bro, like in the end of
Like
the
you're
day,
saying this to the gay man, but
because
okay.
because to them
Well,
they're
I
looking
have
at it,
a bunch of gay people on this podcast like almost all the time.
they're
See?
looking at it as if they're like looking at it like, oh well, you're not playing games on stream, so that means you must not be playing them. But what they don't, like I said before, what they don't understand is that the reason they play on stream is because they just want people to donate to them. Because in the end of the day, if
Yeah.
you're playing an
Mhm.
RPG, if you're playing a video game, you want to enjoy it. You want to sit there and enjoy the game. There's not only is there no financial incentive, but people don't really watch you to watch your gameplay. They want to hear you talk about this stuff anyway. The only reason they do it is not because they want to stream the games because they love their subscribers, because they just know that the simps are going to donate to them. So that's
Yeah.
why they do it. That's the reason why these people will go live like 3 or 4 times a day, uploading like 4 videos a day and shit, because they want to milk as much revenue out of it as they can. It's not done from passion. So I think someone to think that just because you're not streaming every single game you play, it means you don't play games, and that's fucking dumb. But on the other hand, like I mentioned before, you can't, again, then there's the other end of it where you're telling people that you're quote unquote like this real gamer, but then again you're not playing Resident Evil because it's too scary. That's the opposite end. That's the opposite
Yeah.
end of it. There's two ends of it. There's like the people that they make culture war content that like yours, you're not monetized, you don't care, you just want to enjoy your games and talk about them maybe after you play them, versus someone who talks about gaming, they're live streaming games themselves, but they never live stream any games worth of substance. They're hiding them behind paywalls. Like that's like that total opposite end of it. So that whole argument of, oh, you must not play games is fucking stupid, because I could say, oh, I never seen you eat on camera, you must not eat. I never
Well,
seen you
she
Right.
doesn't
shower.
look
It's
like
I
she
never
stupid
seen
don't
ass
you shower.
logic.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie, man. She kind of Nuri kind of looks like she don't eat anything. Give
she
that
look
damn
like she
girl a
don't. She look
chance.
like she don't shower. She look like that room smell fishy. But that's a whole
I,
nother.
I, I will also like to
But
add, like,
wow.
okay, if you want to sit here and use this stupid ass argument of, oh, well, I don't see you play games on stream. Well, if that's the case, then I bet you, what games are you playing off camera?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
or do you just play on stream, and wherever you stop at for the night, or for that stream, you leave it exactly where it's at, and then off camera you go about your daily life and it has no gaming involved, and then the next time when you want to make some money, you come back on camera and you pick up right where you left off. You don't have like a play test. You don't play any other games outside of that for comfort, for relaxation, or just for the hell of it that you're doing for free and privately. Are you doing
Mm-hmm.
that? If the answer is no, then shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you talk about oh,
Because
you don't play games on stream. What?
look,
So?
I stream games
Uh,
sometimes, but the reason why I personally stream them is because I just enjoy having like people like to talk to in the chat, and like I like talking. So I do. So I like talking about the games I'm playing. So sometimes I'll stream for that reason. But I don't stream expecting people to donate. I don't really care. Like it's
Mhm.
like most of the times when I stream, it's like, oh, I'm playing Doom Eternal, it might be interesting, or oh, my channel has a lot of Arkham content. Maybe people want to see me play live, right? And
mm-hmm.
again,
Yeah.
at least my channel is mostly a gameplay and animation channel, so it makes more sense. But like again, Revenant's talking about this stuff, and he just wants to enjoy the games. Like he doesn't have to do all that shit. But again,
Yeah.
then you have other channels. They're streaming games all the time, but conveniently not every game. Conveniently only some games, right? Not the ones that
Mm.
expose them as gamers, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
weird.
that's the
Let me
difference between a passion-driven player and versus a money-driven player
Pretty
or
much,
let
yeah.
me
person.
answer
Excuse me.
uh Keba. I'm gonna just call you K for now. Let me answer K. Why am I
Cabarello,
against Cabarello?
Cabarello,
Okay,
Cabarello, something
Cabarello,
like that.
whatever. Cabarello. Let's just go with that. Why are you
Caballero.
against that stuff if you gay then? Well, the reason why is because it's forced, and it's obviously being forced. It's not genuine, and when you're seeing it in everything, just about everything, not even just gaming, but in shows, movies, comics, whatever. When you're seeing characters, all of a sudden now they're bisexual. Now this character is lesbian. Now this character is something related to LGBT. Then yeah, it becomes a problem because you notice what's going on and you notice it's not genuine. And if you look up ESG or DEI, then you'll know that there's more disingenuous reasons as to why it's being there. It's not because they
Yes.
felt like it or thought it would make the plot better, the game better, the character. It would add to the character in itself. It's not about that because it's very clear. A lot of these characters fucking suck because they just think, oh, well, we're gonna make them gay. That's gonna make it better, when that's not really what it is. They're putting it there because they want funding, additional funding from tiny hat people at banks, the investors. That's what they want. And then on top of that, you have activists there that are usually left-leaning activists, because that's who usually controls the industry. In case you didn't know, because that's why you're seeing all this weirdo shit, because they're the ones usually pushing for it, and they're the ones who are going to put it there anyway. Even if ESG or any of that shit wasn't there, they're going to put it there anyway because they're activists. Because that's all they think about. They see all that as their ideologies are going to be crammed in no matter what, and ultimately it ruins the quality of games, movies, shows, comics, books, whatever. That's why I'm against it. So yeah, you can have a gay character if you want. They did that before years ago and it was fine. But now it's gone to a point where it's not fine because it's not genuine. That's the thing. And it's not implemented in a way that actually makes the product any better. If anything, it's a detriment to it because that's all they focus on. They rather cram all these ideologies over making good gameplay, over making good stories, the good characters, or even making sure that the game actually works on launch. So they'll rather sell you a $70 product where you're glitching through the map day one, and at day 5,000, you're still glitching out the map. But thankfully, we got all these representation of these LGBT characters because that's all they care about.
Thank God.
So
thank God they did that, right?
Thank God.
That.
Yeah.
It's not like they fucked up relationships with like friendships and stuff like that. It's not like they set it all fucking back by doing all this shit. No.
Yeah, they set it all back. They set back the race shit too because things were cooling off. In the 90s, people were very accepting, even in the early 2000s, of black people and whatever. And they actually also like set that back because of all this stuff. But to add to Revenant's point, like it's funny because like as you said, the activists would do it anyway. But you know what was the difference? Companies weren't getting paid to listen to activists. That's why. If this was the past, they would never even give them. They would never work in the industry because they wouldn't be given a cent because there was no financial incentive to do so. So in the end, Revenant is what he's saying is right on the money. That they want to push all the gay shit. They want to push this stuff. They don't care. Just like all of a sudden, every company turns LGBT during a Pride Month. They don't give a fuck. They just care about the optics and they care about money. They don't care about investment money. They don't care about any minority group. They don't. If woke shit goes away, which I think it will, at some point, once that dials back, they're going to switch back to what they were doing before, which was the complete opposite. They just go where the money flows, where the river of money. And wherever is the easiest position to take money from, that's where they're going to rest. That's where they're going to roost at. Well, so for years, that was the woke shit. And eventually it's going to become base shit. And maybe the cycle will repeat. But
well, like, and I gotta, oh, go ahead, my bad.
Oh no, you're fine. You can go ahead. Wait.
Well, like, basically, I listen to Sargon as a COD and that sort of thing from time to time. He made a video quite recently, probably about a week or so back, and he said, "Yeah, we're gonna be destroying all the woke shit because by the time in the far future, people are gonna be looking at the woke era as like how we look at the lobotomies and shit, like mental hospitals and stuff like that.
Or the satanic panic even.
Yeah, they're going to be looking like they're out of their fucking mind. People are going to be looking back at it like, yeah, these people are fucking crazy.
What a weird era. What a weird era. I'm telling you, it's like the satanic panic when they had all the Christian moms were going crazy and they were like doing whatever. It's going to be like that all over again.
And
just change that to woke. Call it the woke panic instead.
Well, and the worst part about the satanic panic era was like, and I know I used to watch Razor Fist, but one of Razor Fist's videos, this is so weird how he did a 180, but
it never existed.
But yeah, like it was so. Said. But it was so funny because I was watching one of his videos on a Christian metal band, one of the first Christian metal bands, Striper, and they were being lumped in with like fucking, what the fuck was it? Metallica and Megadeth and what was the other one? Thrasher? or what
Thrasher.
was Slayer
Slayer.
thrash metal.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Slayer.
were being lumped in with them.
Well, all of that was considered devil worshipping music. I don't know if you remember. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, like when I was like, even when like the Satanic Panic was like the 80s and like 90s, and even before that, but it persisted even into the 90s. I remember like when I was a kid that like religious moms were saying things like that, like oh, these are demonic, Pokemon are demons, Dragon Ball Z is demons, everything was a demon. You know what I mean? Everything, like, it's like that movie you ever seen Waterboy?
Yeah.
That shit was, bro, that's what it was, right? Like his mom was like, everything's the devil. like oh, girls,
Everything's
women are the devil.
Bobby Boucher.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like that's what it was. So everybody was acting like that, and that was a crazy era, and this will pass too. And like you said, it probably will be looked back on like as a fucking joke, just like all like the 2008 emo stuff or whatever. Like it's looked back on, people make fun of it. Like this will just be known as the woke era, the woke panic, and it is what it is. Anyway, Melina, you were saying something. You got interrupted.
Oh no, it's fine. I came in on him. My apologies, Silas. Yeah, I wanted to add to what Revenant said. And even Emerald has said it in the comments that that's like asking me, well, you're a woman, you're black. Why don't you like the female representation in general, or black women characters, black women characters, or just black characters in general? And it's like, I hate it. It's forced. Like I can't sit here and say that I like Yasuke and Musa. They're terrible representations. And then the black
Yeah.
women characters, they do them so dirty.
Oh God, yeah.
Excuse me. They're terrible. They look hideous.
They do the
And
ogre face. They do the Shrek look for them. For some reason.
yes, or it's always Deborah Wilson, and it's like there are other black women outside of her, and I don't like it. Like, and just like women characters in
With Tanya.
general, yes, with Tanya, and on top of
You
that,
meant
and
Booker T, Revenant. You meant Booker T.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Bookman.
you're wrong for that. Because but it's like that, or they even feel like, well, you're black and you're a woman, so you should like the black female characters. And it's like there's a lot of characters. Like a lot of my favorite women characters are a wide, diverse range. My ultimate favorite is Melina, and she's not black, but that doesn't make me any less black just because she isn't and I am. And it's just like it's so forced. And me personally, I don't like stuff being forced in my face. That is the quickest way for me to hate it, to reject it, to feel repulsed by it. I like things to be natural and just eased in, and it makes sense. It has to make sense. You can't have a character like Yasuke and Musa talking like as though during those times, and they're educated and they're talking down on white men or white people. Like that doesn't even sound right coming out of my mouth, because that's not realistic, even though it's supposed to be accurate to those times. That is the opposite of accurate. But I don't like the trying to rewrite history. I wish they would stop doing it. It's different if it's a completely fantasy game. No, they're trying to. I'm noticing a lot of historical based games, and they're trying to basically rewrite history, and then they're feeding it to us as of though we're supposed to accept and like, yes, during those times they make sense. And even though when I know damn well it was not like that from what I've learned in school and after I graduate, like, no.
You would not want to be a black man in Bohemia during those times. I'm sorry.
No.
Black person, no, you would not want to be black in Bohemia. That would not be fun for you.
No, and they're not going to show that. That would be too risky. That would be so bad. That would go against their agenda, because if they're supposed to be uplifting black people and whatnot, we got to make them as educated and sophisticated and rich, well-mannered as possible during those times. But in the same, which is not accurate, but also put down another race. And that is, I just.
Well, you know what's funny, Melina, about what you're saying, and I agree with you. You know what's really funny about all that? I could have actually made a game about the Mali people, because I was reading up on. I actually did my research on it, so I went and talk out of my ass, right? And when I did research, I was like, wait, this is actually kind of interesting. They could have just made a game about this. They would have had a full black cast of characters.
Exactly.
And it would have been their actual history and it would have led to like some badass situations where like fighting like forces, going to Egypt, communicating with the
Exactly.
Arabs and stuff, and like whatever. They could have made a full game about that, and it would have been far more interesting and actually been real representation. But again, they won't do that because they have no faith in primarily black focused things. They'll focus more on they want to like they pretend to be for like black people and for minorities, but then they only want to include them in white led things. They never want to invest money in
And they're the
something that's
biggest racists.
and they're
Yeah.
the biggest racists. They
Mhm.
never want to invest in something that's actually like black. Like they like like Black Panther is that movie. Black Panther from Marvel was a miracle that movie came out, because the fact that
Yeah.
like it's not like just inserting a black character into like a white thing, and they actually funded it. Again, I'm not like for DI or nothing, but the fact that they even invested money into like a fully black cast and whatever is crazy. Because it's easier to just race
Mhm.
swap and shove them into other things. They have no faith. They have no faith in it.
And
Like
black
it's
people
almost
are just accepting it, and it's like you don't. You have to weed through and look past all the bullshit, because when you do, you'll be able to see clearly and know that these people are not for you. They were never for us. Like, this is not how you want to be represented, because that is insulting, offensive on its own, that they can't have their. It's the same thing with Assassin's Creed. Like, they could have had a African based Assassin's game,
they did.
and
They
even though they
did.
have origins, well, at least
Yeah.
another one that's more
Like
um
like more
like
like
another
more like to South to North Africa, or what do you mean? Like
yes,
okay.
they could have had another one, but they didn't. And because they, like you said, they don't have full faith, and they feel like that is not going to be successful, when and it can be, and it is, because of, like you said, Black Panther.
And
And it's
Origins.
just
Origins showed
and
that
in Origins, yeah, I
people
love
didn't care that
Origins.
They didn't care that Bondoc was like black, like Middle Eastern or whatever. They didn't care. People liked the
Mhm.
game.
Nope.
I thought that game sucked, to be honest with you. I hate that game, but a lot of people liked it. You know.
What do you
So
call
I
him?
just love Egyptian. I love
is
Egyptian
his
aesthetic.
name
I really
Bondoc?
do.
Same.
Is it
It's
Bondoc?
Bayek.
Bayek.
Well,
You know what's funny? All right, I'm
Mm.
gonna tell you guys a funny little tidbit. There's an Egyptian wrestler I used to train with, because I told you about MMA, and his name was
Mhm.
Bondoc. That's why my brain went
Oh,
to
okay, that's
Bondoc.
why. Okay.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and that motherfucker
Like,
was a
who's
beast too.
Bondoc?
So, Bondoc
oh
is a
man,
guy I used to train with. Him, it was a Iyad, Bondoc, and Karim, and they were all like Egyptian champion wrestlers or whatever. But for some
Yeah,
reason, my brain went to Bondoc.
That's so cool.
I
They're
that's
cool
good.
guys.
my bad.
You can talk now. I was just giving that little anecdotal
Oh,
thing.
I got you. Well, like if it was just like they wanted a Muslim character inside of the game, they could have had an Albanian or a Bosnian.
But why?
Or-
But my thing is, why do they need it? Like people look at it like I've heard people call stuff racist because it's like, all right, like the show, the show Friends, right? People are
Yeah.
saying it's racist now because there was no black people. It's like, bro, I'm like, bro, they were Italian, Jewish, Irish, and I forgot the other one, and French, and Phoebe was
yeah,
French.
Frenchie.
And then so what you're telling me is that diversity doesn't count unless you have black skin. Nice. Makes
Which is
sense.
fucking.
That's
It's
Literally
fucking.
all of the people in that show were different races of people.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it is fucking insane to me because like the Irish, Mafia 3, takes a shot at everybody when it came to the race stuff because, Vito gets called a wop. We all know what Lincoln Clay got called. And
Yeah.
and what was the first thing that Vito Scaletta said when he saw Burke? He was like, "Oh, everybody's favorite pot licking donkey."
Yeah.
You know, you know, they have their own things. Irish were called mix.
Everyone,
Italians were called
everyone,
mops.
everyone,
Yep.
every race has experienced racism or like what's it called, prejudice because of that. Like they call fucking. You ever heard the term Polak?
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
you
Polish,
think the
Yeah.
word Polak comes from? Like the
Ruskies.
Ruskies, all of that. The thing is
Mhm.
that no one's a special flower who should be protected. You either take shots at everyone or take shots at no one. Either everyone's a protected group or no one's a protected group. That's how it should be. Because all you do is alienate people when you start to hand out special treatment.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's fucking stupid. It's funny. It's so stupid that it's like, well, you can't. You could criticize, all these people over here, but you can't criticize these people. What do you think that does? That it's been proven. People have done studies on this. When you can't criticize or talk bad or like point out something about a different specific group and that sort of thing,
They rule you.
it creates a prejudice though.
It does. It does. Listen to what's happening right now. There's a bunch of schools teaching like critical race theory. And then listen, I made this example in the last podcast. There's a kid right now who's like dirt poor. He probably has a single parent home, whatever. He gets to go to school every day and have some black liberal arts teacher tell him he's privileged, teach the class about race theory, and he has to go home and then deal with the reality of his life. You don't think that's going to create a racist? You don't think that scenario makes people? It creates resentment. Because he's like, wait a minute, I'm fucking poor. What the hell do these people mean? Like, I'm living like this way or whatever. Like, why? Who are they to? Like, why are they saying this? Like, it's not true, whatever. And it's gonna make them hate the group that they're trying to protect.
Yeah. How do you think the kids out in Appalachia feel? Some of them don't even have running water, and they're white, and they live in a fucking fucked up household. Some of them, not every single one of them. But like,
dude,
there's
people in Canada that live in trailer parks and both their parents are meth heads and they're white.
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys. Remember that show?
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Burb wrote in the private chat that he probably is falling asleep because it's 1 a.m. where he's at.
Okay.
And did he get to talk about Monolith?
I think I don't know if he did. But you can rotate him on and then we can end it because we've been going for 5 hours.
He's not backstage anymore.
Okay, so he's probably left.
All right. So if he hears this, if somehow he's hearing this, or if he's listening back, I'll allow him to talk about it next time. I know he actually really wanted to talk about it. So
he did. He was waiting. I mean, I told you're right. Next time we'll let you on first.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like I'm sorry for like hogging up the conversation and shit, but like there's a lot that, like I said, there's a lot on my mind, and it feels I don't like being gaslit into believing like I'm the only one thinking this exact same shit, because it's like
you're not.
Yeah, exactly, and it's like I barely got to talk about it a lot whenever I was younger because it's like, who the fuck's gonna listen to me,
Yeah. Well, that Emerald Torres makes a good point. He said black people already had their own friend type show, different world, Martin, Moishe, etc. Exactly. Listen, just people. Guess what? People like to hang around people that are like them. That's normal. It doesn't mean they hate everyone else. It just means they prefer to be around their own group, their own clan, their own group. Their own tribe, whatever. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, in the end of the day, that doesn't mean that they hate other people or that they push them out of their lives. It just means that they're hanging out with people that they can relate to. It happens all the time. It's part of life.
Okay,
no,
Bird,
that's not enough. We must be integrated into everything else. Sorry, my bad.
I'll integrate something, all right.
Anyway.
I'm joking.
Bird, if you want to come back on, I'll switch you out because actually
let's switch it out.
Switch the panel anyway.
Yeah, so let's let him on and then we'll.
Since it's kind of late, Silas and Melina, you want to give your outros?
Yes, and then after Bird comes on, we'll end the podcast there.
Yeah, because I'll have. I know White Viral is backstage, so is Apollo and Marty.
All right, so let Apollo, Y2 Viral since he hasn't spoken yet, and and Burv, and then we'll end it after that. We'll end it after that because we've been going for a long time. So.
Yeah. We got a little sidetracked.
And also, again, Silas Archer and anyone else, you should definitely check out Augur. Just letting you guys know, because like I really need people to watch that and share it, and I'd appreciate it. And just to kind of see that what I was talking about earlier. So I don't know if I can. I can't post a link in the chat because if I leave, it's gonna kick me off. So you could, like I said, just go on my YouTube channel and you'll see it there.
Will do, brother.
Yeah. All right. So.
Ladies first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Melina Chan, and you can follow me here on YouTube. Instagram and Twitter and Twitch if you'd like. I do I do gaming and art content. Well, it's gonna be miscellaneous, but that's my main two fortes, gaming and art. I appreciate and ever so grateful for Revenant and Japachi as always for inviting me on. It's been amazing as
Yeah, it's always
always,
great
and
having you on.
hopefully oh, thank you, and I hope that I was able to come through with my commentary. So
Oh,
yes, and I
definitely.
appreciate everyone else here
You did a
on the
great job.
podcast and in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Melina. Well,
Well,
thanks for coming on, and you're always
yep.
welcome. And we enjoyed having you. You made some good points, and
Mm-hmm.
check her out. She's been streaming Resident Evil a lot lately, so she has a few of
Yeah, she
those.
uploaded one recently of Pierce, which was pretty
And
cool.
she got way better. Like I mean, like it's pretty good. So you got to check it out when you get a chance.
Thank you. Be much appreciated.
No problem. And so thanks for coming on. Now, Silas, you want to do your outro?
Alrighty. So thank you to Revenant. Thank you to Jinpachi. My name is Silas Archer. I'm a aspiring writer. You can follow me on Twitter. And you can also follow my YouTube channel. I haven't uploaded anything yet, but my Twitter SIAR Ace of Swords, and it'll just show up with my name on it. I just talk about random shit regarding video games, writing, and characters. And I've been reposting and promoting artists that I like when it comes to character design. So if you want to chop it up, you can find me on Twitter. And hopefully I'll be able to upload some stuff relating to my writing soon and get some stuff on the YouTube soon. So thank y'all for having me on, and thank you everybody.
Yeah, it was great having you on again.
It was great talking to everybody.
Yeah, and also, it was good having you. And also,
Mm-hmm.
I have a Twitter, but it's different from my handle here. So on YouTube, so you just search up like Weird King on Revenant's followers, you'll find me on there.
Weird King.
Yeah,
No, not
Beard
well.
King
No,
art.
I'm a Weird King too.
Mm.
Yeah, Weird King. Weird King.
The Weird King.
I'm a little weird. I'm a little weird too, but anyway, but yeah, the Beard King, you'll find it on there. Just check it out on his.
Yeah.
You'll find me in his followers.
All right, will do, man.
Yeah. All right, cool.
So let's get Burv and everyone on here. What the EGAD? Yo, nice. You said, do they really change what the pro tag looks like? She still looks ugly, just less dirty than the original trailer. Yeah, pretty much. She still looks the same. Just the lighting is different. That's really all it is. And also,
yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. That it's pretty much the same. I know what people were saying, like, "Oh, she looks different. They fixed her, whatever." It's the same
yeah, they didn't fix anything. All they did was change the lighting, and the game is in a more completed state now. So, but it's still the same face. It still looks weird. Also, what the EGAD, yo, your video was really good, man. I really enjoyed it. Actually, like the whole 40 minutes were pretty engaging. So, kudos to you on that video you made. The response video to New Ray and Revenant or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You should definitely.
Yeah,
come
I gotta
on the
check
podcast,
out his other. Yeah, he definitely should. Yeah, so if you're ever interested, just let me know. I'll definitely.
We'll send you a link, and you could come on, man, because you made some good points, and like they were articulated very well.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Yeah, he actually has really good content too. There was one about Smash GT I have to check out. I saw.
Oh yes, brilliant.
Oh, what's up, Burv?
For sure,
Hello.
definitely come on one of these days.
There we go.
All right, Burv.
Hello.
The Brits is here.
We woke him up from his sleep.
You did.
Did you brush
I'm
your
back.
teeth, mister? Did you drink your coffee?
No, I'm British. What the hell?
Did you have your tea and crumpets, sir? Did you add some butter? Some butter?
My teeth are now sufficiently yellow, so let's go.
Did you eat it like Melanie Mac or no?
Does Melanie Mac eat butter?
She eats sticks of butter.
She likes to put the whole stick of butter in her mouth the long, hard way.
Does Melanie Mac eat butter?
Oh. Oh, there's echo.
Oh, there's echo.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hello there! Can I come to learn for this will be the best game ever? And I'm making more money than all of you pigs.
Look, just because you have facts and logic doesn't mean that you're right, okay? I have more subscribers than you. Hey,
I
Cookie Bear.
I have more subscribers. What happened? What
What
happened?
happened? What
Get
What
happened?
happened? Oh, you
Thought
make
you were
the big
supposed. I thought you were supposed to
Oh.
be smart. What happened?
I'm sorry, my
Queso.
impersonation, my
That's
parodies
all.
are terrible,
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
still
okay.
well, all cold aside, but
It's alright.
the action
It's not as
ain't
bad as
that
her accent.
bad. But whatever. I'm just mocking her anyway. That piece of bitch.
A piece of bitch. That's an insult. That's new.
That's-
Piece of shit. My bad. My bad. Pardon me for this. Pardon me for the grammar, by the way.
Piece of bitch is funnier. It's way
Yeah, to be using that.
She's a fucking
So,
diva, man.
All right. But
Verb,
yeah.
And she's ugly as hell,
You know.
man. Not just
But-
appearance, but also inside too.
Let's
In other words,
focus
she's a
this.
horrible human. But yeah.
Yeah, let's try to like because Burv, I know it's late there and he had some opinions about Monolith, so I definitely want him to have a chance to speak. So go ahead, Burv.
So
The
like,
floor is yours.
this Monolith are really kind of like as a developer are very precious to me. They're basically first person shooter royalty. When you really think about it, they started. So their first FPS game was a not failed, but like it was a 3D Realms game, like Duke Nukem, and then they dropped it because they were working on 2 different games at the time. They were working on Blood and they were working on Shadow Warrior, and they gave Blood to Monolith, and Monolith really ran with it, and they created one of the most brutal yet fun, colorful, just amazing first-person shooters that you could ever play. Like, it felt good to play. It was bouncy. It was reactive. When you threw dynamite at the cultists, they'd explode into so many pieces. It was gore showers. It was so good. And then they went on to make Alien vs Predator 2, which was really fun. I remember playing that multiplayer so much. I really liked get a mode called Infection. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's kind of similar to the one from Halo. I think it's Infection.
Yeah.
Where you played as like like people would come after you, and then when they hit you, you'd turn into an alien, and then you go hunt the rest of them. So much fun. So much fun. And then they made the one game that really defined, in my opinion, a generation of first-person shooters, and actually is the furthest we've ever come as far as first-person shooter evolution, and that is Fear. These guys were responsible for Fear, which is like has some of the best AI in any video game.
Fear was a cool game, man.
Not just because. Yeah, first one. Yeah.
The first one, because the other ones they dropped the ball on big time, but the first one was amazing.
Yeah, I liked the second one. I liked its vibe, but the third one definitely gone by the time that was over.
It was
Then they went
show,
and made.
the third one.
Yeah.
Then they went on. They made Condemned. They made Condemned, which was really good. And then Condemned 2, which wasn't really good, but I would love to see Condemned 3.
I like both of them, to be honest. I know that's a tough take, but I do like both those games, despite the limitations.
I think Condemned 1. The problem with Condemned 2 is that it basically pissed away its mystery right at the start. It's like, what's making these people go crazy? Oh, noisy hubcaps on the wall. Get them. Get him,
but
boys.
I mean, like from a gameplay standpoint, it was still fun. Like, I can't say it was a bad game. It just wasn't as good as the first one. That's how I always look at the second game.
Yeah. For me, it was a fine game. I just once they ruined the mystery, it really was like, oh, okay, that. And then they kind of went with the whole voice thing, where it's like they were doing like dragon shouts and stuff, and I got pretty cringe. Not gonna lie.
Real quick, what the EGAD? Yeah, I actually saw Latina Parfait uploaded. I have to watch it after this. I think we're both subscribed. Yeah, we're both subscribed to each other. So he was actually in the chat earlier too. So yeah, and in case anyone's wondering, yeah, definitely check out Latina Parfait's video, what the EGAD's video, and also Venom Snack uploaded a video today as well. He hasn't uploaded in a while, so definitely check it out.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Anyway,
check that out. Yeah.
Anyway,
the Fear DLCs were really good. Extraction Point was actually straight up kind of scary. Like, it was they did like some really good scares in that. But it was pretty short. but it was good. It was memorable. Memorable as F, you know.
Was it as scary as Doom 3?
As Doom 3? Yeah. It's not hard to be as scary as Doom 3. Or maybe it is, and I just don't know.
I don't know, man. Doom 3 had some banger jump scares, bro. Like when you look in the mirror, you look in the mirror in the bathroom, and everything starts tweaking out for no reason.
Oh, that's true. But like then, like the rest of the jump scares were just a door opens and it's an imp, and then you shotgun.
that's like every jump scare, bro. That's like almost all of them. I'm kind of just trolling you a little bit, even though I do like Doom 3. It's like I'm trolling you a bit. But
I
they did Tron as well. I didn't know that.
Tron, yes, they did Tron, and they did a video game called Shogo, which was like this anime mech suit game, kind of fucking awesome, but
kind of cool.
rushed.
It sounds cool. Oh, okay.
There was a time period where their publishers were getting absorbed into another publisher, and so they had to rush out a bunch of games. Shogo and Blood 2 were the games, and man, they suffered quite badly. Blood 2 in particular.
You're telling me a rush thing is bad?
Oh boy, Blood 2 is so fucking bad. Like it's like the enemies they're not just bullet spongy. They're like they can soak up napalm strikes. They can soak up rockets. They can soak up soul leech. You know, just you could fill the entire screen with explosions and everything, and the fuckers are still standing.
Sounds like Doom Eternal with the spirit enemies.
Yeah.
I actually hated that. I actually hated that in the DLC. I like the DLC. I hated that.
Yeah.
That was really to me. That was really bad design.
At least with that though, you could at least shut them down. Like this was just because the thing was with the HP on a lot of the enemies. For some reason, I don't know if they were all the same or not, or whether something was going wrong. But there was definitely collision issues where half the explosion would actually pass through the model.
Also, they wouldn't take more. Yeah, I get you. It was like weird clipping, weird hitbox stuff going on.
Yeah. Really weird shit. Like it wasn't finished. So like the enemy could so say there's these enemies that can fire like this massive fireball at you and just nuke the screen, right? Well, they could do it through walls.
Oh boy.
There wasn't any collision on like I think they said like 50% of the walls. So it was like a toss up whether or not it would go through the wall and hit you in the face, essentially.
Seems about right.
Yeah. But then they got back on track with Fear and
sounds pretty crazy.
And stuff. Yeah. And then they got
are they backwards compatible? I think so.
What was the Fear stuff?
Fear.
I think so.
Oh, you mean the Fear ending with the? Well, you don't know about the Fear ending, right? You never beat it.
No, I just played the first one.
Well, no one spoil it. I don't know if you don't know it, don't spoil it for him because the ending is crazy on that game.
Let me get that off.
It's pretty wild. Yeah, I would not spoil that game for yourself because that's one of those games that you probably should play, like spoiler free.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Then they went on.
Good thing my memory isn't great.
They got absorbed by Warner Brothers, and they did the fucking
the Warner Brothers thing.
What are they called? The Lord of the Rings stuff. The first one was pretty good. And then
the second one is such a slog, and that game's an abomination to the first one. The gameplay is good, but what they did to that is that's a travesty. What happened to Shadows of War? What a shame.
Warner Brothers.
No, it's all good, Egad. I should have played that, years ago. Anyway.
Warner Brothers purposely sabotaged that game. I don't care. They purposely sabotaged it.
They're just greedy fucks. That game should have never had the RPG elements like that it had. The first game had some, but they were very light. The second game should not have done that. And I think that game was like the beginning of the end for them, to be honest with you.
It was.
And the ending shit, the microtransactions, the grind for that dog shit ending that was barely anything. That game pissed me off. And I'm one of those people that I'm like a knucklehead. So when I'm gonna do something, it's like Doom Eternal. I play it on Nightmare. I'm gonna try hard sometimes, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it because I already invested too much time. And that shit pissed me off so bad, bro. Like, you don't understand. The ending to that game, the difficulty spike and shit. No way, bro. Like, that was insane, bro. They lost good faith with me with that one, honestly.
And then they got locked in the DC salt mines, and that's it.
Yeah, they were screwed.
they were such a wonderful development team in their prime, and they've been completely. It's just a sad. It's this one sticks in my craw a little bit more than a lot of other developers that get shut down. This one was a bit.
That was me with
Yeah.
Rocksteady. That was how I felt with Rocksteady. I was so annoyed with what happened with them that that one it kind of they had so many different directions they could have went in that would have all been profitable, and they chose the most egregious practice that they could do: a shitty service game, and then on top of that, you ruin your reputation and you tie it to a series that ended pretty squarely, and just basically undo everything. You basically undid everything that was built across the 4 games, the 4 Arkham games, the 4 mainline ones. So
Yeah, I mean
that one's rough for me. That one's probably rougher for me. The way you feel about Monolith, that's kind of how I feel with Rocksteady. Just because.
Yeah.
I am kind of curious how many people from Monolith left over the years before they ended up getting shut down.
Oh man, all of them.
It was a shell. It was a shell. It's like Rocksteady,
Yeah.
where Rocksteady was just an empty shell. All the organ, blood, skeleton, the bones were all gone.
I think a lot of them left during the Warner Brothers acquisition of Monolith Studios. So the fact that they were putting out pretty good games afterwards, kind of a miracle.
Yeah, but you know what? Shadow Warrior is a great game. I'm glad you mentioned it. It's one of those underrated ones people don't talk about much.
The original one.
The original one, and I also the first.
I love it.
The first reboot one I like. The second one is an abomination. I hate that game. But
I'll be honest with you, I loved that game. But
the second one,
yeah, I'm a Borderlands fan. Borderlands 2 fan.
I did not like that. I like the more I shoot you in the face and you blow up and shit kind of guy. I'm not like I shoot you and then we check our stats and I see if I killed you with a headshot or not. I hate that crap.
Yeah, I get it. But
the game does a stat check and it decides whether my shotgun to the middle of your face doesn't kill you. I've never been a big fan of it.
Yeah, but if you get to the end game though, you become a god. It's totally worth it to zoom around.
I get that. But did you play the first one?
Yeah, of course I did.
The first one, the way how guttural it was, bloody, and just how everything was immediately responsive. That's the thing that's one of the reasons why I don't like a lot of these games becoming weird RPGs, because you lose some of the feedback when you kill enemies and stuff.
Yeah,
the responsiveness of I hit you and then you're cut in half versus we have to do the game is doing a stat check to see if I did enough damage to kill you. I don't like that for certain kinds of games. I like RPGs, but I don't like it for certain shooters. And if it's a shooter,
What do you mean you don't want to pelt bullets at an enemy for 10 minutes? And then their health bar is only halfway down.
I'm not a fan of that. And then on top, because I played Destiny with my older brother a bit, and and Destiny is the same thing. I feel if it's futuristic, I could kind of accept it to a degree, because I'm all right, these aren't normal people. They're if it's the first descending characters, or I'm playing Halo or something, I'm all right, whatever. It's sci-fi shit. But if I'm playing a game where I'm a crazy Asian dude with a sword, I just want to cut you in half. I don't care about I just want to see my gun and bullets go from your face to being meat chunks. I want that. I want the immediate satisfaction.
First Shadow Warrior did have an enemy like that. That really big enemy.
Which one again?
It was, I can't remember what it was, but you had to get around the back of it.
Was he a fat belly or something like that?
It was, yeah. It was it
right,
it's
a wall, basically a wall. I feel I vaguely remember. I haven't played that game in a long time.
It could run through walls. It took a shit ton of fire to bring down, and it was fast.
But to be fair, in that case, it's being presented as a tank, so I'm kind of more okay with it, as opposed to you're a regular imp, I'm saying imp, but you know what I mean, a regular grunt. And and then my headshot doesn't kill you because my stats aren't high enough. That's different. If you're telling me this is a meaty tank wall of a man, I'm all right, whatever. It's a semi boss character, but if you're presenting the character that way. But if you're just a regular grunt, I need the satisfaction that you die when I hit.
Did you play the third one?
I didn't play the third one. I only played the first two Shadow Warriors.
It's Doom Eternal.
Shadow Warrior, huh?
Shadow Warrior 3.
I I don't know. I only played the first one. I played the 2014 one on the PS4 a little bit, and I think that's it. That's probably the only one I never even beat in order to continue playing it. I mean, my first impression was that dude, the main character is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he's funny.
It's
He has a
fucking
lot of he
hilarious.
has a lot of charisma.
And not to mention, he was like, dude, he was killing people while he's singing his favorite
Yeah.
80s song.
Yeah.
And that fucking floating mask character who
Yes.
originally belonged to the old man and now ends up being, now becomes friends with him as well. It was just pretty hilarious. And
Hodgie.
I thought in the back of my mind, I thought, whoa, it'd be funny. It'll be more funnier if these two characters are voiced by the same actor. Because they all have these two have high pitched voice and shit.
Yeah.
That
game, he was really funny. What was his name? Kenji? It wasn't Kenji, was it? What's his name again?
Hoji.
Hoji, the main character, right? The guy you play as Hoji. Yeah. I really like his character. It's like his voice, his quips and stuff. They actually made me laugh, like legit laugh a few times.
Hoji was the mask. You're thinking of Lo Wang?
I'm talking about the character you play as. I keep forgetting his name.
Lo Wang.
Lo Wang, yeah. He's hilarious.
Yeah, he is. He was hilarious when he was an old man as well.
Yeah.
Because in the original, he's an old man, isn't he?
Yeah, I haven't played the third one yet, so I don't know how that one is. I won't judge it because I don't know, but I know I didn't like the second one.
It kind of got hit by a bit of woke drama, shall we say? They ended up firing the voice actor that you talked about in the first and second game. They ended up firing
the guy. What?
Yeah, they ended up firing him.
Fucked up, man.
And they got because he's a guy from New York, right? So they ended up firing him, and they ended up getting.
Let me guess. They probably race cast a character.
They did the thing where an Asian has to play an Asian.
Correct.
Oh God.
So
Black
they got
that
fucking. Oh
So-
yeah, that fucking.
Yeah,
tell that to
my mouth shut.
Keep that same energy with Phil Lamar and Kevin Michael Richardson. Not Kevin Michael Richardson. Who is he? Is it Kevin Michael Richardson?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Him. Keep the same energy with both those guys, and then watch that shit go out the window real fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys. I mean, those guys are legends, but they shouldn't be. They've got no place to talk on this matter.
Yeah. Speaking of young, I used to like that guy, and then after he stopped talking about Final Fantasy 15, I was like, I'm subscribed to him because I lost interest in him because he's talking about microtransactions and loot boxes. And then years later, I found out that he finally sold his soul, man. Freaking,
He sold his soul like John Cena.
Yeah, man, he's cast as he's miscast as Kazuma Kiryu, and he's a bitch
killed
now,
the character.
man.
I'm gonna let you finish,
Yeah, man.
but Young Ye is a soy cuck, and I can give a rat's ass about him.
Literally is. He was selling soylent drinks.
I think that he's a dickhead, and I don't like him.
He is.
But yeah, like so yeah, like when I hate that crap that they're on about nowadays, because even me, I hire actors that I think sound good for like my projects. I don't hire people based on like their race. Like the guy, I had an actor voice Superman, and he did a great job. The guy's like half Filipino or something like that, but he did an amazing job. Like, what does your race have to do with like the character being good? It's different. Like if you're making a movie about Blade, you probably don't want to have what's his name, Ryan Gosling playing fucking Blade or something in live action. But if it's not live action, if it's animation, as long as they pull off the voice, that's what counts. I mean, think about Phil Lamar as Vamp. If that was the case, you would imagine a cast a real like Romanian guy or whatever. You would have never had that performance from him.
I mean, it'll be funny. It'll be funny. Like, oh, we should cast Ronald Reynolds as Martin Luther King Jr. in a live action just to piss people off. And there's a plot twist. Martin Luther King Jr. survived. That will piss people off because real Martin Luther King Jr. died. But
well, the point is, the whole point with all this is really to say that, like, with live action, there's an argument to be made because you're portraying not only the voice of a character but the look and the iconography of it. if you're doing a 2D or animated character or see something that's CGI, like if you pull off the voice, like then that's what counts, right? Because I mean, like I didn't know Vin Diesel was a tree. Why don't they get a real tree to voice Groot? You know, you enter into dumb territory when you start thinking about the race of the actor has to correlate with the race of the character. That's really dumb.
But people should remember that he previously voiced as a giant robot from Iron Giant, like almost 2 decades ago. That's what eventually landed him the role as Groot, because he's a talented voice actor, man.
Yeah. All that matters
and
is
Pacifier
voice
too.
acting. Talent is what matters.
Yeah. And guess what? You know my official first movie of Vin Diesel is fucking Pacifier, man. I'm not even kidding. It's not Fast and Furious, it's Pacifier. Not even Riddick either. And I didn't even know he was in Saving Private Ryan until years later. I found out he was in Saving Private Ryan.
Hold on. Marge Simpson ain't played by a black woman.
Marge Simpson?
He's played by a white woman.
No, it's played by a dying white woman.
Isn't she Jewish?
I think
she's
so.
dying. I know that much.
Yeah,
I mean, you hear her voice. It's like, damn.
She has like some like throat, like does she have like a throat cancer or something like that?
I don't know, but I'm gonna say yes because it sounds like
weird
it.
like throat thing, like a hole.
I don't know. I don't think she's dying. I just think the severity of her throat issue has gotten worse.
It definitely has, because like whoever she voices, like Marge or Patty and Selma, or
I can't tell the difference anymore.
Yeah,
it's not even that. It's just that it sounds so bad.
It sounds weak too. It's raspy and weak. Before it was just raspy, but now it's weak and raspy. Like you could hear her her voice fluctuate between like
she sounds like she's playing her mother in the show. That's who she would also voice her mother, and now Marge sounds like her mother.
Her voice fluctuates, and it goes like so low that you can barely hear it sometimes. As if she just can't get enough airflow through her throat. Like it sounds bad, but I don't think she's dying. I think she just has some throat thing going on. She's
like in her 70s anyway. So
take it from me, she's gonna die with a microphone in her mouth.
Dude, it ain't like James Hetfield who blew out his voice.
That's kind of an epic way to go.
Mid-90s, like what? That's why James Hetfield That's why James Hetfield since the 90s sounds completely different than he was in the 80s through Metallica. In fact, he used to sing from the top of his lungs. He sings a stroke.
And the same thing happened to Ric Flair. When Ric Flair does like a woo, as he got older, it got weaker. That's why like other wrestlers were able to like out-woo him. Like Kurt Angle was whooping his ass in the woo off because Kurt Angle was younger.
Look at Shawn Michaels. You can barely get a sentence out.
Dude, Kurt Angle used to have a high-pitched voice too. Even Steve Austin too, man.
The years of coke and doing drugs and losing my smile with Sonny.
No, not really.
I was actually I was watching a video of him and Booker T reacting to the first Elimination Chamber match, and they could drink every time Shawn Michaels says again, like again, and again, and again.
Yeah.
I think
Sonny doing drugs with Sonny took a lot
of drugs thing, man. I mean, Kurt Angle had a high-pitched voice before. Kurt Angle had a high-pitched voice before he left WrestleMania for neck surgery, and by the time he came back as a face, his voice got raspy. Same goes with Steve Austin. Like Steve Austin, probably his voice got raspy due to the neck surgery.
What? Went down to Cracker Barrel. What? Anyway, so the point is, bro, like Shawn Michaels, he got done in by the drugs and Sonny. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that whooped his ass. The drugs. Yeah. But hold on, Mario. Let's move on because we're kind of like dragging on here.
I just want to.
We're dragging on. Burv, so you were talking about Monolith. So overall,
after Burv, I want Y2 to give his points. Then we can wrap things up.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been going on for a pretty long time. I mean, we definitely been taking advantage of the fact that we're back at regular times.
Yeah, so let's do it.
The voice for Lo Wang, they swapped him out for someone who had the right ethnicity, but still was born in the United States of America.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
that's ass.
no.
So
Hell
so
no.
so hold on. So all right. So yeah, but like aside from that, like, what is your like overall thoughts of Moz? It's just like it's a tragedy,
Tragedy.
like tragedy and
It
whatever.
is a
Yeah.
tragedy. It is, to me, the God. I hate to say this, but the sign of the end times for this iteration of video games, shall we say, this form of it.
That's
Mhm.
a strong statement, man. That's a
Yeah.
like that's a bold statement. But I mean, I get it, man. You have like an affinity for them, so you know
Mhm.
it makes sense that you would feel
Yeah, I
that
know the
way.
feeling.
I kind of felt like I said before, I kind of felt like that was Rocksteady, where like the last of like a gaming of a true like gamers gaming company, like made
Yeah.
like, you know, it was like completely sabotaged and ruined. So
Mhm.
Wonder Woman. All right, so Y chromosome. Is Y chromosome here, or you mean
No, I
Y2?
said Y2 viral.
Okay, I thought you said Y chromosome. Y2. Give your thoughts on Monolith and what you think about them closing down and we're going, shutting the doors.
All right, y'all can hear me, right? Or
We could hear
is
you.
my mic-
You sound a
All
little
right,
bit
good.
underwater, bro.
Yeah, because so
Yeah, at the
last
bathtub.
season,
No, I'm joking.
yeah, so
It's
with
under the bed.
Warner Brothers closing down another studio, I'm not surprised about it. I mean, it's still funny that they kept Northbound Studios open, but closed Monolith down for some reason. Because I mean, it ain't like for no reason. It's just because I guess they just want to focus on one one popular game or whatever, or one popular studio or whatever it is. But even though that studio can that Monolith could also do a lot of stuff as well. As a matter of fact, there was a system Monolith made. Like you, has anybody played Shadows of Mordor, something like that?
Yes, we were
The
talking about it before.
enemy system, right?
The Nemesis
Nemesis
system. Yeah.
system. Yeah.
Yeah, the system. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why they think that they own it still, Monolith, because Monolith owns that they Warner Bros. Don't. But with them closing
Peace out,
down
Y
studios,
chromosome.
with
What's that?
everybody else closing down,
Oh, see you,
there's
Y. Catch you later, bro.
since everybody's been closing down their studios,
Next time Y chromosome, bring your ass on here, bro.
Yeah, I'll
it
send you the
feels
link.
like what's the point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I
So
hear you,
that's
Y.
my
Yo,
opinion on it. With
your
Fable,
mic is like,
yeah,
it's kind of hard to understand you though. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
yeah. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Just it's kind of like hard to like. I don't know if you could like try to speak more
like
clearly or like
like
get
you hear
closer
like
to the mic or
background
something.
noises and shit.
It's
Oh,
background
I thought
noises
you
and
were saying goodbye. Oh, he's just
Yeah,
saying.
but
Okay.
with
All right, got it.
oh, okay. Well, time to say goodbye to Monolith. Yeah, it's time to say goodbye to them.
Oh, okay.
Their time
I
has
got it.
come. I was about to say, yo, but
Yeah.
I stand by that. Next time, bring your ass on here, bro.
Monolith.
We gotta have
Yeah.
you on here, bro.
I never heard of them.
So with
Yeah.
with the Fable thing, it still looks terrible. Like with
Definitely.
like
Oh,
they
it
just only
absolutely does, man.
the color, it still looks like shit. Just because, like I think I said it, like on X, once you like spray like a can of orange spray over green grass, it's still gonna be green grass. I mean, the grass gonna be green.
Yeah.
Yep.
With this game, no matter how many times you're trying to polish it with quote unquote, it's still gonna look like shit.
If you take a
So
turd and polish it with gold and mineral oils, it'll still be a piece of shit. So, yeah.
yeah, so yeah, that's another thing. Like since we talk about like studios closing down shit, Xbox has been doing the exact same thing. I think they closed down one last year, right?
Yeah.
I think they did. Yeah. So PlayStation. I mean, Sony also had closed down the studio behind Killzone as well. So yeah.
Well, I think with the Nemesis system, it's owned by WB.
Yeah, they own it now.
Yeah, it's
They
in
own
it's in copyright hell until 2036.
That's
What a
fucking
stupid
trash.
thing. Like
They didn't get do anything with it.
to copyright a fucking game mechanic like that and to trade and like to do that is like terrible, man. What a
Yeah,
what a
the
shitty thing to
trademarked
do.
it.
Totally useful. I'm totally.
Kinda
I say
like
useful.
what,
I meant totally useless.
Kind of like what
Totally
Nintendo's trying to do to Paolo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they apparently the capturing creatures in balls is the thing that they're trying to make a thing that they can claim. It's not so much the designs, but it's the act of capturing creatures that you can use later in like these orbs or spherical objects. That's what they're copyrighting.
Could they get away with it if they have them captured in a box instead of a ball?
If they made them a dice, like you catch them in dice, I think they could get away with it.
You could suck them up with a vacuum. Oh wait,
Alright,
no.
No, good. I mean, listen, man. Who you gonna call?
Maybe they can work around and do that.
If you do that, who you gonna call, bro?
Luigi.
Okay,
They'll
clearly.
be back on your ass again.
Clearly. I would love that lawsuit. You copied Ghostbusters in like 2002 or something. You owe us a lot of money. You owe us a lot of money now.
You owe Bill Murray all the money.
Yo, so Y2, like, can you I don't know if you're talking still, but like, if you're not talking, try to like mute your mic, just because the background noise and static is very distracting. To be honest with you, bro.
Yeah, I got
I think you just need to get like a better mic, man, because I think that it might just be that it's filtering in all the noise or something like that. That's what it sounds like. So it might not. Does it have like the phone thing or something like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna fix it.
Okay, hopefully you're not hearing my background noise.
No, you're fine, bro. You're fine. It's just Y2. It's like sounds like stat. It sounds like a AOL like dial-up.
I mean, now that he muted himself, I mean.
Oh, you're fine, bro.
More, yeah, but
no,
I'm
you're good.
Using Bose
Yeah,
headphones.
if you use an Xbox mic on your phone or your computer, it works very well, because I'm using a Xbox mic right now.
Yeah, you sound pretty crisp right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm using my.
Это правда.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm using my Bose Quiet Comfort Bluetooth headphones.
Apollo, what do you think of my what do you think of my Russian, Apollo? What do you think of it?
It sounds very lovely and beautiful. The taste of kiss of Vladimir Putin, and yes.
You had me with the flattery till you mentioned kissing Vladimir Putin. Now I
No,
gotta like.
it's like the kiss of Vladimir Putin. That's the Chris of the accent.
Now sit in the Zelensky chair.
It's so good it pisses off Zelensky.
Oh yeah.
Большое спасибо, мой друг. Большое спасибо, мой друг.
Why comes on? Do you mean this voice?
I speak in Russian.
Is this the voice you're talking about? You were talking about?
Is she from Colombia or something?
No, she's a Spaniard from Spain.
Okay.
Anyway,
Spaniard.
Speaking of Russian, like free Joe Valentine looks like a Russian white woman from a Russian descent, rather than
She is Russian.
American.
She is Russian. The one from Resident Evil 3 remake is a Russian woman. She's actually like not like a Russian American. She's like an actual like Russian that like learned English as a second language. The model for her.
Yeah, that's stupid because she's supposed to be American of a Japanese French.
Yes, she's supposed
ancestry
to be
mix.
She's supposed to exactly right on the money. She's supposed to be
have Asian aspect too. Like that's why I love Julia Voth as Jill Valentine.
Julia Voth is like my favorite Jill Valentine face. Like honestly, like I'm not trying to say nothing, but Julia Voth is like it's absolutely beautiful. That's a beautiful woman that they got to do that role.
I even love
original.
I even enjoy her look.
Was cute.
She was the best one. She was also very cute because Jill doesn't like honestly the difference between classic Jill and Julia Voth Jill is the classic Jill she was meant to be half Japanese and half French, as you said. So her eyes were actually more narrow. If you look at all the art for her character, her eyes are like not so like round and like big. They're much more like narrow and like, like just more narrow. So the that's why her eyes, like if you look at her pictures, they're like that. So the original model for her that they got would have been perfect. Like the girl who was in the live action footage
And
literally looks like just like her.
Not to mention,
And I
not
kind
to
of
mention,
like
she aged very well like wine. I'm talking about both Joey Voss and Joey Voss Jill Valentine, especially during Resident Evil 5, because both before and after she became blonde girl, like she still looks like she's still in her early 20s, even though she's in her 30s.
She looks good, man. But like also like the actress, one thing that they messed up with the remake of Resident Evil 1, which is one of the things that kind of bugs me, is that they changed her hairstyle from being her hair being tucked into her hat into it just being like a bob cut. They actually changed that in the remake. So that's one. I'm talking about the remake of Resident Evil One. So it's kind of like a shame because it's such a cool moment in the original game when you beat it and she pulls off her hat and she just lets her hair down, and it's kind of like it's a nice moment, and like they kind of robbed us of that by giving her that bob.
Yeah,
but I gotta tell you, man, like blonde Jill in Resident Evil 5, she turns me on. By the way, she's smoking hot. Blonde Jill from Resident Evil 5.
I think it's a bit fetishy, to be honest.
But what is this? What is this fetish?
Yeah, what is the fetish, huh?
Like, what was Wesker? What was Wesker up to with her? Why is she dressed like that? These questions will never be answered.
We know the reason. It was for the ultimate humiliation of his rival, Chris Redfield.
Yes, that's definitely the reason.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate reason. He's like, look, I've had Jill doing things that you could never have her doing.
So that latest CGI movie, is stupid. Like everyone else look exactly like their characters, but Jill Valentine, she doesn't even look like Julia Voss Jill Valentine. She looks like freaking Russian Jill. What the fuck? And also, because of the experiments. Also, because of the experiments she's been through in doing the events of Resident Evil 5, her hair is supposed to be permanently blonde because she lost pigmentation.
They gave her in the movie. They gave her blonde roots to try to like say like her hair is like blonde and she dyes it back to the original color. So it's the Russian model, but they have blonde roots on. You can actually see it. It is dumb. It is actually dumm.
It's the movie.
The real Jill Valentine would never
nothing to do with
that
the
shit.
games.
Yeah,
she probably kept her blonde hair.
It's specifically the Dead Eye, the CGI movie. The last one had Chris in it, and they had Jill, but the Jill that they used, this is how lazy they are. They actually just took the model from Resident Evil 3 remake and it looks like they literally just stripped the model from that game and just plugged it in the movie, and they gave her blonde roots because like Marty said,
that's stupid, man.
That her hair is blonde now. It actually is. It's not dyed. That's the real color. So she dyes it like darker to match how it was before. But it's all dumb gymnastics to do BS.
And then they could be giving us the excuse. Oh, that's probably Jill Valentine in a flashback. No, that's not her. This is Jill. It's probably Jill Valentine in present. You dumb fucks.
Wesker, why did you dress her like that? Completes in global saturation.
She's supposed to look like Jill from the original Resident Evil 5. For goodness sake, man.
Bro, it's a lost clause.
Yeah.
Well, I used her for my personal purposes.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I think Mila Jovovich was an original character in this movie, right?
Yeah, she was in the live action. She was Alice.
She was
a terrible character too.
She was just
Mary Sue.
An insert Mary Sue by her husband.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, man.
I mean, she was hot though, but that's all. That's pretty much all they had to. And even then, she was hot, but she also like didn't have much going on, like body wise. It was pretty.
She was a crap character.
Wasn't she also Russian?
Yes, she's Russian.
Yes, she's Russian.
There you go.
A lovely looking woman.
Yes, wasn't she? She was in some old show, right, in the 90s. She appeared on.
No, she appeared on. Hold on. I know this one. She appeared on Married with Children as a guest character,
Oh.
and Kelly Bundy
yeah.
basically like turned her from a wholesome French. She played a French girl, and she turned her from a wholesome French girl into like basically a thought like Kelly Bundy.
Okay.
And then she was upset because she was getting all the attention instead of Kelly Bundy. Was not getting
No,
attention.
she
Oh,
she
that
got a
was funny,
breakthrough
man.
on Fifth Element as Lila Multipass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was in Fifth Element, and then she went on to do Resident Evil. I don't know what else she did actually. I can't think of it.
Yo,
I don't
just
know what
remember,
she did
man.
But
First Resident
but I
Evil
know-
was created before
I
she
think
got
that
married into the director.
I think Married with Children though might have been before Fifth Element actually.
Hmm.
So
That's
even that was her
years
that was her
Fifth Element.
Hollywood debut, but I think she was on the show first, and she
Which
actually
is-
spoke English with a perfect like French accent, which is like kind of like it's kind of crazy to me because her English wasn't that good back then, and yet she was speaking English in a way that sounded like a French foreigner, which I think is like kind of like it's very layered for someone whose English isn't that good at that time.
And then a few
Mhm.
years later, she was in that coming of age comedy teen movie, Dazed and Confused.
Oh,
So-
was she in Dazed and Confused? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so she was in Married with Children somewhere in the late '80s, early '90s, and she was in Dazed and Confused. Oh yeah, and after that, she even made a music video of herself, where
What?
the layer appeared in the Beavis and Butthead episode, where they made fun of her, as,
Why-
like other musicians.
Why
And-
why does it sound like you're reading a Wikipedia article?
Yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
then,
It sounds like an AI. Like you ask AI a question and
Oh.
it just like and it hits you with like the
It's like, Grok, what's this bitch been in?
Yeah, like Grok. What Grok? What was the Grok? What was the size of Mila Jovovich's panties in Married with Children? And it gives me the exact measurements, and it tells me the ethical implications of knowing such information.
Which movie was it that Mila Jovovich got her kit off?
I think she got, and then after Dazed and Confused were removed.
Grok, list all movies where Mila Jovovich has appeared nude.
Yeah.
Shoot.
He just comes up with all of the Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. And Fifth Element. Oh, it's all Resident Evil and then also Fifth Element. That's it.
Ultraviolet.
Mm-hmm.
Ultraviolet, man.
Oh, she was she in Ultraviolet?
Yeah, she was in Ultraviolet.
Oh,
like,
that movie was terrible.
a year after she appeared, Resident Evil 2.
That movie was really
That's
bad.
why.
if
That's
you
why
ever
she
seen it.
married the
yeah.
director. It's like, all right, well, before my career tanks.
You gotta understand, a lot of actors, they feel like I don't care if the movie's bad as long as I get paid. And I feel like she falls
Yeah.
under that category.
Definitely.
She married Anderson because she's like, I'm not gonna Catwoman my career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
So,
this? This is sexism? What is? ¿Qué es eso? No me moleste. Déjame quieto.
Yeah, this is sexism. Is inappropriate.
You
guys
guys
need
need
to
to
make
make fun of women because you are insecure.
Sound like
Insecure.
HR humble.
Let's just face it. You are all my Sims. You are a stupid. You are a stupid person.
You are looking at my honker.
And stop
Then
looking
again, I
at
make
my
more money than all you jackasses. You
and
fuckers.
stop looking at my B cup breast. A cup, actually.
Oh, you're looking at my nose or my forehead?
I don't know.
How
That
about
sounds
before
like a
you
lot
stop
of.
complaining, you know, come to reference to and go out there and
That
fuck
sounds like a
some
lot of
grass.
noticing, Revenant. That sounds like a lot of noticing you're doing.
Yeah,
When
you noticed her
mentioned the nose-
forehead?
The
Fucking
noticing
simp.
of her forehead, yeah, like you noticed.
Jeez.
It's hard to miss.
The great noticing.
Yeah.
Yo, come on, yo, don't talk about her like that, yo. Come on,
Yeah,
dog.
man.
That's my scissor sister.
Yeah,
that
she's my
Bubble one?
waifu.
One with the hat.
You know what it reminds me of with Cassie Cage? It kind of you ever know the Proud Family?
Yeah.
The black girls who are all blue.
That's so messed up, but yeah.
Jeez.
I always took that as them being that they were so ashy that they were turning blue, which is like crazy, but that's how my mind rationalized it. That they were just some ashy girls that were turning blue because of ashy.
Their whole body, everything, even their clothes.
It's like that's
I'm-
not even blue. It's just white, like the white from like the chaff, like the ashiness and like the dandruff just makes her look blue. That's what my brain just said that, and I don't know where it came up with that, but
Oh my
that's
God.
canon in my mind.
Well, I think we did enough yapping for a couple of hours. So I think we should. We should wrap things up. So we wrap things up.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
Disneyland, man.
Why too though,
Yeah.
bro? Like try to get a better mic so we can understand you better and you can speak a little more clearly.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm trying to get a
Yeah,
third one.
usually have some
Because
good
right
points,
now it sounds like the Fallout radiation thing, the radiation counter. You know, like that's what it sounds like. Like
Fallout.
it sounds like a Geiger. It sounds like a Geiger counter, bro. And then you got the AOL dial-up connection in the background. So I'm trying to use AOL in the 90s, and there's radiation everywhere. And I'm also in Russia, so it's disturbing the connection as well. That's what it sounds like.
Is your second hobby tornado chasing?
Oh,
Hey,
that part, Resident Evil when you have to encounter the
Bro,
it sounds
it's just like I can't understand you, bro. You literally you actually sound way too staticky, man. I'm being honest with you.
Yeah. Not sure what's
It's just too much, bro. Like I'm like, if you have a different mic, you should use it or try to get a new one, bro. I don't know what it is, but like, it's really hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a new mic later on this week.
yeah. There was something I want to talk about, but I don't have time for it.
All right, catch you later,
That's
Emerald Taurus.
I'll
all right, take it easy, Emerald. Thanks for stopping
I
by.
don't have time.
It was a
for,
great podcast. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably next time I might talk about more about Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. But
Well, we'll see what the
one thing I want-
subjects. We'll see what the subjects are because me and Revenant have been trying to structure things a little bit better lately. So
Yeah.
when we'll figure out how we're gonna do things, but like next time we'll definitely have more to talk about. I kind of want to do a thing because there's so many people that want to talk about like so many different things that I'm thinking of having a little time allotted just for people to talk about things that are outside the subject. So we'll see about that. But for now, like me and Revenant have to like kind of organize because I don't want it to be like Metal Gear Solid kind of has to make sense with what we're like talking about, and if not, we got to have a section of like free time to do that. I don't want to like just commit to that right now because you never know what's gonna occur in the week and different subjects, and the subjects alone take like 4 hours, so like 5 hours, so like a lot of time. So compensating, we have to like we're gonna have to organize it in a way where we have a time slot to free talk, and I think that'll make things run smoother.
Yeah, Oliver, I will tell you one thing about Metal Gear Solid. That's my outro, so we'll get to that. Oh, wait.
Well,
hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah,
my bad. My bad. I'll just wait for anyone.
No, it's all right. You can go.
Wait. Outro or that's what I'm saying? I'm confused.
You said you want to say something about Metal Gear, and then you want to give your outro.
Oh, all right. Okay, so this is supposed to be my outro, but here it is. Metal Gear Solid 4 should not be remade or remastered. It should be restored in 4K, 120 frames per second. I'm using restored loosely because people nowadays can't use the term remastered or confusing remastered for a remake or remake for a remastered. And yeah, and Metal Gear Solid 4 aged like wine. It aged like wine.
Okay.
And it's perfect. And I mean, the only thing you need is just go back to the original files and re-render in 4K, 120 frames per second, and dual audio. The dual audio of English and Japanese.
Well, yeah.
In 5.1 surround sound. That's it.
Probably. But like that's a conversation that we can have if we talk more about like Metal Gear because the game is gonna come out eventually, 3 remake. And it looks a little bit more promising to me now. considering what I
Yeah,
saw.
we'll eventually hit
I
talk
mean,
about
So
it again.
we're definitely gonna talk about it again, and it'll be more of like an appropriate time because right now it's like we're ending things, so that's like a whole
Yeah.
can of worms that like even I'm interested in talking about as well. So we could talk about it another time, but
Yeah.
let's try to focus on closing things out. So
But then again,
you
that's supposed to be my outro. So
okay, all right, no
Okay, no
problem.
problem.
So
Well,
it's good
it was
having
great having
you.
you on again, Marty.
Yeah,
We
good
appreciate
having
it.
you, and yeah, have a good rest of your night or day or
Yeah,
whatever.
and
At least your
also
night.
feel better. That's what I'm trying to say. Feel better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
hope you
yeah,
better,
feel
get
man,
better.
better.
because I thought I was immune to the cold back in November, but I'm not. But hopefully I feel better, and y'all stay safe and healthy, and I hope Nintendo's doing well, even though they're the lesser evil, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Just
All right, man. So
All right, take it easy, Marty.
we'll start doing outros now. So Burv, well, Y2 Viral, why don't you go first since your mic is acting up anyway? Give your outro, then
Peace.
it will be
Peace
Apollo
out, guys.
Patriot, then Burv.
Peace.
So my name is Watch Viral. I have like other channels on YouTube as well. I do gameplay videos, walkthroughs, and live streams on weekends.
All right, man. So yeah, check him out.
Sounds good.
If you
Definitely
didn't
check him out.
hear, he live streams, does gameplay videos, and yeah, cool
Yeah,
stuff.
WWE videos and all that.
All right, so
Thanks for coming on, Y2.
See you, Y2. Thanks for coming on. Burv, let's hear. Actually, Apollo Patriot, then Burv.
all right.
Yeah. Apollo Patriot. I make pretty normal hardcore base videos, playing a lot of Space Marine 240K and a lot of Division 2. Yeah, I am very active on my channel, community posts, sometimes 24/7. Some people get triggered here and there, like I say it how it is. I'm just like my normal IRL self. So yeah, I do a lot of things on my YouTube channel, but I mean, I don't mind people watching the stuff like here and there. Like I'm not asking, hey, go and subscribe and all that stuff. So yeah, I do what you want to do. You know what I mean? I'm not forcing anybody. So yeah.
Yeah, well,
Sounds
check him
good.
out.
Yeah,
He has some fun
check him out.
content. A lot of like military games, like shooters and
Yep.
stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
like,
he'll
really
have
cool
commentary
stuff.
videos. You know.
Yeah, you'll
also
like his channel. If you
Yeah.
probably like his channel.
all about
Check
videos.
give him a chance, and yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good content and good dude too. So
Oh, yeah.
again, appreciate you coming on. Again, Apollo.
Yep, das vidanya. Das
That's right.
vidanya. Baka baka.
Yeah.
All right, man. So all right, so
Peace.
Burv, you want to give your outro?
Okay.
Okay, I'm Nerve, and I just want to say I have more subscribers than all of you. Okay, Pookie Bear. Okay, you can't touch this. I'm funny as fuck. Okay, nobody can touch this shit. All right, I have more subscribe than you.
I like how you said Nerve because that's a great name because she gets on everyone's nerves with that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I was thinking of when he was saying that? You ever seen that video? It's like some parody music video. It's like, that's it. You've seen that? And I think that person also did the Adobo song.
I had to get into character. I was like moving my finger around and everything.
Yeah, you gotta talk with your hands and you gotta like wiggle your head around, like.
Yeah, you gotta bob your head left and right.
Bob your head left and right, exactly.
And you remember, you gotta bounce up and down the chair like your ass itches when you get angry. That's how you know it's authentic.
But yeah, I have more subscribe, and I hope you all have good evening or night or morning or whatever the fuck. I don't care. I'm funnier than you.
She's like that gay sassy dude from Kim Possible. Remember that cartoon?
Oh my god, yeah.
There's like some gay sassy dude. I forgot his name, Junior or whatever. I haven't seen that show since I was like way younger, but. Just gender bend that character and you have New Ray.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Thingy's son, aren't you? You're talking about
something senior, junior, or whatever. Like,
yeah. But it was played by Montalban or something like that. You know, that played Khan in. You know, he was. He's been in a bunch of movies.
Yeah.
Ricardo Montalban. That's it. That's what it's called.
he had that voice. He looked like a young, like he looked like a zesty young gay dude. Like
Yeah.
yeah, that's her. Just make it a female. But
Yeah.
but yeah, man. So you know, let's hear that outro, man.
And just remember
real
to stop staring at my one big honker.
My
And
one big one.
that's my one big honker. Anyway, that is my outro. Thanks for having me on, guys. And
Sure.
Oh, great having you on again, Burv.
For sure.
yeah, it's always fun.
I remember they
Yeah.
call
And-
Nerve out here Biggie Smalls because he got one big one and one small one.
It's true.
Oops, I meant you. I meant you,
And
Nerve.
I get on your last nerve.
So all right, man. It's good having you, man. You're always welcome.
Yeah.
Even though you
As
so he
always.
doesn't have right now he doesn't upload on his own channel, but you can check him on the podcast. He's usually on here like often. So
Yep.
if you like what he has to
Yeah.
say, you can check him out here. At least for now. At least
Yes.
for now. So it's my turn now. Yeah, so I'm Jim Pachi. I do animation, gaming content. I haven't been uploading as much because I've been a little bit busy, but I'm gonna get on that. I have a series called Augur. I'm gonna upload more of that soon too. Check out episode 1 on my channel. You might like it if you like characters like Rorschach and Punisher and like some people more uncompromising like vigilante characters. You might like it.
What do people like SpongeBob?
If they like SpongeBob, they might like it because it features the color yellow, and that's part of SpongeBob. So you might like that.
Okay. That's good enough.
But that being said, yeah, I'm Jim Pachi. You can check me out, subscribe. If you don't, that's fine too, and I'll catch y'all later.
Nice. All right, cool. Well, of course, as always, great having you as the co-host as usual. And thank you for everyone watching, commenting, and sticking around all this time. I know we've been on for a while, but we had to make up for some time because last time we were short on time. But appreciate everyone who came on. Apollo Patriot, Melina Chan, Marty Kusanagi. Why am I forgetting names? Burv.
Frosty.
Oh yeah. Y2 Viral. Oh yeah,
Y2
Frost
Viral.
Baron.
Frost Baron. Silas Archer. Yeah.
Was that
Bye,
it?
Melina. Anyway, gotta say Melina.
Oh.
Gotta say bye, Melina. But yeah, yeah, that was. I think that's everyone. If we're missing anyone,
Apologies, but
thanks.
yeah.
Apologies, but thanks for coming on, and we appreciate
Yeah.
it. Neozoic was on
Always
earlier. I don't know.
appreciate
If
it. Yeah,
you said it.
Neozoic, Latina Parfait, what the EGAD,
What the
White
EGAD was here.
Chromosome, the Prime, Emerald Taurus,
Pip, whatever. Something
Creepy.
Pip 2. Pip 2.
Yeah, Pip.
Us.
Who else am I missing? Oh yeah, David Francisco. Appreciate you guys. Spirit of Paradox. Again, if I missed anyone, apologies, but yeah, thank you all for watching again. Hopefully we'll see you all next week. Oh yeah, yeah. Bye, Melina.
Bye, Melina. All right. And as to quote Nuri, déjame quieto, remnants. Déjame. Ay, Dios mío, leave me. You have to leave me, stupid. Anyway, all right. I'll catch y'all later. See ya.
Okay, so adios.